Wait, Andy, did you rate us? I'm still setting up. You can't do this, but thank you very much. Simply return fire. Y'all know how this works. I'm sure even Andy and your viewers know how it works. I will do my little intro speech after I get set up. Yes, yes. Dice raid. Roll your dices. Listen, if you have a die, I want you to roll it. If you have a d20, I want you to roll it. If you roll under a 10, you're dead. Leave. We don't want you. If you roll a nat 20, send me proof, and like you're just a streamer now. That's how this works. I don't make the rules.
Yummers.
Well, sorry, Maddie. You were too good for this world. You are no longer eligible to continue. I'm still straight. I'm like not ready. Listen, 11, you barely survived Cheesecake. I want you to know, within 11, you're on thin ice, Buster. You're not dead. You're not banished, but you're on thin ice. But yes, we have officially added fan art to the pause screen because I thought to myself, people have asked about it. I think it would be fun. Yeah. that's what you get. Not that. I mean, I could do that. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Sorry. Listen, just because this is supposed to be a special event, just because it's supposed to be like, oh, wow, look at all of this fun, cool stuff that you got up to in the past year. Let's celebrate all of the things you learned and all of the lessons that you've like taught. No, I have no idea what I'm doing still. Oh, gosh. So... there would be casualties, but that's okay, fine. Hi. Yes, thank you for all the well wishes, everyone. Do I just start with what I had planned? I have something funny that I figured I'd plan, but I don't know if this is like time and place. I don't know if I wait until further into the stream to reveal it, or do you want me to... Oh, also, thank you for the subscription, Axolotl. I will say, I activated like a special Twitch subscription, like discount thing. So if you gift, I think it's 5 subs or more, you get a 35% discount for the next like 6 hours. Coid, it's not my birthday. No. How dare you? Yeah, gift some subs, make it the hype train ever. Listen. It's not my birthday. My birthday is in like 6 months. Oh gosh, Axolotl. No. I was going to be all sweet. I was going to be all kind. I was going to be all like, oh hey, welcome in Hydra and Andy and blah 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 blah. No, like actually, like fun fact, my aunt's birthday is my half birthday. So thank you for the subscriptions and for the gift subs. I appreciate it. It's very silly that you would do that, but it is appreciated. I'm not sweet and kind. It is my community who is sweet and kind. It is you who are sweet and kind. It's my Twitch birthday. No, so fun fact, my Twitch birthday is back in like April. I made my Twitch account in like April, like 2014, apparently. I don't remember this. Okay, so you gifted 5, then you gifted 1 before. So, is this where I mentioned that I am a whole year old now? My channel is, at least. Listen, okay, so given that you're already giving a hype strain, is this where I reveal that all of the jokes about the swimsuit, all of the jokes about the beachwear, all of the jokes about me having like a hot tub stream. Well, let's just say they were less jokes than you might think. So what I have decided is for every 100 bits, you get 1 minute in the hot tub. And for every gift sub, you get 5 minutes in the hot tub. We are at what? 5 gift subs and like, or 6 gift subs and like 200 bits. So if you want time in the hot tub, I guess now is it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start. Okay, that's like another 500 right there. What are we at? We're at freaking like 32 minutes. No, I think we're at 37. We're at 37 minutes. Gosh. So yeah, this is fine. And I will say there is a part 2 to this. Unfortunately. Give me a minute. Give me a moment. I need to change. Why do I do the things I do? Well, given that chat is too hot for Twitch, I think what I need to do is I need to go to the hot tubs category. All right. We are now officially hot tub time, beach time. We are chilling. We are enjoying ourselves. We are having a celebration for the summer. So make sure to put on sunscreen, even if you think you don't need it. You like that? Oh, thank you for the hair. It's the terrier model you totally forgot to give me. Listen, if someone commissioned a model for me, I might actually use it depending on what the rights were. However, I would never ask someone to do that. Can you bring nugs and sub? No, I don't think you should bring food into the hot tub. I don't think that you should bring chicken nuggets into the hot tub. You're the whitest girl. Listen, I am pale. I am a ghost. I reflect the sunlight back, much like a metal sheet. No, why are you forming a hive mind on me? But yes, I am officially in my summer wear. I have sandals on. I have like a beach skirt to cover up the fact that I am much too embarrassed to walk around in an actual bikini. I'm keeping my jacket on for the sake of being able to hide behind it. Yeah? Sorry, what's that, Rory? You want me to put clothes on? Do you have a specific outfit in mind? Do you have a specific type of wear you would prefer I put on? You have a whole bowl of clam chowder in a bread bowl? That doesn't sound... Like... So, it's been kind of rainy recently. It's been up and down temperature-wise. It's been very hot recently. It has been, like... Low has been 80 Fahrenheit, which I think is like... I don't know. My guess would be like 30s Celsius. Yes, I have a high anime ponytail because I don't want my hair trailing behind me if I need to have it be tied up. But no, why? A hot tub is not the place for a bread bowl and clam chowder. A bread bowl and clam chowder is for when it's cold. It's for when it's rainy. It's for when you're in like the Pacific Northwest or like the US Northeast and there's a fog rolling in that has taken the children, and you as a grizzled old sea captain are trying to ignore the issues of the past in order to preserve for the future, despite the fact you know what's out there and you know that the government isn't doing what needs to be done to take care of it, so you need to take it into your own hands. Like, that's when you have a clam chowder in a bread bowl. You don't have it when you're in a hot tub stream. Oh, yeah. No top. Not, of course I'm not a slugger. Also, Speaking of not reading things, I have not read the fanfic. It would be very silly. You never said you're eating it, you're just holding it? Well, yeah, I'm not a slug guy and a shooter. You certainly are a catcher, though. Yeah, so, fun fact, I just realized a massive flaw with this plan. Does anyone here recognize a massive flaw with what this screen has? There's no MS Paint. Where would I put MS Paint here? I didn't think about that. Do I go back to the main screen to turn on MS Paint and then come back here afterwards? Because y'all paid. I'm not going to shortchange you. Y'all paid for the beach time. Well, okay. If I want... Okay, so what I could do... I can... If you give me a moment, I can fix this. Much like how you are completely delulu and you look at your ex and you say, I can fix them. I'm going to look at this and I'm going to... Oh gosh. So if I put this all the way in the back, behind you, and then sorry, I'm busy. Transform, fit to screen. And then let's see if MS Paint ends up being happy. Okay, so now you can't actually see it. Is this satisfactory? Is this okay? I just have to type like exclusively like here. That's all I can. What if I just zoom out really far? Oh wait, what if I do guilty pleasures like this? Okay, so like we'll do like this, right? And I just have to draw like only right there because then you can actually see it. How does this sound? Is this acceptable? Is this what you wanted? The sky was a lie? Don't worry about it. Listen, if you think I can afford to take you to some sort of exotic beach location, nah. Wait. Green background on MS Paint. Chroma key it out. Draw it in black so it looks like you're drawing in this. Oh no, Guilty Pleasure's full color. No, you're not gonna freeze. The sun is still there. That was a painting that I put up for the sake of aesthetic and decoration. Look, if you're really that worried, if you are seriously that concerned, boom, it's back up. Don't worry about it. The sun is still there. It just is taking a nap. Oh my gosh, Guilty Pleasures was summoned. It fell on the floor. In response to me talking about Guilty Pleasures, it now has jumped to the floor. What even is this month's issue? We're in July. Also, how many of you have no idea what Guilty Pleasures is? How many of you have no idea what Guilty Pleasures is? Actually, this one is so, like, tasteful. July's is surprisingly tasteful, which is very funny because for the hot tub swimsuit stream, I have the most tasteful of Guilty Pleasures. You know, wait. You know by next summer you would be able to take me to an exotic beach location? I didn't say none of you. I said I can't afford to take my stream. Listen, Rory, if this time next year you want to go to an exotic beach location and stream it in an off collab, I can put it in my calendar right now, and that could be my 2-year affiliate anniversary. Sound good? How long will stream be? So I generally stream, I try to stream for like 5 to 6 hours. I used to stream for like 7-8 hours, but then I learned apparently that's not that good. Apparently you should shoot for like kind of like mid-range streams rather than like 2 hours or like 8 hours. So I'm shooting for like 6 hours. I also made it so that if you have 5 or more gift subs, you get a 35% discount for the next 6 hours. Nope, not 19 hours. Nope. No, we don't do that. Can I complain for a second? Real quick, can I complain? Not you. No, MS Paint, why did I kill you? Let me do this. Okay. Sorry, I didn't really think this plan through that far. I'm not gonna lie. I was up until like 3 a.m. last night working on like the little fan art slide in the beginning. I was setting up this little beach thing. Unfortunately, I was not able to edit. I was trying to edit for today and I did not have time because of the phone issue that my roommate had, which I talked about briefly in the Discord. I talked about briefly on Blue Sky. Basically, over the weekend, I went to NYC Pride with my roommate and we met up with some friends who were also going to NYC Pride, and it was a great time. We didn't go to the parade, but we went to Pride Fest, which is like the after or like during and also after the parade like party, effectively. It was a big festival that had like vendors, different DJs and events and whatever, but we were mostly focused on like meeting with the friends, and we got there after the parade was over. So most of the events had already run up by that point. So what we're doing, we're going along. We end up meeting our friends and we grab some food, we grab some drinks. Like, honestly, it's meeting up with your friends in the city. It's nothing special, but it's also not supposed to be something special. Unfortunately, I did not get to dance. However, as we were walking, there was a car that was parked that a girl climbed up onto and just started twerking on. And then I joined a massive crowd surrounding her where we were all just cheering her on until eventually the police started coming. So she hopped off and we all just parted ways. Which, I'm not going to endorse that. But if it's already happening, I can't stop it. Oh, wait, I forgot. Getting off the train. So I took a train into the city. It was packed. Right, there were so many people because like one of the exits was closed. It was a situation where like there was a tunnel and there was just like one of them was closed, so everyone had to go just this way. But then they were starting to close this exit, and I don't know why. Probably so that they could open this one. There was some issue going on. Someone in front of us has a giant pride flag that they drop in this super crowded hallway. And obviously, because it's Pride, someone like is like, hey, you dropped your pride flag. And then they're just like, nah, don't worry about it, keep it. So then they just walk off. And then the person who like tried to get their attention was like, I don't want it. So they just dropped it and kept walking. And then like a good 5 people just kind of stepped over it. So I look around, I pick it up. It is now my New York City subway flag. I now have it in my home. It is now my flag that I just rescued from the New York City subway, and it is just going to live with me now. So that's the thing. I never got into trains. I was never a huge fan of trains. That was never my flavor of neuroatypicality. Trains are cool. Like, have you ever seen a train just zoom by you? I'm not saying like, oh, the engine and like compartmentalization is so interesting and like I can just talk about this for hours. No, but like to just see a train just zoom by you is so intimidating in the best of ways, because you recognize on like a primal level how dangerous it is, but also how fast it is just by comparison to you. Traveling in a train generally is pretty chill. Like, yeah, you might have weirdos, particularly on like the New York City subway, but it's not going to be crazy. It's not going to be like weird or anything. It's not going to be scary. Viewing trains though is absolutely, I'm just like, I need to back away lest I find myself like a salary worker from an anime. Am I wearing blush in this model? I'm not wearing blush in this model. It's hot, so I'm flushed. That is my answer. I lost an intimidation check to a train. Okay. Have you ever seen a train zoom by you at freaking like a million miles an hour and you just see it and you just like step back because you don't want to get run over by a train? Like, come on. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't get nervous if a train is barreling towards me. Although I will say, I never got the appeal of trains. I never got into model trains. I never got into real life trains. I never got into trains, like whether it's like the bullet train or old school like steamers with like coal engines. Like trains never really appealed to me. However, from a world building technological perspective, I think they're really cool. Trains are cool from a world building perspective, as well as from a just like, they're neat. What yap did you miss? The only yap you missed is I started talking about my experience in New York City Pride. Yes, you've worked with trains. You know what? Just shush your mouth. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about your experience like running operations or managing freaking vehicles or like running a train or whatever it is. Like, I don't want to hear about that. Okay? Okay, D&D games do not need fantasy train heists. However, I would say your TTRPG group needs a train heist. I feel as though this is a situation where trains are only scary if in front. Well, no, like, okay. So if there is a freaking, whoops. If there's a train here and it's going this way, and I'm standing like right here, and it's zooming by me, and like by the force of the wind being pushed out of its way, I am like ruffled. That's intimidating. It's loud. It's fast. It's a large presence. Now you're imagining a toad from Kane with a train palace. That is awesome. Imagine running a Pokemon TTRPG and having a running fight inside a bullet train. That's oddly specific. And that's also very not neurotypical. Like, if your first thought when you hear like, yes, trains, I need to have a Pokemon fight in it, that is an indication that you are not what society expects from its average citizen. That's just Battle Subway from Gen 5. Can we put a liminal space subway station in the Mega Dungeon? I do love liminal spaces. I do love me some liminal spaces. Yeah, happy birthday, chat. Even though, strictly speaking... So, question. This is your affiliate anniversary. This is the affiliate anniversary of the channel. Alcoholics Anonymous. But we started streaming like a year and a week ago. I hit affiliate like a week after what's it called? The first stream. So is your birthday today or is it a week ago? Because like, is this when you like you come of age, right? Because there are certain cultures, there are certain demographics where like your coming of age ritual is separate from a birthday. So what if this is like your birthday is, what would it be, like June 24th or whatever? But your coming of age where you are now a fully fledged chat that has channel points, that is the anniversary of July 1st. Think like mementos from Persona 5. So again, I have not played Persona 5. I want to. I have it. I need to. But so trains as a train of thought, as just like that euphemism. I know that shows up in mementos. I know that using trains in a kind of Magitech fantasy-esque setting is pretty common. And there is a sentiment online where, much in the same way that everything evolves to crab, all technologies will eventually develop a train. Is there any correlation between that and like the idea of like a train of thought? Or is that literally just train of thought was a completely separate idiom that was brought up? And then it just so happens that there's also this connection with or it was kind of like the reverse direction, where the reason there are so many depictions of trains in things like Mementos, where or even like the Polar Express, this idea, or what is it called? Hoyoverse Honkai Star Rail? Like extraplanar and or metaphysical trains, liminal space trains that do not exist on a real life area. This kind of connection with the metaphysical. Despite the fact, I would argue, trains are least suited for that. Planes, cars, horse-drawn carriages, all of these are free range. Trains are unique in that they are confined to a track. Although I suppose trolleys as well, but those are like a subcategory of train. So I do find it interesting that we so often associate trains with the metaphysical, despite being the most grounded literally. The wagon train of thought. Train is a trail behind like a wagon trail. Trains are the crabs of transportation. Today's the anniversary of me selling out. No, so the anniversary of me selling out was the day I first took a sponsor, which I think was like September. Might be no, I think it was October. Anyway, no. So I haven't hit a year of selling out yet. The bus of thought. Oh my gosh. What I'm gonna do. Oop. So I'm not the important one here, right? Like I'm not the one that you're here to look at. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to womp womp. So now I actually have more room to write in instead of just being constrained to like this little section here. I also have like over here. And if I just like duck my head down, maybe I can get a bit more here. Is this the NTR bathtub stream? Maybe. Yeah, so use promo code Ericus for 20% off. And I'm very excited to work with them more in the future. They have another product that's coming out that they've been kind of like hyping up for a while. And I think that the plan is in the next couple months, they're going to drop it. So be prepared to, in a couple months, pick up a new supplement for, actually, no, it's a setting. Sorry. It's like a Mad Max meets Dune. Oh my gosh, my head is covering that. I'm so sorry. My massive head is in the way. It's a system agnostic setting, much like the Wandering Tavern was, where it's Mad Max meets Dune. And honestly, it's been so cool from what they've been dropping so far. I'm probably going to be a part of the campaign that like sets that up going forward. So who knows? No, this has nothing to do with cuckoldry. We're talking about a sponsor as you chill in a hot tub. There is nothing to do with cuckoldry. Okay. I don't know if Furiosa would shout that to the heavens. However, I also can't claim to be knowledgeable about I've never seen anything Mad Max. I have heard nothing but great things about Fury Road, and I've specifically heard that the cinematography, I don't know how to spell cinematography, and like specifically the camera work is really good. And this is something that I try to incorporate in my video editing, where it's this very simple idea of like, if one frame is like, or if one shot is like this and one shot is like this, right? If you have person on the left side of the screen and they're running to the right, your eye line is going to follow the character moving. So then when it does a cut to the next like shot, we're going to start with that person on the right side who is like turning around and shooting someone behind them, right? Because then our eye line is already over here, and then we follow the action. Or rather, we just kind of follow it back here. And then if we have another shot, which presumably a movie has more than two shots, we are then going to cut, we're now in the center of the frame, maybe they back up before charging forward. And then our eyes just kind of like remain here. So then in the next shot, it will also start in the center. So exactly. You got to follow the line of sight. So that's something where I try to incorporate that into my video editing. I try to incorporate that in just edits where if it's on the left side, it will move into the right side. The right side will move into the left side. I don't always do that. I need to get better about that. But also take the same principle and apply it to a TTRPG. There's a commercial where you are that does not do this and you're just so angry about it. Well, what is it? It's what is it? The left-right rule? Where it's the idea of if you're having a conversation, if you have a conversation, it should be you maintain proper camera angles. So if person X is looking this way and person Y is looking this way, then you should not have it cut in such a way that will change the angles so that it's now like this. That is like cinematography 101. That is directing 101. However, you can absolutely break this in a circumstance where they start talking about point A and then they reach the conclusion of point B, which is the opposite of A. So now to represent that like cinematically, you represent that now they are on opposite sides. They start X, 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 Y, Y. Well, oh my gosh. Y, Y. And then once they reach this break point, now it's suddenly Y and X. That's just like something you can do. That's definitely not a good thing to do if you don't plan for it, but you read that the storyboards are basically used as a script. That's cool. See, okay. Just because you don't ask your XY does not mean no one will ask their AB. Now, if you see D's nuts, that's all I got. I'm sorry. I could have continued it, but I saw D's, and I figured that you saw D's as well, given that it's resting on your face. Hello, Markson. Also, hello, Coyd and Andy and Maddie and Coyd again, and Celador and Stunov and Pumpkin, and Rory was here, and Wolk and Kaza and Driver. Goodness gracious. And Axolotl and Hydra and Wumpus. I feel like there were more people who I didn't say hi to because I was so focused. I was so overwhelmed. Some would say overstimulated with all of the gift subs. I appreciate it, truly. Arrow nuts. If I see them, I will respectfully look away. I was hoping you would disrespectfully look away. Like, I believe everyone is entitled to a certain baseline level of respect. So therefore, if you give that to someone and then you decide to just like remove that and be mean, dang Chatterbox, you looking cool today. See, the goal is to look hot, not in the sense of, oh, I'm sexy, but in the sense of, no, like it's summer. It's actually really hot out. I spent the last like 48 hours running around New York City trying to find my roommate's phone. We did, thankfully, but it was so hot out. So now I'm taking it easy. Chat is in the hot tub. All of you over there enjoying the water and each other, presumably. I figure if Arrow displays things, I'm doing a witness me. Exactly. I would never display myself or expose myself in such a way that would ever be inappropriate. Because everything I do is always appropriate for the circumstance. And if that means like ripping off my jacket and kicking you down a massive well while yelling witness me, or like beheading you and using my freaking like choker as a means to string up your decapitated head as a warning to others, that's just, I am never at fault. It is simply the circumstances of my situation that find themselves conspiring against me. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. No, I'm not voyeuring you. I'm off to the side chatting. I'm yapping while my chat is off like schnoodling, canoodling, chilling 0 feet apart because you're a hive mind. Ah, my neck can feel the breeze now. Okay, Leans, do you just always wear a turtleneck or something? The reason I ask that is because my neck can often feel the breeze. I don't need to be decapitated for my neck to feel the breeze. I feel like Arrow talking about acts of violence is talking dirty to the violence. What? Well, how can we witness you from the bottom of a well? Well, so it's let me grab this real quick. Thank you for the follow. It's just like this, right? Sounds of the Lambs. If I look down at you and I say, it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose, that's you looking up at me from a well. That is you witnessing me. That is you looking upon me as a frightful and ignorant peasant would look upon a deity that has revealed themselves and demanded that peasant took a bath. Because that's all that's going on here. Silence of the arrows. The silence of the arrows is just my head. Like, the reason I can yap so much is because I have no inner voice. Which means it's just a straight shot from like thought formation to yappage. There is no middle state. There is no thinking it over. It is simply like neuron activate, tongue move. That is how I communicate. I don't consider my actions or my words. So if I ever speak nonsensically, just be thankful that it was parsable insofar as you could even understand what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to touch grass, I'm planning on going for a couple hours. I could change it every hour. If you really want, every hour we could change what we're doing for the next 6 hours. So this first hour is the hot tub stream, and the second hour is what's it called? Touching grass. I would just need more ideas. Parsival, the Arthurian Knight. This is an interesting moment to start watching the stream at. This is a nonsensical moment to start watching the stream at, is what I will say. You want to go to the beach and make a sandcastle? Listen, we have the beach at home. See? See? Beach. If you really want, boom. Now we're like in a building that has like backgrounds and like a window looking out into the beach. We're in a cave. We are in Plato's cave, and I am the shadows on the wall that you have decided to choose over reality. Want to know why? Because I am on your computer. I am a Twitch stream. I am not beside you in your room with you right now. I am unreality that you've chosen over the cold grip of the real world. How dare you? Plato would be disappointed. Did that like cut deep, or was that just like, did you not get it? I am curious how many of you understand the allegory of Plato's cave. But can you still make a sandcastle? Yeah, you can still make a sandcastle. Yeah, nothing's stopping you. Just dig up dirt and paint it yellow. No. The beach that makes you old. I feel like all beaches make you old. Like, I feel like if you're the sort of person to go to the beach regularly, you just kind of give off old vibes. Even if you're going there to like party and drink or whatever, you're gonna wrinkle. You're going to get like sun-weathered skin. You're going to look old, younger. Okay, but have you considered... No. This is not a voyeurism tub. the funniest is that Stream just spit out and stuttered. Why does Stream always do that? I swear. My internet was fine until like a month ago, and then it just started dying. See, that's why you stay inside. No, the reason you stay outside is because you're agoraphobic and you're afraid of disappointing others. So you go out of your way to avoid interacting with others so that you can't disappoint them. However, this then means that you fray your relationships and they, unfortunately, get disappointed. So it's a self-defeating prophecy. You want to know, Maddie? I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to me. If you think that reads you, you better change your behavior, because otherwise you're being hit by strays that I'm not even firing at you. Same goes for every one of you who that just applied to, because I know my audience. I know most of you are queer neurodivergent. And I know that with being queer neurodivergent, you're probably an introvert. You're probably anxious and a people pleaser. And worst of all, you have your own boundaries that you then squander because you don't want to impose on others. If this applies to you, you should probably talk to a therapist. Queerodivergent. Oh, wow. That's that new Divergent series, that like Hunger Games successor, right? Hey, stop firing bullets. Listen, what we do here is we fire bullets. Oh, funny. Fun fact, I actually have a quick audio I made, which I was going to release for 10K. I would need to do some slight edits to it. Like I would need to finish it. But it is basically, I decided to make an audio because I thought it'd be fun of me interviewing you to join my organization. And then the final determination on whether or not you can join is you have to roll a d20. And if you get under a 10, I shoot you. And I thought that would be that was silly enough. It would be fine to release without being weird. You're gonna play dangerously and roll a d12 instead. Now you have boundaries that you don't compromise, cross them out, and you're out of my life. See, that's what you need to do, Markson. Like, I think what you need to do is unironically, you should have boundaries. That if someone brushes up against them, you have a conversation about it. And if someone ignores or squanders them, then you tell them in no uncertain terms, this is unacceptable. And if they don't apologize and change their behavior, then you remove them from your life because you deserve better than that. You're rolling a d4. Why would you want that? Okay. If you had the choice to like just get shot, would you? I feel as though the obvious answer is no. If you could choose, yes, be shot, no, be shot. I feel like the obvious answer is yes. There's no alternate benefit. There is no, oh, if you survive, you get in. There's no, it's actually just a euphemism. It's literally, would you rather get shot or not shot? Yes? I assume I would be the one with the gun. Why am I shooting? Okay, of all of the questions to ask, you should never ask, why is Arrow shooting me? I don't know half the time. Most of the time, I'm unfamiliar with why I'm shooting people, but it just kind of happens. Depends on your life situation. No, it's not an arrow that gives you stand powers. Although I am an... Get shot by an arrow that gives you stand powers. You're an arrow stan. Howdy, people. Hey, Apocalyptian. Yeah, you joined just in time to get shot. Congrats. See, I let people gotcha. People always gotcha. That's true.
Be gone, fuck!
All right.
Yummers.
I think this is where we like ride it out into the sunset. It's beautiful. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder. Black powder discharges and the ringing in my ears from artillery fire. Oh, actually, I can put on some artillery fire if we want. I have a sound effect for like World War II era like machine guns and artillery fire. Yeah, I can one-shot rabbits. Do an air raid siren too. No milky white discharge. That is nasty. Okay, why are we adding stand powers to the fanfic? We don't need stand powers in what is already, to my understanding, an absolute wild joke meme of a fanfic. Oh no, so Maddie said do it. And I think Coyd interpreted that as Maddie saying do it to what Coyd was saying. I think Maddie was saying do it to put on the artillery sounds. Is that a JoJo's reference? No, it's not actually. Which, okay. I have not been reading manga recently. I want to. I have one that I've been keeping up with one that I'm following, but I haven't been reading much recently because I haven't had the time. I have been way busier than I thought I would be. So, I want to read Steel Ball Run because I read Stone Ocean before watching Stone Ocean because I was reading it before it was released, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed reading Stone Ocean, but I don't know if I have the time. Wait, I just realized. Wait. I just realized I started stream an hour earlier than I expected. Wait. I normally start on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Why did I start at noon? I was so worried about being late that I was like rushing to get started at noon. And then I hit start stream before I was ready. I had an extra hour. I'm so dumb because I see on my phone and I'm just like, because my phone, I have like notifications for like, hey, here's when you're streaming, blah, blah, blah. I do my schedule, I do my calendar. And it's just like, hey, you have stream in 15 minutes. And I'm like, no, I don't. I started like an hour ago. No. So I did eat. I had a bagel. I had a bagel and a protein shake because I think I've mentioned this before. I've started having protein shakes and protein bars. And protein bars are some of the most vile things I've had in quite a while. I'm not going to lie. I have had protein bars that have the consistency of Play-Doh and taste half as good. And the issue about something with the consistency of Play-Doh, you have to chew it for like 60 straight seconds. Which means it's in your mouth for like 60 seconds every bite. So it takes like 7 straight minutes to eat one of these bars of just non-stop awful tasting. I rub dirt in my mouth to get out the taste of it. Tastes like clay mixed with sawdust. I don't even know if it's sawdust. It's literally just, it tastes like clay with like protein whey. Clay whey. I started at 9 a.m. for you. What is the bagel's stand power? Being eaten. Eating Play-Doh during an allegory of the cave. You're just addicted to Snickers. See, that's the thing. I try my best to be healthy. And I have a buddy who's like a Marine. He's super into like working out. He's super like physically fit. And for years, he's constantly given me advice on like mostly physical fitness. But like he has been extremely critical of my diet for the longest time. And he's been like, yo, you're like underweight. And I'm like, no, I'm not underweight. I'm like on the lower end of healthy. And he's like, you're like one bad week of food crisis away from starving. And I'm like, well, I try my best. And he's like, you need more protein in your life. And I'm like, okay. And then I talked to my doctor and I brought that anecdote up to them. And then my doctor was like, yeah, you need more protein. So I'm like, okay, 2 different sources from very different angles both said I need more protein. So let's get some more protein. So I've been trying these protein shakes. I've been trying these protein bars, and they are some of the most vile stuff that I've had. Like, I have had stuff that I would not eat. I have had things that I could not finish it because my body rejected it. I was not able to consume it. The protein bars are in that weird, awkward state where they taste bad. I don't want to eat them, but they're not bad enough that I'm going to like be incapable of consuming them, right? They're like the worst things that I haven't had a problem eating, right? I haven't, like, I'm an adult. I can eat something I don't want to eat. It just sucks. There are some things where like I physically could not manage to eat it because it was upsetting to like my gag reflex or something. But this was just, it sucked. It was awful. I hated it. Alas, if only I liked milk. I don't like milk. However, the protein shakes that I liked best that I've been having are milk-based. Which my buddy even said, like, hey, get milk, like, get protein shake, mix it with milk. That will maximize your protein. That'll make it go down easier. Can I eat beans? I mean, I can eat beans. I'm just not a fan of beans. Which, like, strictly speaking, I do have protein. I do get protein both from, like, meat, but also from, like, veggies. Like, edamame, for instance, has protein in it. Tofu has protein in it. Mushrooms have a little bit of protein in it. But I also have, like, chicken and beef and other, like, traditional sources of protein. It's just, I don't eat enough. I think it's actually, like, a quantity issue. I think it's that I do not eat enough quantity of food. Do I make my own shakes with protein powder, or do I have... So, I started with the pre-made ones in the bottle. Explicitly because I wanted to find one that I liked before I got the big container. And I found one which is Fairlife that I've liked. And that's like bottles where it's like, it's milk and protein. It's like 26 grams, pretty good. But I haven't found them in this big container, in the powder. I've only found them in the bottles thus far. Wait. I will become a fitness creature of the sort to crack raw eggs into my mouth to satiate my dark passenger. Okay, it is. My dark passenger is sated by injecting Kain and Lancer. Like, for the longest time, it was D&D, and then I kind of moved on to other TTRPGs where it's been like, it's been Kain, and it's been Lancer, and it's been City of Mist, and Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, fun fact. I think I'm finally getting to play Vampire the Masquerade. I've run it, and I played in a single one-shot of Vampire the Masquerade, but I have yet to have the chance to play a long-running character. But because my La Sombra... Wait, I couldn't be a VTuber if I was a La Sombra. That would suck. That'd be so sad. But, when it comes to Vampire the Masquerade, I, for the longest time, really wanted to play, but I couldn't. So, with my roommate, I've mentioned before, I've been running a one-on-one Werewolf the Apocalypse game for them that we beat story 1. And then the idea was like, well, my roommate's like, hey, I'm also a DM. Let me run a game for you. And we were talking, and we're like, I don't know what idea to do. I ran the idea of like, it's a Mitzi who wants to pursue Golconda by them, but we didn't really have any specific ideas. But because we had to go back into the city to find their phone, we were stuck on a train together for a couple hours. So, let's talk Vampire the Masquerade. So we ended up like making a whole bunch of like ideas for like what the plot would be and what the characters are, and it's all very exciting. And I'm sure that once it gets up and running, if it gets up and running, because I do have zero faith in most games, I will be sure to tell stories about it. You could be a PNG tuber if you were La Sombra. Well, okay, so La Sombra's clan bane is that they can't really work with tech and they don't have a reflection. This means that I don't know if I would be able to use a microphone effectively because I don't know if I would be able to come up on it. Because I know I wouldn't be able to use a computer if I was a little Sombra. I wouldn't be able to be a VTuber because camera, but I don't know about mic. I don't know if like the sound waves from the microphone would be upset. Yeah, so Vampire the Masquerade has an official quiz. That has a couple official quizzes actually. Like if you take the one that is from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines from like 2004, that is quote unquote official and it's a quiz. There is the one on, I think it's White Wolf Games. It might be, not Paradox. But like the official website of it has a quiz tied to it. Which, I don't know. I've taken the quizzes. I don't think that they're necessarily inaccurate. However, I do think that it's very like BuzzFeed quiz, you know? Like, you know those BuzzFeed quizzes where it's just like, hey, we're gonna ask, like, what vampire clan would you be? When you think of a vampire, do you think of an anarchist rebel, a high socialite like artisan, or a money-making, backstabbing corporate CEO? And then it's like, oh, if I choose the first one, they're gonna call me a Bruja. If I choose the second one, it's gonna be a Toreador. If I choose the third one, it's gonna be a Ventru. Like, it's all very obvious to just choose what you want. So it's not really discovering what clan you best fit. It's, I really think I'd make a great Tremere. So I'm going to choose all the ones about like mysterious, witchy looking vampires because I think that's cool. And it's just like, oh, no, let's not do that. You thought you'd get the fun artist one, but you got Ravnos? Well, so that's the thing. Ravnos do have a bit of an artistic streak because they're based, I mean, they're, to put it plainly, they're Romani. Like, they are inspired by the Western perception of the Romani people with all of the kind of trappings and stereotypes that accompanies that about being like wanderers, mysticism, but they also are illusionists. They have the ability of chemistry, which is all about creating illusions. And the idea there is that you have the ability to, as a Ravnos, you have control over the perception of others, which what is art other than altering the perception of others? And yes, you are not an artist. The Toreador are the artists of the vampire world. However, that doesn't mean you can't be an artist. In NY by Night, the Ravnos character of the first coterie, the Anarch coterie, was a graffiti artist who was like well known in the community. Didn't Ravnos also have India coding? I don't know about that. I'm unfamiliar of like old school Ravnos. I mostly only know like V5 Ravnos. You are literally a theater major? Okay. Well, just because you're a theater major does not mean you are an artiste. I do love all of the slander towards theater majors, but also like, we love theater, so I can't blame you. Like, I think it is very fun to see all of the different slander and stereotypes of like different school majors, whether it's a theater major or a business major or like a computer science major, like all of the different stereotypes of who you are and what you do, though it is very funny to think of how many people collectively, independently clown on theater majors, because the stereotype is that you don't really know what you're doing. It's that you're dramatic, probably that you're queer, probably that you're neurodivergent, but also just that you're kind of like, you're weird. Which, like, I've met tons of theater majors. I've met tons of people who are theater kids. I've met tons of people who participate in theater in their adult life. They're generally really fun people. Probably because I have a similar branch of weirdness. Probably because I like role-playing and TTRPGs and storytelling improvisationally, but they're just fun people. You're a computer engineer and femboy, it fits. Business major freaking out about having to complete coloring book for their final. No. So a business major has to complain about the fact that they can't use ChatGPT to explain why AI will take all of those pesky artist jobs. Business majors are complaining currently that they can't just put a prompt into ChatGPT to explain why artists should be replaced by AI. Like, if that don't tell you everything you need to know. And I say this as someone with a degree in business. Like, this is my understanding of modern discourse in like the business, in the business academia. And then there's like comp sci, which Stu I've already said it. Femboys, we love them. Furries also. I will say we love and respect furries in this community, even if I myself am not one, because like y'all rule the world. I respect that. Hello everyone, welcome back from the ad. We were just chatting about like slander of different like majors and career fields, and how like all comp sci are like furry femboys. And I am reiterating that I, for one, accept our furry overlords, because I am terrible at IT. And I know that if I want someone who's good at IT to help me out, if you're a furry, I just support that. I'm not going to pick it fights that will shut down my entire computer system. If there's a plane crash after a furry convention, the entire world's global computer systems would fall. No, literally, furries control our tech, worship them. What is a tech priest of the AdMech, if not just a spicy furry? And by spicy, of course, I mean because of all the electricity. With all the different takes from the creators, I'm not entirely sure I could rule out that a Malkavian could just suffer from anxiety and be fully functional. Okay, so the thing about Malkavians, they are mentally, I would say, unwell. Now, this does not always manifest in psychosis. This does not always manifest in like schizophrenia. Sometimes, and this is not always the case, this is dependent on the individual who is embraced, they might develop like psychopathy. I.e., they become extremely quiet, like manipulative, reserved, antisocial. They display no emotion. They're completely disconnected from human empathy and interaction, which for someone who in life was very upbeat, an empath, connective, doing that swap would be the equivalent of someone who is, for instance, incredibly grounded in reality, has a very discrete, concrete worldview where they only see what they believe, or they only believe what they see, becoming someone who experiences a complete break from reality and experiences regular hallucinations and or visions or audio hallucinations. It doesn't have to just be the Hollywood stereotype of a crazy person. it can be any degree of turn from form. So, for instance, someone who is extremely confident and competent and extroverted and sociable might become a nervous, anxious wreck who's a recluse and is rapidly agoraphobic. That's just how that works. That's just how Malkavians are. Some of them are going to be kind of fish Malkavians that throw fish at you to be silly, and others are going to be master manipulators who have not a shred of empathy in them. That's the breadth and the depth of Malkavians. You like X in LA by Night? He's a fun Malkavian. Yeah, so X in LA by Night is a really good example of someone who, at their face, is a fish Malk, which is a term that I believe Celador brought to my attention, which is basically a Malkavian who is crazy, wild, I'm gonna do stuff that you don't expect, like throw a fish at you. And they just do like crazy for the sake of being crazy.
Be gone, fuck!
But he similarly is incredibly tortured. In the sense that he is fun, he's upbeat, he's silly, he has visions that don't make a lot of sense, but he tries his best to interpret them. But it's made very clear, and this is a little bit of spoilers, it's made very clear via his relationship with his sire that he was not like this beforehand. He is not comfortable with this. He experiences moments of lucidity that are completely divorced from when he is, quote unquote, like having a bad night. He is a great example of what using the stereotype of a clan could get you by giving you more depth. Similarly, in something like D&D, if you play a lawful good paladin, you can lean into the stereotype. You can lean into that kind of like, I'm a stick in the mud. I always do what's right. I only do what like needs doing. But you can supplement that with extra character. You can supplement that by adding additional bits of lore, intrigue, interest, not just, oh, I'm angry when I see goblins. Not just, oh, I believe everyone deserves mercy except for this one person who wronged me in my past, but like true, honest breaks from the stereotype that you fulfill 80% of the time. But then that 20% of the time, you are cruel. And this is because you have learned you need cruelty when you need fast results. And then that's the makings of a corruption arc. That's the makings of a character who has to struggle with an inner darkness, not because they're perfect, but because they have impulses that they have been rewarded for. Like Anakin from Star Wars. Anakin Skywalker. You forgot that had a sound effect? Yeah. I don't think he's a fish Malkavian. He more so puts up a fun personality. Yeah. And that's what I meant by like moments of lucidity. He uses the stereotype of a fish Malkavian to kind of like present himself. But fundamentally, he is mostly in control of his actions. He's just incredibly anxious. He's nervous. He very much acts different when he's with someone like Annabelle versus someone like Jasper versus someone like Jeanette. Right? He has very different ways of interacting with them, and the way his bane manifests is more or less severe based off of who he is interacting with. His bane, his insanity, so to speak, is worse with his sire, who preys on his worst impulses and regularly manipulates him, than it is with someone like Annabelle, who just says like, yo, like live your life. Like, I'm going to support you because you're my friend. And because he is given that grace, he's given that safe space, X is more high functioning and mitigates a lot of the issues that he struggles with. when he's like alone with Annabelle. And then with Jasper, who's someone, he kind of like, I think the only reason they're friends is because in season 1, Alex Ward, out of game, had other obligations. So they just kind of used the excuse that like, oh, Jasper's friends with X, or they know each other. Like, Jasper's going to call up X. I don't think that they actually got along that well, but they were a fun dynamic. It is worth noting how many Fishmouths are doing it as an act to not have to deal. Yeah. That's fair. The best place to be in Vampire the Masquerade as vampires away from other vampires. And that's why in my like game that I'm going to be a player in, I'm playing a Zamitzi who is a recognized diplomat between the Cam and the Sabbat. Like, is a member of the Sabbat, but is recognized by the prince and is given domain by the Camarilla as a diplomat, where it is neutral ground between the Camarilla and the Sabbat, explicitly because my character, back when they were mortal, discovered accidentally some like page from the Book of Nod, which then led to them being embraced because the Sabbat was like, heck yeah, let's do that. But in doing that, the Cam got radicalized. In doing that, the old prince got super aggressive in trying to take out the Sabbat more than anything else, and spent all of their time and resources killing Thin Bloods, Caitiffs, Sabbat members. So a new prince, a member of the old prince's court, did the classic, I'm going to kill my prince and I'm going to blame it on the Sabbat. But what happened is that in the assassination ploy, the prince was set up to die, and I accidentally stumbled onto it and killed the old prince, despite being like a fledgling, because the old prince was like on one remaining bit of stamina after barely surviving an assassination attempt. So I got all of the credit for assassinating the old prince, and now the new prince is leveraging that to be like, there's been too much bloodshed. In honor of the old deceased prince, we are going to make it so that there is now peace between the Sabbat and the Cam. We're going to have a ceasefire. Our goal is to prevent any more bloodshed in these final nights. We need to focus on other matters. And the Sabbat's just like, okay, I guess we're just going to like betray them in like 50 years. And the Cam's like, they're going to betray us in like 50 years. Let's use that time to prepare. Meanwhile, I'm basically there as a liaison between the Cam and the Sabbat. And my whole goal is the Sabbat is saying, hey, you found a page from the Book of Nod in Camarilla territory. You didn't know it at the time, but now we know the Cam had a page of the Book of Nod. You need to do whatever you can to find more information on it. And the Cam, meanwhile, saying, okay, so the Sabbat wants their Book of Nod. Let's make it so that there's an official channel we can negotiate with them with, so we know what they learn. Instead of them like hiring out Nosferatu to spy on us and we have no idea, they're going to think they can get information from this diplomat of theirs. We are going to make it so that we only let them figure out what we want them to know. And both sides are like, 50 years from now, it's going to be bloodshed again. But for right now, we're both pretending like we think this is going to last forever. So the Book of Nod is a book, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's thought to have been written by Cain himself. And the Book of Nod in Vampire the Masquerade, a TTRPG where you play as vampires, where Cain, like the biblical Cain, is the original vampire. The Book of Nod is effectively the anti-Bible. It is the holy text of the Nodists, which is effectively a faction of vampires who believe Cain, we must resurrect him or avenge him. We must kill all of the humans. We must bring back the very first vampire. And in doing so, he will save us from this curse of undeath we have upon us. Now, does saving us mean turning us back into human? Does saving us mean killing all of us? Does saving us mean making us so powerful we don't even have to worry about being killed? We will just literally live forever like he does. It's unclear. Which is why vampires... Thank you, Assassin. Thank you, Shadow. Wait, so if you make a Bath cheese video, can you post in the Discord? It will be safe for work, I swear. I don't know what that means. I understand it's a reference to the Bath cheese conversation I had with Rory. I understand that. I'm wondering what you mean, make a Bath cheese video. So long as it's safe for work and doesn't breach, like, server rules, go ahead. I guess. Just make sure to, like, spoiler it. Yeah, so the Naudists say, hey, we need to bring back Cain, the very first vampire. We need him to save us, to kill us, to end our curse of unlife or make it even more powerful. And so the Book of Nod is this, like, mythical quest for all of them. The Book of Nod is this, basically, like, if we reconstruct the Book of Nod, we will learn how to save him. And the Book of Nod is intentionally kept vague, although I think that there are, like, in real life merchandise versions of the Book of Nod, I believe, that are, like, representations of what people think it is kind of deal. It's basically just a lore book. It's a real life lore book that is flavored around being the Book of Nod, but it's not literally the Book of Nod. So what my GM and I, or what the storyteller and I, my roommate, agreed on is that when I was immortal, I found a page of the Book of Nod that gave the first step of resurrecting Cain, and that was to achieve Golconda. Why doesn't they just buy a copy from Barnes & Noble? They tried back in the 70s. You would not like what happened after that, let me tell you. So Golconda is the mythical stage of enlightenment that vampires, some don't even think exists, some don't even think exists, which Golconda is the mythical stage of enlightenment that some vampires don't think exists, but is the idea of a vampire that can walk in the day. It is a vampire. Coid. Thank you very much, Coid. I appreciate it. Also, hello is back. Golconda is the mythical state of a vampire that can walk in the day. Hey, I'm gonna ban you unless you change your tune right now. Fun fact. Because if you're actually 13, that is not against Twitch TOS. However, frankly, that's not the vibe of the community. Hello, Patriot. But yeah, so we're talking about Vampire the Masquerade. It's a TTRPG where you play as vampires. And in this idea of what the character that I'm going to play is I found a page from the Book of Nod, this kind of like anti-Bible. And Golconda. Okay, I'm just gonna. I found this page when I was immortal. I have no idea what the deal with it is as immortal. And then I get joined into, I get embraced, I turn into a vampire, I join the Sabbat, and I find a page talking about Golconda, the state of enlightenment of vampires, and it says in the page, like this page that I find, this is the first step to reviving Cain. We're like, Golconda is essential to reviving Cain. You need to be in Golconda to revive Cain. So while most vampires think Golconda is the end goal, most vampires assume it is enlightenment, it is nirvana, it is vampire heaven, it is equilibrium with your inner beast, it is perfect harmony. In this game, or in this book, and maybe this is false in lore, maybe this is just not true even within the canon that my roommate's running, but you need to reach Golconda to revive Cain. So my character hears about Golconda reviving Cain and says, I don't know who this Cain guy is. What's Golconda? And basically devotes their life to trying to figure out Golconda. Meanwhile, the Sabbat is so focused on reviving Cain, right? How are y'all doing? I started stream an hour earlier than expected, so I was being silly. That's the opposite of secret? Yeah. When Cain's blood becomes so thin. Exactly. These are the final nights. We are currently in Gehenna, is the thought process of the Sabbat, as well as a lot of the vampires. We are in the final nights of vampires. We are at a point where if you're a vampire and you are far enough removed from Cain, so instead of Cain, I've talked about this before. So like Gen 1 sired Gen 2, Gen 2 sired Gen 3, and then 4, and then 5, and all the way down until now we're at like 14. We're at the point where if you're like a 14th gen vampire and you sire a 15th gen, they can't sire anyone. They can no longer make new vampires. So while yes, vampires are immortal, they last forever, they live forever, eventually, every 4th generation vampire will die. Eventually, every 5th generation vampire will die. And every 6th and 7th, and blah, 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 blah. And then eventually every 14th generation vampire, maybe 500 years from now, maybe 1,000 years from now, they will all die. And eventually, the only vampires remaining will be 15th generation and younger, who cannot make more vampires. And eventually, yes, vampires will go extinct. Is the hot tub correlated to the sub number? No, so the hot tub is not correlated to the sub number. Although I do have it that I guess it is kind of correlated. I said you get 1 minute of hot tub for every 100 bits, 5 minutes of hot tub for every sub. And I have since gotten like a lot of subs. So I'm just kind of riding out the hot tub. If you want more hot tub though, keep up those subs, because I think that by the end of the hour, we will run out of hot tub time. We vibe in the hot tub? Exactly. Why do you think there's a chat that has blush, sunglasses, and a bikini on? Which I hope you know. Oh my gosh. Shadow. Thank you. I will say though, I hope you know the reason I have this on hot tubs and baths and pools and whatever is not because of me. I think my outfit is sufficient to just be worn normally. I'm specifically doing this for chat because chat would be too hot to handle if I had this in just chatting. Biddies! Pretty sure when all vamps are thin blood, the antediluvians will wake up and destroy the world. Also, Cain wakes up and God may or may not come back. See, that's the thing. Gehenna is just like the rapture with extra steps. It is just the end of the world. It is just vampiric doomsday. It may not even be real. Yes, it is true that more recent vampires are at the point where they cannot functionally make more vampires, and we are at the point where older vampires, generation like 7 and lower, Shadow, thank you for that. I will remind everyone, we do have 35% off on 5 or more gift subs at a time. So if you want to donate subs, now is the time. when demons and angels come down. Chat thirst is real. You heard Kane? No, so we're talking about Kane from Vampire the Masquerade. However, Kane from Kane is not the same as Kane. However, this Kane, I would say, is more closely related to like biblical Kane because it even involves the stone. Meanwhile, this Kane is the biblical Kane. So your mileage may vary. See, why aren't the older ones not just making a bunch of new vampires? Because the older ones are like 2,000 years old. And the older ones are either sleeping in something called torpor, which is basically like a coma. It's basically the older generation vampire you are. If you take damage and you are sent basically catatonic, but not killed outright, you go into torpor. And your body slowly, over the course of, for a like 13th generation vampire, like a night, and for like a 10th generation vampire, like a year, and then for like a 5th generation vampire, like 50 years, it will just naturally repair itself. That is also very true, Celador. The old feed on the young want to supplant the old. But also, there's a very real issue called the calling. In Vampire the Masquerade, older vampires are called elders, and a lot of elders are feeling something called the calling. For whatever reason, they're not sure why, they have this pull, this desire to go out to the Middle East, which is prophesized to be like where Gehenna... Oh, sorry, the Beckoning. Thank you. I was thinking of the... No, that's summoning. I was going to say the Dominate Presence power. What is it? Yeah, basically, the Beckoning. It's this kind of pull. Right. It's this pull to come to the Middle East, and basically elder vampires that have been doing this for like 500, 1,000, 2,000 years, are suddenly feeling, I need to go fight the Final Knights. I need to go to the Middle East and I need to combat the enemy. I need to fight on behalf of my faction. Just kind of supernaturally, they're feeling this. And it's not forced. However, imagine you're living your life and every single day, all day, every day, someone is whispering in your ear, hey, come over. Or like every single day you're getting a message on whatever device you're using. Literally like multiple times an hour. Hey, come over to my house. Come on. Come over here. Come on. Let's go. Come to my window. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. And you can't block it. You can't stop it. If you put down your phone, your like smart fridge will start beeping. If you have no smart devices, your bed will start talking to you. You just hear the voice in your brain. You hear this thrum in your chest that just says, hey, come on, let's go. And maybe you just ignore it for a year. You're immortal. Are you going to ignore it for all eternity? Are you going to ignore someone asking you to come on over for literally 1,000 years if they're asking you every second of every day? No. You're the only way to stop the beckoning, to stop the voice, as far as you're aware, is to just follow it. And what's the worst that could happen? You go over to the Middle East, you kill some vampires, you come back. Maybe you're gone 10 years. You've lived 1,000. It will finally get rid of that voice. No, but the voices do call you Stud Muffin, much like Aerie. So that's the beckoning. And that's part of the issue is that all of these elders who like, oh, I'm the elder of London. I've been ruling London for 700 years. Oops, I feel the beckoning. Bye. So now suddenly the only 5th generation vampire in all of like the UK just peaced out because they succumbed to the beckoning. Now the most powerful generation vampire in the UK left is like 10 6th generations. And then a year later, one of them dies. So it's 9. A year later, one of them succumbs to the beckoning. So it's 8. 10 years later, one of them is stuck in torpor and like buried under a thing of rubble. So they're never getting out. That's 7. And like just over time, over not just decades, not just centuries, but over millennia, you get to a point where you can't make another 6th generation vampire without a 5th generation vampire. And all of the 5th generations are gone. So the highest ranking generation you can do is a 7th gen. But look at how the 6th gen are going. They're gone. They're no longer there. So then suddenly you don't have any 6th gen left. You only have 7th gen. And the 7th gen can only make 8th gen. And then that's how you get vampire extinction. Because we're not talking over the course of years. We're talking over millennia. You like Vampire the Masquerade? The beckoning may be a thing. So in some stories, elders can be present. Yeah, so the beckoning is not something that every elder always faces. Broadly speaking, it's kind of completely up to the storyteller. So for instance, in LA by Night, in LA by Night, Abrams, who is like, I don't know, maybe like 150 years old, maybe like 100, because like he was around back in like the 20s, 30s, and like got embraced beginning of the 20th century. He succumbs to the beckoning in like 2015, right? So that's a situation where he's not an elder. He's not super old. He's experienced, but he's like, my guess is like a 10th or 11th gen vampire. He's not like a 5th gen vampire. So that was because Jason Carl, the storyteller, knew it would be narratively satisfying for Nellie's mentor, the basically de facto leader of the Barons, to leave. Oh, hot tub stream. Exactly, Guile. The question of whether vampires are destined to go extinct? Yeah. In LA, you can have a mere like 9th or 10th be prince, maybe. Well, and that's the thing, right? Is that like, we're at the point where a 9th or a 10th gen, which let me remind you, what generation you are in terms of vampire is not dependent on time. Tonight, like in 2025, you can have a new 5th generation vampire made tonight. That would require a 4th generation vampire to not just be present, but also to embrace someone, which they're not really inclined to do. So it's really rare, but like, you can have a 9th generation vampire who is 1,000 years old. You can have a 5th generation vampire who's 50 years old. Age is not generation, funny enough. However, broadly speaking, your generation is like your power maximum. Meanwhile, your age is kind of your experience. So if you have a 1,000-year-old 9th gen facing off against a 50-year-old like 7th gen, I'd probably put my money on the 9th gen, because this is not a big enough gap where I would say the 7th gen just naturally has a higher power floor or ceiling than the 9th gen, and the experience is so much more. But if you have like, call it like a 10-year-old like 6th gen, I'd probably put my money on the 10-year-old 6th gen. Not gonna lie. Like, because the power scaling of like the difference. Thank you for the follow, sad man. The difference between a 9th gen and a 6th gen is so much that it doesn't matter if you have 1,000 years to master everything being a 9th gen can offer. A 6th gen who literally has any experience in knowing what their powers do will wipe the floor with you. You had a 6th gen who was sired 50 years ago? Oh my gosh, yeah. He may or may not have Diablerized his sire. Yep. And that's the thing, is that another thing you can do is Diablery. Diablery. This is the process of one vampire consuming another vampire and basically absorbing their spirit and their essence and their blood, to the extent that if you Diablerize a vampire that is a lower generation than you, so if I am a 9th gen and I Diablerize a 10th gen vampire, I then become, if I'm a 9th gen and I Diablerize an 8th gen, my apologies, because remember, lower is better, it's golf rules. If I Diablerize an 8th gen, I will then become Gen 8. However, that doesn't give more vampires. That just makes it so that I can make more vampires. So remember, if I'm a 9th gen, any vampire I make is a 10th gen. Now that I'm an 8th gen, any vampire I make is a 9th gen. So this doesn't fix our population problem. It just kind of kicks it back 100 years. It kicks it back 500 years. It doesn't make it so that we are now renewable, because I had to find, kill, consume, and survive Diablerizing an 8th gen. That doesn't give us more 8th gens, or that doesn't give me a 7th gen either. If I, as a 10th gen, Diablerize a 7th gen, I still only become a 9th gen. It doesn't matter if I Diablerize a 7th gen or a 9th gen, or even if I somehow crazily Diablerize like a 4th gen. All of this just brings me over to 9. It just brings me down by 1. Meaning, it is not sustainable. With Diablery, the one who's getting drinked can end up taking over the body? Yeah. Speaking of drinking, I hope you didn't hear me like slurping on some water. You Detroit become human? Oh my gosh. You will make it your mission to Diablerize Kane himself, and there are many who have tried, I'm sure. A reminder though, Kane basically has the power of a god. The 2nd generation were all wiped out in the flood, like the biblical flood. The 3rd are so powerful that one woke up back in 1999 and killed like 90% of its clan purely by being awake. And it took like vampires putting aside their differences and working together, plus mages, and I think maybe even like Garrow, all working together to just put it back to sleep. Did not even kill it. Put it back to sleep. And that's why Ravno, 3rd generation killed 2nd? I thought it was that they died in the flood. Like just walking around. No. So not walking around absorbed them, like in waking up. So I think it was the Ravnos one. In 1999, the Ravnos Antediluvian, the 3rd generation, woke up. Snap like that. 90% of them just died. Very much like in 40k, when Slanesh awoke and just killed like 99% of the Eldar. That's what happened to the Ravnos. Just wakes up, dead. Got it. Thank you, Celador. Is this the Y2K everyone was panicking about? No. So this was 1999. This was what was happening in Morio. While Yosuke was pursuing Kira, the Ravnos were being annihilated. Do you remember Kane does scale above Goku? That, yes. Kane is very much a... Like the Antediluvians, the third gen, are considered like... Probably, in SCP terms, they would be like... One Awakening would be like an XK end of world scenario. Kane Awakening would be equivalent to a deity descending to the earth or the devil coming up from hell. Which might not be true because in Bloodlines, in Masquerade, the video game from like 2004, there's a cab driver who was theorized to be Kane, and I think it is either confirmed or it was never commented on by the devs. Because if you're a Malkavian, talking to that cab driver implies that they are Kane. And the Malkavian dialogue options are oftentimes like meta jokes and or like cheating, so to speak, to represent the fact that the Malkavian has like visions. So Kane Awakening might not be that crazy because Kane might already be awake and having just been walking among us this entire time. Which would be very on brand for like high powered entities, just kind of be like really low key and chill. Didn't the Technocracy drop a nuke on it and it survived? Yes, Travis. The Technocracy are the mages who worked. Maybe not. I don't know if it was directly alongside. It may have been like indirectly alongside where Technocracy was fighting Ravnos as the vampires were fighting it, and they just kind of both didn't deal with each other. Or it might have been they actually did work together. I can't remember. Technocracy nuked Ravnos, didn't kill it. For context, a flamethrower can kill a vampire. Normally, like a Molotov cocktail, a incendiary grenade, a hair sprayer with a lighter, theoretically could kill a vampire. Ravnos survived a nuke. That is the power scaling. Yeah, like I'm sure Kane could limit his power to not cause a ruckus. Yeah, probably. Like, honestly, I love overpowered entities who like just want to chill. And then there's always that cool moment where it's just like, oh, they gotta like release the seal. They gotta like release the seal, or they gotta like turn on the evil powers or whatever, and then they just like end a fight and go back to being chill because they've existed for like 50,000 years. They don't care. If they wanted to destroy the world, they would have done it before the dawn of human civilization. Although I did... Okay, time for... Let me... How many of you know... Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, so real quick. I looked up... I was going to look up Gilgamesh. Because there is a streamer who has been doing a reading of the Epic of Gilgamesh recently. I believe her name is Rachel Banner. Rachel Banner is another Twitch streamer who recently did a series of readings and uploaded these as YouTube videos, doing a reading of the Epic of Gilgamesh, providing more context. Why is it that when I looked up in, like, I'm just going to show this. So, like, I'm like, okay, so this is like who it is. These are great videos. I honestly love these. I put these on when I was like driving or whatever. The way she presents the Epic of Gilgamesh is so interesting. The way that she talks about it and gives context for it, I honestly love it. I highly encourage checking her out. Her channel is Rachel Banner. Highly recommend. I've dropped some of it in the Discord. However, I direct your attention to this one. This, as you can see, this is an incognito tab. This is not my history. This is not my tab. This is just what normally comes up. This was the first option when I typed in GI. This was the first option. Why is this a thing people are searching on YouTube? Why is this a thing that people are searching on YouTube? I did a double take. I did a double take because I thought I misread that. I am terribly sorry. I just needed to complain about that because I was shocked and awed. Not in a good way, in a very bad way, in the way that you don't want to see. Enkidu is a 4th generation vampire. Wait, really? Huh. Neat. What a time to be having lunch. I'm so sorry. It makes a disturbing amount of sense. People think that online habits aren't recorded. Yeah. Which, like, the theory of, like, having it be proof might actually be true. Because some people think that doesn't happen. You couldn't read that? I'm not going to repeat it. Can I start threads on my Discord? No, Threads is a different social media website. Your preferences for incredibly powerful things who are trying to be nice to strange little 3-dimensional creatures that are clamoring its name and making a big fuss. Okay, so how many of you know about the post where it's talking about treating eldritch entities like you treat ants? Not in the way of like, oh, insects, I crush you because I am superior, but in the way of like, if you see a bug in your house, presumably you're either going to be scared of it, you're going to crush it, or you're going to pick it up and bring it outside. Now imagine what that means on the cosmic scale. You are on your planet, you're living your daily life, and suddenly you catch the eye of an elder thing that is beyond your comprehension. And it quivers in fear from you. And suddenly a different other eldritch entity comes by and annihilates your being from existence and history, because that's the equivalent of smacking you with a newspaper and then putting you in the garbage to them. And then a different circumstance where you are living your life, you're on your planet, an eldritch entity sees you and like whispers incomprehensible secrets into your brain, and you find yourself in a different reality where like up is down, left is right, right is also still right, and down is also still down. So you just can't go 2 directions that you thought you normally could. And also, whenever you open your mouth, all you hear is your own screaming, but you have no voice. Because that is the Eldritch God equivalent of taking you from inside the kitchen and putting you on the porch outside. Like, have your Eldritch entities treat humans like you do ants or you do bugs, or maybe spiders is another good comparison. And you will have far more interesting interactions than like dead Cthulhu lies sleeping in the ancient city of Relay, and when he stirs, madness shall reign across the land, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's been done before. That is interesting. That was a very compelling storyline that has been done so many times before. However, a separate, related, but distinct case of like eldritch entities treating you like ants. Imagine you walk into your kitchen and you see a circle of ants chanting your name with like a sugar cube in the center. And like dead ants are like covering the sugar cube, and they were all systematically had their limbs ripped off. How would you react? Genuinely, if you walk into your kitchen and you see a circle of ants surrounding a sugar cube that is covered in ants whose limbs were ripped off, you would take interest. You'd be like, what am I looking at here? And then you see, once you approach, they all, like, some of them scatter, but one approaches you and requests more sugar. You're going to give it sugar, right? Like, what is going on? Like, I want to see what happens next. Like, well, yeah, one of the ants has a special hat and it says, like, we request sugar. Oh, great one. Like, I'd give them some sugar. And then suddenly, this is how cults act towards Cthulhu. Similarly, I know how to give you sugar. I know how to take care of the wasp nest nearby you that is causing you trouble. But what happens if a single ant approaches you and says, oh, great Maddie, oh, great Wumpus. Here is my offering of sugar. Please, I want this other ant to fall in love with me. How would you, as a human, make an ant fall in love with another ant? No. Humanity is... Oh, Lord, teach me sugar. That's a Fungi reference. This is humanity's relationship with bees. Basically, exactly, Wumpus. You kill all of the others. So now, there are two ants surrounded by dead bodies that, like, you use, like, chemical warfare that they could... Like, you used raid to, like, kill all the other ants. Or you used, like, the salt that, like, they think is sweet, so they try to eat it, but, like, it cuts them up or whatever. It, like, cuts their carapace. You do some form of slaying, some sort of kin slaying. So there's only two ants left. And this one ant who approached you was like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Is this what I wanted? Is this what I sacrificed everything for? And you, meanwhile, are like, okay, good job, thumbs up. They sacrifice honey in exchange for an indestructible giant who defends the hive from all harm. Exactly. They're like, that's the exact same thing, is that, like, bees is another great example of what would a beekeeper do if their bees communicated to them and said, we will give you all of the honey in our hive should you provide us with protection from the great hunger. And the great hunger is just a bear that wanted honey. So then the human's like, okay, yeah, like, I'll call animal control, and, like, they tranquilize the bear and they pull it away. And then the bees, who did not see animal control, go, oh, how powerful, we fear your power. And, like, that's the kind of mindset, that's the kind of relationship that's interesting. It is a dynamic that I've heard talked about, but haven't actually seen explored that much. Or you could use pheromones, but that would... No, exactly. Andy, you exactly are right. That's not love. That would be, at best, an aphrodisiac. At worst, it would be coercion. But what conception does a human have of ant relationships or even chemistry? So if you just use pheromones to like get one ant to like hanky panky with another, imagine that first ant who made that deal is just like, wait, is this even love? Is this what I wanted? I got the gratification I wanted, but like, was this given freely? No, it wasn't. Like, I feel awful. This is not what I was promised. I was forsaken. Meanwhile, the human's just like, okay, cool, awesome, and like goes about their day. There's an entire video about Tail Foundry about dead gods. The conclusions are really interesting. I know a couple videos from Tail Foundry about different things like contracts or promises as a magic system kind of deal. Tail Foundry is really good. Whatever happened to vibing with your Eldritch homies? Listen, do you not crack open a cold one on the weekend with the Eldritch boys? The great cold ones, so to speak? Or you accidentally killed the target and now you have to puppet the corpse? Oh. We are so beyond them that we can only affect materially. Or you kidnap the two ants and put them in a terrarium of sorts. Exactly. Like, but you think you know ant anatomy. So you put them in a terrarium. It's just two of them. You put in like a layer of dirt. You put in like a rock. You put in like one of those like fake rotted logs and like some shrubbery here, and like you put like a lamp here kind of deal. There's just like a little bit of water here. You put in what you think is all the essentials. The ants in like 24 hours realize this is not natural. We're not somewhere normal. Why is there this wall here? I can see outside of it, but I can't go to it. It's as if I'm held here by some sort of extra dimensional force. Me coaching the ant on how to woo the fellow. If you're a vampire, you're cracking open a boy with the cold one. Cracking open a cold one with the Eldritch boys is what happens when you die and the Valkyries carry you to Odin in Valhalla, waiting for you with drink and story. I don't think I'd fit in Valhalla, unfortunately. I'm not violent enough. I also don't drink. So while I do think it would be awesome to live an honorable warrior's life, die an honorable warrior's death, and then go on to an honorable warrior's afterlife where I will train and fight and drink and feast until the time of Ragnarok, in which I will descend to then die honorably fighting a warrior's death in the afterlife. I don't think that's for me, unfortunately. I thought it was just the former. I thought it was you just have to die in battle. Going the Eldritch Disney princess route. Thank you, Windbreaker. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, sad man. I didn't see that 20 minutes ago. This includes being suffocated in between thighs. I wouldn't put it past them. I wasn't expecting that. That is my answer. Okay, so all I will say in response to that, Coid, is so long as everyone involved consents, go off. If you want to treat that as a battle, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to get in your way, and I'm going to let you do your thing. Nope, sorry. Just messing with my model real quick. Klingon style. Oh my gosh. It is literally written in runes of old. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, one of the OSP trope talks is about little animals where normal things are completely incomprehensible. Yeah, exactly. Dramatic irony, cosmic horror. Yeah. So if an ant calls for more sugar, you could just dump so much sugar on that particular one that it kills it, instilling in all the other ants awe and horror at the sacrifice necessary for great holy favor. Okay, I need to blow my nose. Okay, so in response to the existence of casual hanky-panky implies the existence of ranked competitive hanky-panky. Dare I even add, like, is that not just OnlyFans? Like, genuine question. If it is casual, like welcome back, everyone. We're talking about the difference between casual sex and ranked competitive sex. Is like OnlyFans and like NSFW sites, like if that's your job and you are objectively ranked via viewer metrics on how popular you are, is that not just ranked competitive sex? No, because my first thought was brothels or like folks who like work the street for instance, but that's not competitive, or that's not ranked. That is competitive, but it's not ranked. Can you turn your model? Are you on a fixed axis? I can turn my model. Yeah. Womp womp. Wait. Womp womp. I think ranked competitive hanky panky is. I don't even know what that is. What about OnlyFans creators who only make content alone? That's the thing. Are we differentiating between like solo and partners? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know if the most popular creators are solo or if they're partners or if it's like. Oh, sorry. I don't watch OnlyFans. I'm sorry. I'm not an expert. If anyone is, try to keep it safe for work, but feel free to explain. There's 1v1 sports and 2v2 sports, so why not? No, that's what I'm thinking. Is it like solos and duos? And potentially more than duos, if we're talking about that? Is spanking? No, so spanking is not considered hanky-panky. I'd say it's more ranked simp accumulation. No, what do you think the competition is, Leans? Ranked entertainment sales? No, I don't want OnlyFans either. I don't eat flan. I can't say to have ever eaten flan. Oh, spanking it, like Does anyone else know how to do that where you just like you pull your cheek rapidly and it's just like What do you mean I'm say so? What? Have you never done that before? I don't think OnlyFans creators really see themselves as competing, but they do steady shit. Okay, so I think we have to make a distinction between if you want to make it a career versus you're doing it for like income versus you're doing it for fun. Right? Clip it and send it. Instant mass confusion. My assumption is that much in the same way that for streaming, for instance, like safe for work streaming, like what I do, because I just got called say so and then I made chat explode. Hopefully only in terms of messages. For fun, if you're like streaming or if it's OnlyFans or whatever, you're probably not competing because it's for fun. Why would you compete in fun if it's not a competitive field? But if you want to make income, that's where you start worrying about your rank, because that determines what your income is. And if you're trying to make it a career, I don't know the industry. I can't claim to be an expert on that field, but in parallels to things like streaming, it is a ranked competitive field. If you are the number one spot, you will make more money than if you are the number 100 spot. Both of these will make a lot of money. However, number one will probably make much more money than number 100. So you probably want to take the success from number one. Now, granted, not everyone's like that, and that's not unique to the OnlyFans space. That's just sports do that. Streaming does that. Entertainment does that. Anything that is ranked competitive, if you are not number one, you presumably want to be the number one spot. How you go about that is determined on the individual. For instance, when I do streaming, I don't really concern myself with taking the success of others or occupying the same space as someone else. I focus on my own growth, basically just compared to myself as best I can. Because if I compare myself to like Rory has grown faster on Twitch than me, but slower on YouTube than I have. If I compare myself to like Archivist has had massive success recently on Twitch and has finally released a YouTube video, which Maddie actually posted on the Discord already. These are not useful metrics or bars to compare myself to explicitly because they have different niches, experiences, content fields than I do. So it doesn't make sense to compare myself. So I don't. I focus on comparing myself to me. I still think like, oh man, if I was rank 100, I want to be ranked number one, but I'm not trying to take the success away from other people. For me, it's not just business, to quote a drama in the VTuber space from a couple months ago. But that's not how everyone acts. See, Cinder, it's just business. So, what fluid do you have to drink to move up a generation in OnlyFans? You have... I think in order to like rank up in OnlyFans, you have to drain the person above you dry. Of course, I am speaking about their blood. Gender fluid, yep. You see, as ace people, we're the only ones who can look at this objectively. You're on the ace spectrum, you have no opinion. No, that's the thing. Like, Maddie's kind of right, where it's... You do need... It is a little bit of like... What is it? Coaches don't play. Like, you ever met someone who can't land a relationship or is uninterested in a relationship, who just gives the best relationship advice? Coaches don't play. You ever met someone who like doesn't have a like OnlyFans or whatever because they're not interested in that, but like they just know how the industry works? Coaches don't play. However, if you come into my comments, which this happens all the time. Not all the time, but like it happens more frequently than you would think. People come in and they're just like, hey, you should do this different. And generally they're either rude about it or they're telling me you will never find any success because I don't like what you're doing. And then my instant reaction to that, broadly speaking, is to click on their channel, see that they have like 1 subscriber, no videos uploaded, and their name is like Cretin-224. So I'll just respond to them and be like, thanks for the advice, Cretin-224. Because, listen, it's no Impeach Obama ASAP 2010. That is my favorite name a commenter has ever had. However, if I full name you in a comment, you did something wrong. You did something that made me think, I'm not even going to respond to what you said. I am just going to full name you to demonstrate you don't know what you're talking about. Yo, what's up? Sorry. New Oshi? Yeah. New favorite creator. Cretin224. Oh, I should make an alt account. I should make an alt account called Cretin224. And that's where I post all of my like unhinged like personal life ranting. Cause that's okay. No shade against anyone. Just like shade? Nah. Personally, I don't understand why some people have like a PL account where they just rant. Like, specifically content creators, where certain individuals will have an account that they tie to their content account, but then they say a bunch of stuff on their private account or their like personal account that they don't want getting out onto their content account. Because at that point, I would like my diagnosis is just don't tie it to your content. Just make a private account and talk about it there, or just don't talk about it. But it is very silly to me whenever I hear a controversy about like, oh, this person on their private account said stuff that was upsetting to their audience. And then I'm like, why would you do that? Just keep it to yourself. You don't need to say everything online. And maybe this is because I've talked about this before. I did not grow up on social media. I got like Facebook late. Like I got Facebook after Facebook was already on the decline because I didn't really care about it. I didn't really use it. I never got on Instagram. I used like Snapchat briefly. I don't even have that account anymore. I've been on Discord for a while, but that's mostly for messaging friends, not social media. Use code Cretin for 22.4% off. Okay, what if... Wait. Okay, so fun fact. I have a Patreon. And on it, you can vote for free which Lancer frame I will cover next. Which, reminder, that is tomorrow. There's a new Lancer video coming out tomorrow, and a lot of people haven't voted, so feel free to hop in and vote. But also, once a month, which I haven't done yet because I got super busy at the end of the month, once a month, I will create a piece of, like, content. Maddie, shut up. So like once a month I will create a piece of content, which is like a adventure, homebrew, whatever. What if I also make like just completely original content with the character of like Cretin224? And it's just me, or what if it's just me reading out all of just the worst, most vile comments, both the ones that are like rude, but also the ones that are like creepy. And it's just me as this like caricature of a commenter, just reading out all of this stuff. Did I make the Guilty Pleasure this month? No, so I have Guilty Pleasures in my hand right now, and I have not drawn it for July yet. I drew it for June. I have not drawn it for July. I need to draw it for July. Cretin224 is an NHP based on weird YouTube comments. Ah, yes, thank you, Wumpus. Wear a mustache and glasses. GIF of women kissing. Okay, so... Oh gosh. I need to make the Lancer adventure because I was going to do it like Monday-ish, like Sunday, Monday-ish. And that is when I got into massive trouble with my roommate's phone, which we found thankfully, but like my entire schedule for the last like 48 hours was thrown off. So I didn't get able to do it. So my plan is to do it in the next couple days because now I kind of have to recover from that. I ideally want to, after stream today, make a video for today and then a video for tomorrow, and then I can start up that adventure. which I already know what I'm doing. It's just a matter of actually like writing it down in a presentable way and then posting it. Yes, I have not read the fanfic. I do not know if I'm actually going to read it on stream or not. I don't know if that's a good idea. If I want gains, I make some cretin 224 in with my protein powder pre-pump. What do you mean women kissing bark, bark, bark? Okay. Just poll for the chat real quick. 1 for Yaoi, 2 for Yuri. Go. Just quick. You're tempted to put your writing skills to the test and write a story of an anthill mad with religious fervor for its human overlords. Do it and share it. Honestly. See, I never said you can't do 1 and 2. I never said you couldn't do 1.5. I just said 1 for Yaoi, 2 for Yuri. Go. All of you who are bi, all of you who are pan or poly or whatever, you have options. Orleans with the sleeper hit 0. Wait, what is what? Yeah. Do you prefer, not even do you prefer, literally just 1 for Yaoi, 2 for Yuri. No context. See, I'm ace, but I just like most queer writing. That's the thing. I didn't say, are you attracted to it? I didn't say, do you prefer it? I didn't say, do you think it should be more common or not? All I said, 1 for Yaoi, 2 for Yuri. Don't despair, straight guys are the source of most unhinged YouTube comments. Which, and that's the thing, right? Like, that's a little bit of why I don't hyper focus on making my community like queer oriented. Because I'm a TTRPG channel first and foremost, which obviously is very queer friendly, and I'm queer. I'm going to be a queer friendly space, but I'm not going to make it like queer oriented like some other channels I know, which is not a dig at those channels. It's literally just like, there are some channels where a big part of the branding of the channel is this is a queer space for queer people. I kind of want to be that sort of person where it's just like, it doesn't really matter who you are so long as you're not a jerk. So long as you're willing to tolerate the differences of others and you're willing to work with them, you're welcome here. So that's all that's to say is just like, I know I make a bunch of jokes about my audience mostly being a bunch of like sapphic trans femmes, but like we got a lot of other folks in here and I don't want to disrespect that. Straight as a noodle after you get it wet. Shut up. Yeah, who knew? I own a few, but I just never really got into either, so shrug. See, that's the thing. I was never into either. Because like Yuri and Yaoi are genres, right? I think it's fair to say Yuri and Yaoi are genres more so than description. Because if something is yaoi, it brings certain connotations with it more than if it is just a gay romance. A romance of 2 men or 2 or more men. Yuri has more connotations than just it is 2 girls kissing, right? It is more specific than that. Hard to believe I know, but Arrow's envy. Yuri, Yaoi, and Yummers. Whoa, what did I turn into? So Cauldron, 1 for Yaoi, 2 for Yuri. Yes, you will be judged for this. As I recall, the dirty... is something as Yaoi that makes it wowie. Okay, unironically, I was watching Mayoshi. I was watching a VTuber who saw 2 male characters interacting, and she just goes, Yowie zowie. And she's just like, it's literally completely platonic. No, when I say interacting, I literally mean like they were having a conversation, and I think it was one of those things where one was like, hey, make sure to come back to me. I need to have a drink with you later. And the other guy's just like, really? and pass up on the opportunity for you to treat me, well, how could I say no to that? And then like they part ways. Like it's one of those things where it's perfectly platonic unless you want to view it differently, in which case there is a reasonable way to see it as queer. And of course, the person I'm watching just goes, yowie, zowie. No. She definitely said yowie. Like, I've watched her enough to know how her brain goes. Yuri's for the romantics. Okay, true. Yuri is for when you want to see something that is literally the sweetest thing you've ever seen. I've already talked about freaking Can't Say No to the Lonely Girl or Can't Defy the Lonely Girl enough. Yowie hands Luke. Okay. Would you still love me if I have yowie hands? I'm very open about the fact that I have freakishly large hands. Like, I don't quite have hands the size of someone else's torso. However, my hands are, like, larger than anyone else I know. Including people who are taller than me. I don't remember the last time I interacted. Okay. What are yowie? So, yowie hands. Yowie hands. Do you see the size of this man's hand? Just like, hump. Like, and that's not even the worst thing. Look at this lad. Oh, yep. Yep, there's this one. Hold up. There's also... Yep, there's these. Uh-huh. Well, no. Would you still shoot me if I was a shrimp with yowie hands? Yes. He could hold a watermelon in one hand with his fingers touching. Hands that have evolved to hold an entire waist. Literally. Those hands are bigger than Australian spiders. Women really like hands. No, see, that's the thing. They can shatter cinder balls. No, so that's the thing, right? The origin of yowie hands is that yowie, as a genre, was like pioneered by like het women. And because it was not mainstream, because this was like, was it pre-90s? Anyone who knows this better than I do you know if it was like pre-90s or if it was like around the 90s where like yaoi started getting more like popular and mainstream, in at least in Japan? But like generally 90s, pre-90s, it was not mainstream. So it was all basically not quite self-published, but it was all like self-produced. You wouldn't have publishing houses that would have like editors on staff to assist in yaoi, or like storyboard, or like mangakas were completely alone and basically just submitted it hoping they would get in, broadly speaking. And then as a result of that, the bar of entry was very low, is what I will say. However, because yaoi met a specific cultural need at the time, specifically for straight Japanese women to consume romance media that focused less on gender roles, it actually got stupidly popular. The reason there's the stereotype again, at least in Japan, because it's about yaoi specifically, not just like male romance. The reason there's a stereotype of like a fujoshi, or like a woman who is obsessed with like gay men, is because there's a long-standing cultural history, or long-standing is in like a couple decades, of the main source of genuine romantic connection in fiction, at least in manga, was yaoi. Because in traditional manga romance, there was very strong gender roles. So women were expected to be submissive and receptive, while men were expected to be dominant and assertive. Basically, no matter what their personalities were outside of that, and no matter what circumstances they were in, you wouldn't really have like a shy male and an assertive female, for instance. You wouldn't generally have a equal societal relationship. It would almost always be man above woman. Because they were both men, that wasn't applicable to early stage yaoi. So therefore, mangaka were given greater freedom in the relationships they could develop, and specifically the relationships they could portray. So that's why, in short, yaoi is POG. I love the bring my Fujoshi sister to a gay bar, but she throws up because it's Bear's Night. I have not seen that meme, but that makes me laugh very hard. You only just noticed the blush and sunglasses on. Also the bikini. I wouldn't have you be unclothed. Although there is a meme. Have I shown this before? Yaoi. What is this meme? So this is a meme where we have straight women yaoi. So this is yaoi for straight women. This is yaoi for gay men. This is yaoi for lesbians. And then this is yaoi for straight men. This is what I think of when I think of like a yaoi meme, because this is very funny to me. Because out of all of these, like, these are all extremely applicable. I can't say I'm extremely knowledgeable on lesbian yaoi. I can't say I know what that's referencing. It looks like L from Death Note. But also, I feel like a lot of straight women and also gay men really like Light and L. We need more bare and bearded men in manhwas and manga. I mean, honestly, yeah. I'm always a big proponent of representation. I'm always a big proponent of having fiction that is internally consistent, that follows its own internal logic, but in so doing is also a reflection of the real world, at least in some respects. So whether that is increasing diversity, or that is increasing the breadth of experiences you can draw on, even something as simple as having a stay-at-home dad in fiction, as something as simple as having a single-parent household where the parent has like struggles that they go through independent of their children, where their entire life is not devoted to their children, but they still have struggles. Something like increased diversity or different types of yaoi to include. There's a manhwa that I love where the scary northern duke is actually bearded, scarred, and grizzled instead of another twink. I can't say bears are my type. I'm sorry. Yo, Mr. White, want to go grab coffee later? Jesse, how could you be so naive? We have to focus on business and our product. You had a beard, my ex. That makes me laugh. Think of the worst looking, scrawny, abandoned kitten, poorly dressed rodent man. And you have a lesbian yaoi. Oh, don't worry. based off of how most lesbians I know describe their their favorite men in fiction, I get it. I just don't have an example to draw upon. That's a good meme. You're a banana. What are you, banana hammock? Chad's more of a monokini bod. Listen, y'all got that square build. I'm not out here trying to like enforce specific gender norms. I just want to make sure you were properly covered up. Otherwise, I could get in trouble with Twitch. If you weren't properly covered, if this was too hot to handle, you might get me in trouble, even though I'm in the hot tubs and pools category, which, let me remind you, this is, strictly speaking, a hot tub stream. Nominally, this is a hot tub stream. Now, is this a hot tub stream that is anything like a random viewer would actually click on or stay for? Probably not. However, I'm silly. Wait, is that why someone came in asking for ASL? Wait, you're so right. They might have unironically been like browsing via the category because they were a first-time chatter and they don't follow me, I think. Non-trad hot tub streamer. I can't believe someone came in here asking for ASL. And then when I was like, hey, we don't do that here, I'm gonna ban you if you keep it up, they didn't change their behavior and just kept like doubling down. I click on this if it was in my homepage as an ace person, you are an outlier. So that's the thing. Would you click on it if you were browsing the hot tubs and pools category, which, real quick, if I was to say, sorry about that. Let me, wait, why am I in the second spot of hot tubs and pools? So I think we're a little different than what everyone else is doing. Because we have Duck, we have Scantily Clad Anime Girl, we have Beautiful Russian Girl on live now, Summertime Hot Tub Stream, Let Me Cook, Beautiful Girl on live now, Beach Sports, Who is Ready to Flirt. Oh, there's a 24/7 spinning fish. POG. Wow. This was not as big of a category as I thought it would be. That's so silly. Okay, back over to beach. Sorry, I just thought it would be funny to look into that and just be like, what's going on over here? What is going on inside your head? You're curious about the duck? Yeah, well, if you really want, if they're still streaming, I can raid into the duck. All right? I was also intrigued by the duck. I'm not gonna lie. Should I just like have an impromptu raid where like we keep the stream up, we don't end the stream, but I just send all of you over to the duck and we're like, hey, we saw you from across. Hey, I saw you from across the category. I liked your vibe. Wanna knock? Oh my gosh. Wait, what if I spent this entire stream just going to random streamers with all of you in tow, raiding into them, not ending stream though. Stream stays up. I send you to a bunch of streamers and I'm like, hey, what's good? Whoa. Don't call me an abusive big sister. How dare you? Eldritch horror romance is ultimately whatever you make it. Could be multiple women chasing an eldritch woman, or alternatively an eldritch woman identifying being looking for a wife. Thank you, Leftman. Or Prue, I suppose. You know what you do to Squishmallows? Okay, what I do to Squishmallows is I stand here and I punch it in such a way that it has upward force so that while it's flying upwards, I can bring back my other hand to hit it again, and I can juggle it like a fighting game combo until eventually I get a limit break, and then I send it laterally at my roommate's face. I Tekken combo them, yes. No, because I saw you were in Prue, and I was like, oh, hey, Leftman. I'm like, wait a minute. I recognize the name Prue. In this economy? I'm not an abusive mob boss. I'm an efficient mob boss. Hey, you, where I'm Vicky from the Fairly Odd Parents. Listen, we already have one fanfiction. Well, strictly speaking, we have two. However, one of them is not about me as a content creator. One of them is about me in my past life. You're saying no, I'm not abusive. No. POG. We need an Arrow Kisser plushie. We need more. Honestly, I think what would be... Okay, so genuinely, if we want an Arrow Kisser plushie, all it would take is... I think broadly speaking, most independent places require a minimum order of like 15 to 25. So it'd be a matter of like, if the community wanted to get Arrow Kisser plushies, I could commission it. I could buy it. Like I could set it up. I would just need a guarantee that I would be able to fulfill their minimum order. That's really the only bar to entry. I have not invested in merch literally at all because I've assumed people would not be interested. And when I say not interested, I mean not interested and willing to pay. Because I understand what it's like to be interested in something, but not being willing to pay for it. I get that. Hot glue, white pom-poms, and a tangle of black yarn. No. I'm just gonna message Rory that real quick. Sorry, I just need a... I just needed to share. So what if I have all the plushies for myself and I have them flood my room? Then I would be poor. Which, let's be real, I already am. Basically, my point is, if y'all want merch, whether that is a plush or that is like stickers or like whatever, I am not in a position where I can effectively do that without a guarantee that there would be a minimum order. And I don't expect that. I'm not looking for that. I'm not pushing for that because I understand that everyone's financial situation is different. I just got a bunch of gift subs from this stream. I'm not used to that, but that's also because it's a special event. So Battle Royale for the plushie. I can't afford currently, or I wouldn't even hesitate for 5 of them. But are you truly poor if what you've gained is a ton of plushies? Yes, because I wouldn't be able to afford rent. Money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather be sad in a luxury home. That's the thing. I have heard the take. So I've heard the take, like, money can't buy happiness is a lie. Because you have to pay for therapy, a home, and leisure. So it's the idea that money by itself will not give you happiness. However, being able to not just account for your necessities, not just account for your needs, but also account for your desires and your mental health are all things that require money. So it is not a bad idea to be financially oriented, to get to the point where you can then invest in those things. The issue that a lot of people do is they put the cart before the horse. They focus on money for money's sake, and that is not fulfillment. That is not happiness. However, if you are not at a point where you have money, you can't afford happiness. If you have more money than you know what to do with, you're probably not investing in the right things. Yeah, money can buy things that can bring happiness, but money shouldn't be the end goal. Okay, a blowhigh is not 2 paychecks worth. A blowhigh, from what I'm aware, is like $10. I think money can buy things that can bring happiness, but ultimately the best happiness is found with immaterial things that have more substantial value emotionally or morally. So, yes, I agree with that. However, there is also the fact that, like, therapy, which I would say is very important, most people should do it, is expensive. That is not needless. That is not opulent. That is not decadent, so to speak. Therapy helps you deal with your own internal struggles. Therapy helps you find more gratification and enjoyment in your daily life. But if you don't have the money to afford it, you can't engage with that, which would diminish your quality of life. Something like a yacht, I would argue personally, is excessive. I personally would say, I don't think basically anyone needs a yacht to be happy. There are plenty of people who buying a yacht would make them happy, but that's not the same as something like therapy, which helps you sort through your own internal issues to the extent that you might go from being unhappy and unfulfilled in your life to happy and fulfilled with making 0 changes other than going to therapy. That's not a guarantee. You will have to put in effort in addition to the money cost, but your frame of mind might change enough that you go from hating your job to tolerating it. But going from being in an environment where you hate it to an environment where you tolerate it is enough to allow you to give yourself grace, to give yourself a break, to allow yourself to enjoy your hobbies that you were already struggling with. Oh, 2 paychecks worth of blowhigh? Not a blowhigh worth 2 paychecks. Can't afford therapy, I'll just bottle it all up like normal. Okay, that's what I did before. That's what I used to do. And then I stopped. And now I'm happier. Although I will say a big part of my happiness, and I'm allowed to say this because this is a special event, which, like, realistically, I should probably be in the special events page. I probably shouldn't be on the hot tubs page. I should be in the special events page because this is a special event. But also, like, I don't think the special events page is very non-competitive. Like, I feel like the special events page is where everyone puts all of their stuff, you know? Although I can't say to have done much of it. Yeah, there's a bunch of people on the special events page. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! What if I just ended stream so we could watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Instead? Because I don't know, does anyone know that I love Yu-Gi-Oh? Like, I can't claim to have played the game in at least 15 years. I played at like a local tournament probably like 17-ish years ago, maybe 18 years ago, where I got a little booklet that had little stuff, little like goals that I had to do, and every time I accomplished one, I got a little stamp that was the shape of the Millennium Scepter, because this was around the time of like Battle City or whatever. That was like the last time I remember playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I knew it smelled like nerd around here. Wait, Lean, what? Why did you add the finger? Why did you add the pointing finger? Oh, that's my favorite yaoi? Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not my favorite yaoi. My favorite yaoi is Skate the Infinity. because this is a show that is a sports anime that very clearly is falling into the trope of, oh, look at these side characters. They're straight, wink, you know, like it very clearly has queer baiting. It has as a very queer coded antagonist. Two of the side characters are very gay for each other, or at least one is bisexual and one, I think the other one is gay. But they are clearly attracted to each other. They've spent a lot of time in each other's lives. They're very like late 20s gay, so to speak. Whereas the main characters are best friends who care about each other a whole lot. And also, I think they accidentally made them gay. No, not scabies in Infinity. Looked up very yaoi. So the thing with this, right? Let me skate the Infinity. Let me just get an image of it. Do I have one of the full cast? Yes. Okay, so this is the main cast. Main characters here. These two are best friends who, I'll get to them in a moment. These two are very clearly like intended to be gay and or intended to be yaoi bait, in the idea that they are constantly flirting with each other. They have a very like mom-dad relationship where they look over the rest of the cast who are all like 5 or more years younger than them, because they're basically like the mentors. They are the leaders, so to speak, of the basically it's a skateboarding anime, and all of the characters are in a big like skateboarding, basically like underground circuit. And these two guys are longer running members of the circuit, so they have more experience, so they're like teaching the other guys. This is like a painfully straight comic relief character, and this one is like an 11-year-old like femboy who is like really weird. I don't know what the deal with him is. He's too young for me to comment on. I'm not going to be weird about it. But basically, the main two, these two boys, they have the classic shonen, like, oh, we're best friends, but like, I care about you, bro, more than anyone else in my life. I've never felt this way. Like, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like the classic shonen, like they're trying to express how much they care about each other, but it comes off like a confession of love outside of saying that they love each other. Now, Naruto should have been a yaoi, exactly. So these main two characters, literally at one point, they do a fist bump and they say, I think is it manga or is it Reki? Basically, one of them is talking to the other one and they're just like, Reki, my love of skating is because I can do it alongside with you. And like, that's a thing in the dub. The dub is so much more gay. The dub knows what it was doing. Naruto and Sasuke is yeah. They have, and it was played off as a joke, but I don't think either of them are interested. I never watched Naruto. Your hands are all wrinkly now. It's Yuri on Ice, but for Americans, yes, it is. Also, the what's it called? The antagonist is back here. And he has a thing both with the mom character and with this main character. Like, this guy's name is Adam, and his whole thing is he wants an Eve, in the sense that he can keep up with them. So like the idea of he's like the best skater around. He wants someone that can like match him, that can beat him, so to speak. But he's kind of crazy. And he also has like a manservant who like, he calls him puppy. And the manservant seems to like be really jealous of the attention Adam gives to everyone else, to the extent that he attempts to sabotage Adam specifically to assist to keep Adam's attention on him. And then at the end of the show, they like have a whole making up scene where Adam like calls him puppy and then he gets all blushy. Proves more gay lady than anything. You would have been a femboy if you weren't trans. Dang chat, you look good. You need someone who can match his freak. Exactly. Wow, my late 20s gay joke, it was completely ignored. Tough crowd. Hey, let's head to the speakeasy for some coffin varnish in Charleston. Wouldn't that be berries? I shake my head at you. I bet there's so much Omegaverse fanfic of this show. I wouldn't know. I haven't read the fanfic. I keep saying that I haven't read AC6 fanfic. I kind of want to. Because, like, full context, I'm not super big into fanfiction. I'm not someone who reads a lot of fanfiction. I never was into it. There was, like, one fandom that I really got into fanfiction for years ago, but I haven't really ever gotten into it since. And when I left that fandom, I didn't really continue with it. So I never really was a big fanfiction person, but I want to see what all the hype is about 621 X Rusty X Airy. No, not Chatty X Rusty. No, literally, I want to read about the Rusty Airy 621 love triangle. Used to be a big into fan comics, but was never a fanfiction girly. Oh, fan comics are always fun. Like, because fan comics, broadly speaking, are either perfect or stupid. Kind of, and it's the same with fan fiction, right? Like, most fan works are either perfect or they're stupid. In the sense that they either fit perfectly. If you told me this was actually made by the designers of the show, I would believe you. Or it's just kind of like trashy. Which, need I not remind you, it does not need to be perfect to be good. It can be trashy and good. It can be self-indulgent and good. It can be like smutty or whatever and good. It can be a slash fic and good. But I feel as though most fanfics are either extremely oriented around preserving exactly what made the like source media so good, or they're just complete nonsensical, completely removed. It's one of the two. Hey, Aneko, we're talking about fanfic. You were so into Ruby fanfic? Yeah, and then... Okay, I have a question. I have a question. Is Ruby from Ruby actually homophobic, or was that just a meme? I don't know. Oh yeah, we were talking about a lot about yaoi. Okay, that was just a meme. You got whiplash seeing my stream? Thank you. What, do you not want to be in the hot tub? Like, is it... I mean, you're a cat, so I suppose that makes sense. Pretty sure that's a meme? See, you say pretty sure. That's not a definite. That's not a guarantee. That's not, like, an answer that I find confidence in. Ruby is the Homestuck of 3D anime? I'm not going to argue. I agree. Like, well, so Homestuck is the Homestuck of comics / like internet forums. Ruby, oh yeah. Wanna know what? Homestuck, Ruby, Undertale. Comics, 3D animation, video games. I was gonna be like, what are some other examples? No, I think Undertale is exactly the same. In the point of like, regardless of the quality of the source material, regardless of the quality of how good Homestuck or Ruby or Undertale is, the fan base is everywhere, lasts forever, and is really annoying. You're back. What did we miss? We're talking a lot about yaoi. the three form a trifecta. What happens to one will impact the others. It's kind of like Super Hulock, right? I gotta go do my thing, but happy affiliate. Enjoy, Neko. Honestly, the fan bases of all three of those scare me off. That's why I've talked about, like, what if I played Deltarune? And then, like, half of my audience was like, I would not care. I probably wouldn't watch it. And then the other half was like, yes, 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 yes. So that's why I was like, maybe I shouldn't. Oh, we talking about Yaoi? And apparently, wait, so what's that? Apparently, he did not leave stuff behind for where the story was meant to go. Oh, the creator of RWBY died? What? You've eaten? Hello, driver. Yeah, we talking about Yaoi. Deltarune fanbase is different from Undertale. How? The main thing I know about Deltarune's fanbase is they really love Ralsei. I think they ship Chris x Susie. And anytime I make Lancer content, someone makes a Lancer reference of the little blue dude. So, like, everyone is obsessed with this character because they're a little, like, green whoopee. They really ship these two characters, which is, like, the protagonist and the really mean one, the purple one. And then the little blue dude, anytime I talk about the TTRPG Lancer, people enter and are like, Lancer? Little dude? Fluffy boy? We stand Asgore now? I wouldn't know. I'm sorry. Again, I've been very open about the fact I played Chapter 1 back when it came out. I have not followed with it since. Who ships Chris and Susie? I don't know. Like, is that not a ship? Are they related? I know nothing about... I know only in Chapter 1, you're like schoolmates. And Susie's your bully. And then she reluctantly works with you after, like, being a minor antagonist. She forms, like, a Jesse James Team Rocket group with Lancer, fights with you for a bit, and then joins your party. That's what I remember. Everyone hates Birdly and thinks he's lame. Chris and Susie more like bromance. I wouldn't know. Let's just say his pickup truck sees more action than he does. That is a wild thing to say. Like, I do love me some good reads. I don't know who Birdly is. Also, Kaza, do you really come back just to talk about Lancer and Deltarune? Or not Lancer, just to talk about Deltarune? I knew you were a simp. I didn't realize you were a Deltarune girly. I'm so sorry for your loss. Okay, we have an ad break coming in a couple minutes. Or rather, in like 30 seconds. I'm not gonna lie, I have fully lost track of how much time is left on the hot tub. But Arrow, Goodreads is a poorly designed website. Want to know what else is poorly designed about it? Authors can have books assigned to them because people said, oh yeah, this author wrote this book. And then if the author says, no, I didn't read this book, or I didn't write this book, Goodreads will say, well, yeah, but more people say that you did write it than you didn't, so we're going to add it to your list. Like, if I write a book and then someone else says, hey, Arrow wrote this second, unrelated, separate book as well, and then I say, no, I didn't, Goodreads will believe them over me because they have like 3 other people, probably 3 other accounts that they also control, all of whom say the same thing. You want to find people to play Chapter 3 to 4 Deltarune with you since it came out. You don't want to do it alone because it feels like it'd be so fun to experience it with a friend. Aww. Ralsei is such an adorable goober. Sorry for your Deltarune takes. You're fine. Can we have a timer? Yeah, you can have a timer. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Now let's just put it up here. Now, what does this timer signify? I got no idea. Do we need the keys on this screen too? How are we feeling on attention span? Do we feel like the keys are fine, or so we got like the sunset going on? You think the bread bowl is soggy by now? Did you put it in the water? Don't put. You're lucky I just installed new filters. How long before someone makes a Deltarune comment? I've already had people make Deltarune comments. How long chat has been normal for once? Hey, can I get a timer for 15 minutes by Pizza's Cooking? All right, so we just started a 15-minute pizza timer. When this hits 15 minutes, just scream.
Please put the keys up. My attention span is wavering.
All right, Hydra. As a closeted trans woman, I was obsessed with the Elder Scrolls goddesses, and you wrote Yuri about. Okay. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. I don't remember. Oh, jingle keys. Thank you. Thank you. I got so distracted by the Yuri, which, like, story of my life, right? Okay, I think what I do is I do it right there. How do we feel about this, right? So it's like ominously over my shoulder.
Put the keys in the tub as well.
Oh, you want the keys in the tub? Got it. Alternative, I could just do this. Like, I think this is an improvement to the stream, frankly. But yeah, so I need to... Where would it go? Would it just be like... Like that? Or... Wait. Wait, I have something worse. Is that bad? I feel like that's bad. I feel like I shouldn't do that. Okay. What was I doing?
Put pings of random
I have
vegetables in the
a
tub
thing of
too, so
rhubarb.
it's like a soup pot.
I have a thing of rhubarb I can add. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why I have an image of rhubarb. Where is it? Where did I put it? Wait. Thank you for the bits. Yes, I have rhubarb. Where did... Should I just add more and more? Do you even want MS Paint? Wait, where did my rhubarb go? Where's my rhubarb? Rhubarb? No. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'll put this... I'll put this, like, there. So now we have some leafy greens, but it's gonna be beneath the chat. Oh, it's gotta be there. So, like, yeah. What about evil rhubarb? Evil rhubarb, it does not exist. There is no such thing as evil rhubarb. Evil rhubarb. Forced rhubarb, which is made to mature in near total darkness, grows at such an alarming rate, as much as an inch a day, that it actually makes squeaks, creaks, and pops as it gets bigger. This is evil rhubarb. This is evil rhubarb. It is real. I was not expecting evil rhubarb to actually be real. Evil rhubarb celery? No! I feel like rhubarb is evil celery. You swear on Hydra, Maddie, and Coid's souls. I'm glad you swear on other people's souls. Because, like, too many people swear on their own soul and then get it wrong. The stalk is good and the leaf is evil. Well, yeah. You chop up this, like, stalk bit. Right? What? Yeah, the rhubarb you can hear growing. That's evil rhubarb. Also called, what was it? Forced rhubarb. Which, imagine being in a situation where you are stuck in complete darkness and you just hear like creaking and cracking, like bones that are snapping. And as you, in your delirium, try to parse out what's going on, you find not but the most evil of rhubarb. Actually, wait, can I do a color inverse? Because I could make this rhubarb evil if I just inverse the colors. Because like that's a universal sign that someone is evil, is that I just invert the colors of it. So if I go here and I do this, what if I just, okay, I'm not smart enough to do this. So what if I just like, oh, what if I make it in total darkness? Because that's like what true rhubarb is. Yeah. So now I made it in complete and utter darkness. It will grow over time, probably around the same time that your pizza's done. So in like 7.5 minutes. Heads up. You are most likely to be eaten by a Gru. Okay. I played, what is it, like Zool? What's the game? Basically, it's that really old school like dungeon crawler game where if you go into full darkness, you can be eaten by a Gru. And I played that with a friend who like mapped it out and knew everything about it and was seeing how I was reacting to it. And she wasn't helping me. So she just, oh, Zork. Right. Thank you. So she like mapped out and I managed to like get the lantern. I go down into the darkness and I'm just like, huh? Why does it say that like I'm scared I might be eaten by a Gru? And then she's like, you didn't get the lantern? As if I knew that I could get the lantern. And I was like, well, yeah, I did. I just kind of stumbled across it. In paint, I thought it was Control I. Give it a goatee, that's always evil. Ah, you're right. Goatees are evil. What if I do a goat T posing? Unfortunately, the closest I can get is a dabbing goat. Is that sufficient? If I get a goat... Oh, wait, no, this is... Well, because the goat tea, I mean, okay, what if I get a goat, I put it in a glass of tea? That's a goat tea. So this is my evil stream. Okay. Goat PNG. And let's grab this goat. Bro, where would I put a goat in my image files? I guess there. Goat. So now what I'm going to do. Now what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my goat. Which if I wanted to be really funny, I'd just like make it like Michael Jordan or something. Greatest of all time. So I have a goat. And then if I also grab, where is it? Sorry, we're making cinema right now. And I need you to be understanding of that. If I also do this. So if I do tea, that has a goat on it. Now I'm evil because I have a goat tea. However, I think that the arrow kisser requires... So we're putting this on the rhubarb? Is that how this is working? Okay, so we now have a goat tea on our evil rhubarb, meaning that it is now evil. Is that what we're doing? I didn't think media could have ADHD until I saw it. Kaza, have you seen? I've had worse streams. I've had streams that were more ADHD. Like, I never thought to myself, like, hey, I'm a chaotic streamer. I am someone who is a problem. And then I kind of look back on my own streams and I think to myself, what am I doing? What is my damage? Like, I'm looking at this and to kind of just bring it all together, I think just like last time, I need to just type out Jesus. POG? Like, this really encapsulates everything about me. All I need is the gun. However, unfortunately, I don't have a gun. Like, where would I put a gun? Like, that's my question, right? If I'm gonna like have a gun, where would I store it? Do I have it like strapped to my inner thigh? Maybe. Maybe it's in my jacket. Maybe. You don't know. Maybe it's in my ponytail. You don't know. But I definitely don't think I can have 3 guns with this. Is my consideration. Are we gonna see Subway Surfers and Minecraft parkour to seal the ADHD experience? I have more. I have more that I can get. Is Jesus POG of Christianity? Your legs are 3/4. Listen. You can't judge me. It's only half my body. Okay? Like, look at this. This is like half my body. That is true to life. I am, in fact, a very long, tall individual. It just so happens that I got legs for days. Up the skirt, obviously. Well, yeah. I'm certainly packing up there. With my firearm. I want an arrow model where your legs are 5 lengths of my upper torso. Why? What could you possibly get from that? What satisfaction could that bring you? hidden in my mouth. True. That's where, much like a squirrel, I just have like cheek pouches where I store ammunition and I just spit them. I just launch them at high velocities, much like you would with a conventional firearm. You zoom out and it's all leg. No, that's the arrow model that's still legs. Then no. You can have 5, 2 on the outer thighs, 2 on the inner, and a 5th. Wait. Are you saying you want dick butt but with a gun? You want dick butt but with a gun? Arrow Bayonetta. Honestly, me as Bayonetta would go so hard. I do have the hair swoop. The website with the infinitely scrolling giraffe, but it's Arrow's legs. I keep mine holstered in my chin hand like a Doom guy intended. Yeah. Arrow gets a model siren head proportions. Okay, that'd be funny. Arrow's that second time you said you're packing that I have heard. First time you said no chest, so it has to be guns. Exactly. It's all guns. I stay strapped. Also guns. I am say so. I promise. When I say euphemisms, they are almost always unintentional. However, my euphemisms have doubled. My innuendos have doubled since last time we met. Anyways, you're gonna head out. Catch you later. Enjoy. Absolutely set. What does that mean? Does that mean, is that like a gender thing or like a behavioral thing? Are you saying that I'm like a virgin? Or are you saying that I am like beyond biological sex? Heavy as the hip that wears this. I used to do VR chat as a squid who would Fortnite dance. That's wild. I'm not going to comment on if I'm like a Barbie doll or a Ken doll. I'm certainly making poor decisions. Oh no, the pizza! Pizza! Everyone!
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
If you have something that was 15 minutes ago, you gotta stop. Don't worry, it was only in for an extra 2.5 minutes. We're fine.
Yummers.
15 minutes have long since passed. Oh yeah, it's only been like 17 minutes. It's fine, right? Listen, if you put in a pizza for 400 degrees for 20 minutes, that's equivalent to putting it in at 4,000 degrees for 2 minutes. So if you just put it in at like 380 degrees, even though it was 2 extra minutes, it would be fine. No, it's not on fire. We need protective shields.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we forgot about the pizza. How else will we... Does anyone else need a timer? Did anyone else happen to start anything 18.5 minutes ago that this would be useful for?
Protective shield! Protective shield!
400 for 20 minutes? You're gonna need an extra 10 minutes? Well, yeah, it depends on the pizza. Like, it depends on what's going into it. Like, if you have a partially already baked dough, like if your dough is already pre-baked, then you wouldn't need like a full half hour. If you're doing a calzone, you'd probably need a bit more. If you're doing more of like a margarita style garlic bread, like a margarita pizza garlic bread, that'd probably only be like 20 minutes. You said start timer. I started a clock. You're gonna shoot Maddie. You salvage the pizza, it will have crunch, but still, yeah. Wait, Apocalypse Dude, did you unironically rely on me to get you your pizza on time? I thought that was a joke. You can't just jingle keys there. Ask us out for dinner first. Apocalyptian, why? Ever put a calzone in a microwave, comes out. Yeah, Maddie is invulnerable. Of course, Maddie, it is not every day that we have a celebration. Therefore, I think it is only fair that some of the rabble is allowed to get out some frustrations they have. Maddie, I would request that you become soup for a moment to see what happens. It is quite yummers, and I know how much you enjoy yummers.
Yummers.
Maddie is no longer a mod. I will remod you in
Yummers.
maybe a minute or two. If anyone wants to take out Maddie, now's your time. However, I'm going to drink some water because I need to take care of myself. I've been yapping. Yeah, how was it?
Yummers.
Okay, so how are we feeling about the yummers? I added that as a one-off joke. I think it worked well.
Be gone, thought!
Wait, is... Maddie, are you still safe? You're not being banned.
Be gone, thought!
Oh, wait. No, Maddie's gone. Never mind.
Yummers.
Just joking about it. I'm glad so many people enjoyed yummers because on the Discord server... Let me rewrite this.
Yummers. Yummers.
There we go. Wow, we cleared out chat. We went from having a full chat to having an empty chat. Yay, you survived. Okay, I'm gonna remod you. You deserve it.
Yummers.
Wait, never mind. I can't mod you because you're already banned. Whoa.
Yummers.
You said you survived, and your hubris brought upon a tide of lead.
Be gone, thought!
Too late. They're already a mod. Y'all are too late.
Be gone, thought!
Anyway, I was just planning on yapping today. Do we have any requests? Either for yapping and or gaming? Because I really did not go into this with a plan.
Yummers.
Now, who was it that shot you? Good question. Ooh, it was Wumpus. Yeah. Wumpus got you twice. You have a request? What's up? No, Wumpus, you shot through yourself and hit Maddie, and then the bullet went through Maddie, bounced off the wall, and hit Maddie again.
Thought!
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Being able to ban other chatters for 15 seconds at a time is just crazy enough that you're like, oh, really? And then you hop right back in. 30 seconds is an insult. You have a request boarding your bus? Well, okay. It's genuinely amazing. Honestly, I did it as a joke and I did not know how long it was going to last. I only reduced it to one words written because the community put together a bunch of points to like basically fund that. And it was very silly to me, so I just kept it. You found the Skyrim hero. Wumpus, Those are fighting words. Are you sure you want to like go toe to toe? Why would I add that? Maddie, why would I add that?
Be gone, fuck!
I am not playing LOL right now, no. Unfortunately, we are just yapping. Although I'm not going to add a 1 million channel point reward to ban yourself for a month. I feel like 5 minutes is already bad enough. No, I'm not going to... No. Did the Fires of Raven get accomplished? So I am like... What was it? I just started chapter 5 of New Game Plus. So I haven't completed Fires of Raven. I could do that today. Pretty easy. But I didn't know if I wanted to. I was going to yap for a bit first, see how it was going. I've been yapping for 3.5 hours. My plan is to go for like six-ish hours. So I could beat Armored Core, but then we would have to leave this lovely beachside jacuzzi. So who knows? Oh, wanna know what sucks? You're on the cusp of napping? Well, I'm yapping, so it fits. I am so sore from New York City. Like, just, I did so much walking, and yes, I understand that's just what you do in the city. I go on walks every night, but I walked like 16,000 steps on Sunday and like 10,000 on Monday because we were looking for a phone. And we found it. It was found immediately by like the park ranger in charge of like the park where we lost it. But we still had to like walk around a whole bunch. So I had 2 back-to-back days of like walking a bunch. So my calves are not very happy. It's Plato's allegory of the beach cave. See, Coyd gets it. No, Andy, don't worry about it. It's the allegory of the streamer. Oh no, I have the power to ban you for free. I just choose not to. That is very true. Maddie has done very good about not abusing the authority. Listen, exactly. You got to use a weapon of the people. It just so happens that you're protected from the consequences of your actions. An issue you have with superhero RPGs is a swingy power scale and the 1,000 edge cases. That's a problem I have with most TTRPGs. Because I don't think that's superheroes. I just think superheroes are the example where in comics, in their source, that's a very common issue. So it comes up most frequently in the discourse surrounding superhero TTRPGs. And also, like, some powers are stupid. Super speed is stupid. And that's not to say it's a bad power. That's to say, if you think about it for more than 5 minutes, you recognize, okay, does super speed also mean you perceive the world at a normal pace? Or do you perceive it at a superhuman speed, but you have massive reflexes? Can you think really quickly, or is it just you run really fast? Are you super heavily enduranced to prevent the drag from tearing your skin off your body? What is your like metabolic consumption like if you can run 50,000 kilometers an hour, right? Or whatever top speed the Flash has ever hit before. Like, what is it like to be a speedster? There's all of these questions. And then if someone says, I want to play speedster because I want to be able to run really fast, suddenly you have to add all that baggage. Then wonder about, what about super strength? What about invisibility? What about shapeshifting? All these other things, they have similar questions. But I'd also say that like fantasy spells have something similar. Hacking and Lancer has something similar. Paracausal tech. Vampire the Masquerade powers. To everyone else fast, to you run normal. That sucks. Exactly. That is a sucky power. Like, obviously, it's cool, or it's really effective, but kind of sucks. You're allowed to have a system where players have narrative options rather than stats or stat abstractions. So what I would recommend for that, I would recommend Powered by the Apocalypse. specifically the one I know is City of Mist. Because in that system, it is... The answer is gun, yeah. Portals are pretty pog. Running as fast as most speedsters, that would literally burn in the atmosphere like a meteorite. Yeah. Friction, drag. City of Mist is a system where you are a normal, everyday person who has the story of a myth that is attempting to tell itself again within you. So you might be Celador, however, you also have the story of Heracles inside of you. Oh. That's half an hour. Does anyone have anything for half an hour? Is that just me or okay? Anyway. So in City of Mist, you have a myth that is inside of you, trying to tell itself again. You might be Orleans VT, however, you have the myth of Heracles inside of you. You might be Dyson Andy, but you also have the story of Enkidu that is trying to tell itself again within you. So it's the idea of you are both a person and a mythological entity, and you have to balance your real life logos with your abstract mythos. And it's a power tag system, meaning you roll 2d6 whenever you want to do something. A 7 through a 9 is a partial success. A 10 plus is a complete success. And then under a 6 is a failure. But every roll, you can get power +1 based off of power tags you have. So if you, as Orleans, the story of Heracles, exactly. So Orleans, if you have the mythos trait, Herculean strength, right? You would have different power tags that indicate what does Herculean strength look like to you. You have the ability to the strength of 10 men. That might be a tag. So like strength of 10 men. And then another tag associated with that power might be like unbreakable will. And then another one might be I don't know, master wrestler, to kind of like reflect the various like strengths of Heracles, like literal strengths of Heracles. So anytime you're doing anything that would require a die roll, where you could reasonably say being a master wrestler with the strength of 10 men would benefit it, you would get +1 from strength of 10 men, +1 from master wrestler, and maybe unbreakable will doesn't apply. So you would roll 2d6 +2, and you would want a 7 or higher, ideally a 10 or higher. So the idea is, whether that is punching someone in the face, strength of 10 men would help, master wrestler wouldn't. So your fighting style, if you describe your fighting style as, I sweep out their legs, pin them to the floor, grab their arm, and twist it backwards to make them drop their gun, that would be strength of 10 men and master wrestler would both apply to that. But similarly, if you go to a wrestling ring, or you go to a gym and you need information from a boxer and you need to communicate with the boxer, you could utilize the fact that you have a strength of 10 men and you are a master wrestler to influence how you interact with this other very strong master athlete. You can use what feels like a very physically oriented power tag in a social setting, because it is any time you can convince the MC, the master of ceremonies, that your power tag applies, you get a bonus. And this also applies to your logos, which is if you're, for instance, a accountant, you might have the power tag like Oh no. Numbers are my friend. So it's the idea where you're really good with numbers. You're really good with math. You are someone who is more comfortable parsing through data than you are interacting with people. So if you're in a situation where you need to do quick maths, you would get a bonus because +1 from numbers are my friend. But similarly, if you're in a situation where you're isolated and you're going crazy and you need to like ground yourself and you start counting to ground yourself, numbers are my friend would also give you a bonus, despite the fact it's not magical. It is not directly relevant. It is you convince the MC, I need to ground myself and numbers are my friend. So I'm going to count prime numbers. I am Father Poochie from Stone Ocean. I'm going to count 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, like just kind of as a grounding exercise, and you get a bonus to that. So that's a nice way of keeping it thematically relevant without having to account for every edge case. Yes, a rubber room with rats. You have 10 strong men inside of you. I'm not going to say it. The master boxer suddenly sweats looking at me because he can feel my Herculean aura. No, that literally happens in the game sometimes. Sometimes you have such a massive aura. Sometimes you're aura maxing so hard that non-mythos individuals can actually like sense it. And they look at you and they're like, hey, I like your vibe. What just happened? I don't even know. I don't like the one Powered by the Apocalypse game I researched because it already had some pretty fixed archetypes. Ice power would be insane because your internal temp would either need to adapt to freezing temp or burn so hot that cold cannot harm you, and probably develop heat sink like appendages. So what I did in my setting, again, I have like an urban fantasy, like zeitgeist of the 20th century superhero setting. I have a super who they have basically heat manipulation. However, it's effectively only inhale, exhale. Not physically through their breath, but like take heat into themselves, expel heat from themselves. They can do a fire blast. They can basically draw the heat in and create cold. Like they can do one of the two, but if they create cold, they run hot. If they expel fire, they get cold. It's the same. It's the idea where they have to balance that, and they have to deal with the fact that they are subjecting their system, specifically their nervous system, to massive temperature shocks. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Because if they're doing fireball, 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 suddenly their internal temperature tanks. And then if they go ice wall, ice wall, ice wall, then their temperature goes back up, which their body was just acclimating to being at a low temperature. So now their body has to kind of like pivot and jump back up. And it's really difficult for them to regulate their body temperature. Me with the tale of Ozymandias. Honestly, the tale of Ozymandias is so wild. Like, it's just a really good poem. But what I really find cool, and I love this in lore in particular. Not just in real life, but like just in lore and stories, in settings. Ozymandias, the poem, was written by, I think it's Frank. Was it Frank Shelley? It was written by the husband of Mary Shelley. I think her name is Elizabeth. Her name is Mary Shelley. The author of Frankenstein. And they both knew and were friends with Lord Byron, who is another famous 18th century author, most famous for Byronic characters who would go off to the seaside and stare longingly out into the waters as they contemplate their place in the world and the difficulties they find themselves in. So it's the sort of deal where like just real life lore outside of the idea of like, oh yeah, like she had sex on her mother's gravestone and like random fun bits of trivia and fun information. The author of a very well-renowned poem, and presumably more, I'm actually not familiar with his work, was married to the author of what is largely considered the first foundation of modern sci-fi. And both were friends, and it is talked about, but obviously it's completely unreliable, if they were potentially like involved with Byron, who is another separate, very well-renowned author. Mary Shelley was the only one to actually write horror story for their horror story competition. Yeah. Why do they covet of in when you of in the cold, of out hot, eat the food? Oh, they effing. Byron, okay, Marrowtooth, I'm not going to say no. However, I don't say that, personally. I don't curse on my channel. However, if my chat would get together and on the count of 5, count out Byron and just like slander him to their heart's content, I wouldn't be opposed. So if I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then chat suddenly had a bunch of individuals who are all talking about, I just looked at my stream preview. What? Why did I do this? Why did I think this was a good idea? This was an awful idea. I was compared to Byron in high school. I still don't know if that was meant as an insult. Yeah, he kind of was. Because his whole deal was, I'm gonna angst. I'm gonna contemplate myself off on the water's edge, and no one really understands me, but I think you might be able to if you just let me get close to you. Tear down these walls, and maybe you and I can make something. And then he says that to like 10 people. It's a good bit. Byron, a dog, and... Man, y'all are so silly. Y'all are incredibly silly. He was the original Valorant E-boy. Hey, wait. Hey, Shelly. I see that you wrote a horror story for your horror competition. That's great, yeah, but what if we just went back to my room and I showed you a real horror story? Byron, you realize that is the least sexy thing you could have said, correct? Yeah, but it still worked, didn't it? And she's like, yeah. Byron, a toxic man? I mean, I'm not going to say that there weren't a lot of toxic men back in the 1800s. He'd ear... Okay. Sorry, I had to collect myself after hearing that and agreeing. I heard that and I had no argument against. You did not get me to break, no. No. I merely took a moment to collect myself. I had to reflect upon the water's edge by the cliffside face, staring off into the bleak oblivion, contemplating not just what my place in this world was, but is this adversary that I came across in my Twitch chat one to strengthen me or to set me back? Or was it not an adversary at all, but simply a rock on the cliffside being eroded in the ever-expanding waters of time and the rest of Twitch chat? You broke. The arrow cord broke before the arrow did. We getting Cadian up in here. I mean, arrow cord did kind of break before I did. Byron was super toxic. Didn't they find him in the gutter and Shelly said to throw him back in? I would not be surprised. But also, if you found your friend or even just your like associate, like someone who you associated with, and you found them in a gutter, would you not just say, yeah, throw them back in? So what I'm saying is that you're salty. Yeah. Breaking arrow takes something truly special. Okay, how are we defining breaking? Because I have had times where I have just fully laughed. I have times where I just completely lost my nonsense. Like I just was going wild because I found something so funny. I've also had times where someone has attempted to rizz me up and I was more so embarrassed than anything, but it's never really worked. If I found my friend in the gutter, I'd say it was too shallow, just throw him in the harbor, you know? I'm not a salty sea dog. I'm not talking about breaking arrow like Batman broke Bane's back. You better not be talking about breaking my back in a different way. I've had too many people say that. Which, like, do any of you remember the video I made like last week called Noble Two Mouths? I made a video called Noble Two Mouths, and this was like a lore video about my setting. And it was just a little thing about like a little like fae, demon, some extraplanar entity you could make deals with, and multiple separate people. Like if I had a nickel for every person who did this, I'd have like 5 nickels. Multiple people said that they would wish for me. And I'm like, huh? What? Huh? Eh? No, but I bet Rory would make a bad joke. Yeah, he absolutely would. I would front shoot you. You deserve more respect. Thank you. Listen, I've talked about it before. We have backstabbing. Why can't we get back shots? We deserve back shots in this world. And no, I don't mean in that sense. I mean in the sense of like, when someone betrays you directly, they are backstabbing you because they are stabbing you in the back. When someone betrays you indirectly, when they, for instance, lie by omission and don't provide you cover, that should be a back shot. It should be a back shot if you are betrayed by someone indirectly, and a backstab if you are betrayed directly. I thought you were going to say multiple. Oh no, multiple people did say would. Multiple people said would to Noble Two Mouths, but I'm not going to sit here and judge people who are monster lovers. Thank you, Yule. I'd stab you in the back. You deserve the respect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wishing your arrow from Noble Two Mouths just makes me think the kind of demon who would ask for everyone's gender identities to be set to randomize. Back shots, front shots, shots from everywhere. That's what I want here. I want all of you to have front shots and back shots. Like betrayals. Betrayals. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about betrayals here. You're gonna be Eepin. Good night. What was Caesar then? Caesar was a disappointment. Want to know why? He got stabbed. He got stabbed 27 times. He got stabbed 27 times. 50 plus people said that they were going to help assassinate him. And you want to know what? Like 3 of them stabbed him at least like 5 times. So that means it's not 27 people stabbed him. It's like 3 people stabbed him 15 times, and then maybe like another 3 or 4 each stabbed him another like 3 or 4 times. No one else contributed to the group project. Like, we all went on the same wavelength there. We all know what it's like to have a group project. No. So Marrowtooth, that was a separate time where when he was younger, when he was a young general, he was captured by pirates. And they demanded like 20 talents of silver. Which is a lot. They demanded a massive ransom for him. And he was like, make it 30. I'm worth more than 20. And they're like, I like your moxie. So then like he actually was well regarded by the pirates. Like the pirates liked him. He was given freedoms on the ship despite the fact he was a prisoner because he was valuable, that he was charismatic. And then when they were paying him off, he was just like, all right, I'm going to come kill you back when I get back to Rome. And they're like, haha, good luck. You'll need it. And he says, I really don't. And then he went back to Rome, got a fleet, found the pirates, crucified them, and got back the money. Because Caesar didn't mess around. You're finally home, transferred from phone to computer. I mean, 5 feet spacing, isn't it? Okay, well, think about it like this. If you really want to use like D&D combat rules, you have a grid that has 8 spaces surrounding it. However, Caesar is a single character. So there's no reason you cannot have someone enter the space, take the attack action, stab him, and then back away. Oh no, he gets an attack of opportunity on one of you. The other 49 individuals can just leave freely. There's no reason there can't be a rotation. Hexes are greater than squares? Yeah, that's why Lancer uses hexes. Like, unironically, I'm fully on board with hexes over squares because they're equidistant. They don't deal with Pythagorean theorem. They don't deal with the difference between diagonal versus orthogonal movement. Hexes are superior. Technoblade really did follow the story of Alexander the Great. Yeah, Caesar had no weapons, so we got like an unarmed strike in. If Caesar's a rat, they could have been Julius Caesar. Dionysus had a similar story, but no, so Dionysus, and funny enough, actually last stream, we were talking about both of these stories, both the pirate ransom and the pirate dolphins. Dionysus was captured by pirates, and because this was a story more kind of leaning into his like madness and or the lack of control with the wildness of Dionysus, he turned them into dolphins and then they ran off and blah, blah, blah. I think it would be interesting to have a story following a group of pirates throughout history where it's one ship following all of the different stories of pirates throughout history. So it's like you have Dionysus and the dolphins, and then they barely survive. And then it's Caesar with the ransom, and like only a couple of them survive. But then also it's like they're on the Somali coast. They are the crew of the Dread Pirate Roberts from Princess Bride. They are like Pirates of the Caribbean, cursed by like Calypso and Davy Jones. Like all throughout history, all these different stories of pirates we have. And it's just one ship, unfortunate enough to get caught up in all of it. You're a Hellenist and you love putting on a glass of wine for Dionysus. They aren't fully equidistant, just diagonals are farther away, so it matters less. And he uses attack of opportunity to cast Hellish Rebuke on Brutus. He didn't cast Hellish Rebuke. All he did was say, "Et tu, Brut," which is only a Shakespearean edition. It is not historically accurate as far as I'm aware. Goblins pointing at Roman senators. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our conga line power. No, and no, exactly, One Piece. This would also be like the ship of Theseus. Like, Theseus is so pathetic. Honestly, I've been talking about this video for like 8 months, and I fully just stalled out on it because I had other stuff to do. I really want to make a video going over various Greek heroes and talking about which ones are the most pathetic. Because I have a list. I literally have a list of which Greek heroes are the most pathetic. A friend of yours who was into Percy Jackson said you would be a half-blood of Dionysus. So an important thing to note is that the Percy Jackson canon is not just Rick Riordan's interpretation of the Greek pantheon, it is also a specific Percy Jackson has a specific audience, which began as middle grade and evolved into young adult, much like how Harry Potter did like 10 years prior. So a lot of the godly domains are altered slightly to fit better with not just the story Riordan wanted to tell, but also with a child-friendly audience. So just the reason I say that is because if someone's like, oh yeah, you would like definitely be a half-blood of Dionysus, is an interesting take, because in Percy Jackson, Dionysus is just like a grumpy uncle who is cursed to not be able to actually drink alcohol because he upset Zeus like years ago, right? And I think that's part of like the middle gradeness. I think that if it was like a young adult story from the beginning, he would be able to drink fine. But it is quite funny that he upset Zeus. So Zeus was like, okay, for 100 years, you're not allowed to drink alcohol. And the god of alcohol was like, no, I would not call Percy Jackson that. I just talk weird. Rick Riordan's Calvin Ball of the Greek pantheon. That's why his bullies, I would have called him. That's what his bullies would have called him if they could have gotten away with it for an age group audience. How pathetic is Odysseus in my list? Let me check. I think Odysseus I ranked as pathetic but justifiable. Where is this? Is it in Undead Scripts? No. It's in other. Let me just look up Greek. Who is the most pathetic Greek hero? Last edited in August of last year. Oh no. Yeah, so I put Odysseus in the tier of, so he's kind of pathetic, but he has too many W's. Because if you think about it, like Odysseus, so like the notes I have on him is basically just the entire Odyssey. He's basically a picture of a wet cat, but at the same time, he's also way too competent throughout it for it to be considered pathetic. He's recently been coded as a bit of a soft boy after things like Epic Musical, but almost all of the trouble he gets into are because his crew is dumb. During the Iliad, he's pretty goated, though he also tries to kill Diomedes to get the credit of recovering the Palladium, which is kind of pathetic. But he also came up with the horse idea, so I gotta give it to him. Basically, Odysseus fits the aesthetic of a pathetic Greek hero. He is a washed up wet cat. However, he's very intelligent, and he is allowed to demonstrate that intelligence regularly. Whether it's the Trojan horse, whether it is dealing with an idiot crew in the Odyssey, whether it is combat in Troy, or dealing with the suitors and interacting with his wife. Odysseus continuously demonstrates he is too competent to be pathetic. He's a cunning, washed-up white cat. Exactly. I think the story of Chrysaor is a good way to explain demigods' really only inherent godly power, not personality. I wonder if there's enough about Ajax to judge. Okay, so I have both Ajaxes. Sorry, I have Ajax the Lesser. I don't think I have Ajax the Greater. We have an ad break in progress. Slap him with a wet towel, give him a bow, and tell him to do a crime. Exactly. It's a washed up leopard, cute but still dangerous. Yeah, exactly. It's a leopard that fell in the watering hole. The leopard is still dangerous, but it also looks kind of pathetic. Ajax the Lesser, Ajax the Cleaner is pretty goated. I actually don't know. I have not used it. So there are 2 Ajaxes. I didn't. Is there much? Do I have anything on my notes about him? I feel like I would. Did I not include Ajax the Greater? Nope. Nope. Huh, interesting. Okay, so I did not include Ajax the Greater. I would say Ajax the Greater, my guess would be not pathetic. He would be solidly not pathetic because I don't remember what he does that is pathetic outside of just be like the strongest and greatest fighter outside of like Achilles and Agamemnon, right? Like he is one of like the top 5 strong. I think he's literally the strongest with his tower shield. He has like a cool like duo build. He's the tank to an archer that rocks out behind him. And he, from the Iliad, from what I'm aware, he doesn't have anything like bad going on with him. Ajax the Lesser, however, is my rank for second most pathetic. Ajax the Lesser is my vote for second most pathetic. He's the king of the Locrians, and he's considered the swiftest of the Greeks. However, he loses a foot race to Diomedes because Athena favors him over Ajax. Ajax the Lesser is literally named the Lesser, which I'm not going to judge you for being called the Lesser when like the Greater's literally just taller and stronger. But Ajax the Lesser is called the Lesser. His one thing is he's the swiftest, and even then he doesn't win the race for Achilles' armor in the funeral games, or it might be Patroclus's funeral games. He assaults Cassandra in the temple of Athena, and then while she is clinging to the statue of Athena and basically crying out for salvation, he also clings to it and cries out for salvation while assaulting her. Hello everyone, welcome back. We're talking about Ajax the Greater and how I would rank him as not pathetic in terms of Greek heroes, but Ajax the Lesser is my vote for the second most pathetic Greek hero because he is the swiftest of the Greeks. However, he loses a foot race to Diomedes because Diomedes is favored by Athena. He is literally called Ajax the Lesser. He's the king of the Locrians, which, what have they done in history? Like, obviously they've done stuff in history, but like not to the same level of notoriety as Athens or Sparta or even like Thebes, Corinth, Rhodes, right? And then with Ajax the Lesser, the main reason I view him as so pathetic is because he assaults Cassandra as she is in the temple of, I believe, Athena, and she like clings to the statue of Athena, which like you don't mess with the gods, right? Like if someone is seeking sanctuary in a temple in the Hellenistic view, they're under the protection of that god, and to make aggression or violation towards them is to do so to that god. And Ajax assaults her as she clings to the statue. And then when it is brought up that he should be stoned to death because of what he did, he clings to that exact same statue and asks for supplication, and no one punishes him, literally except Odysseus, because Odysseus is saying we are going to get screwed by the gods if we do not punish him. And everyone's like, nah, it'll be fine. We'll just like do some sacrifices for it. So that is my view for the second most pathetic. You once took a Greek hero and based an elder on him in an epic poem form. I made a like 2-page TTRPG, a 1-page TTRPG, where the core premise is you play as a hero, like a Greek hero in an epic, and your goal is that you have to earn a legacy and earn glory, and while mitigating your fatal flaw. With the idea being is that the different epithets you have are your stats. Much like how in City of Mist, it's a 2d6 system, this is a die pool system where every epithet you have that relates to the target roll gives you an extra die to roll. So if I am, for instance, helmet glancing Hector, bronze armored Hector, tamer of horses Hector, then I would get a bonus of plus 1d6 if I was dealing with horses, because I'm tamer of horses. But also, if I'm trying to like fight someone, helmet glancing Hector gets +1 for helmet glancing, and like another plus 1d6 for bronze armored. So I would be rolling with extra dice. Like the more I can tie my legacy to my actions, the more dice I get and the more powerful I become. Arrow Slayer Giants true with a bow? Maybe. I don't know if I'd be true with a bow, but what is helmet glancing? My assumption with that is you have your helmet. That's a terrible helmet. And it's the idea of Hector will always like hit the head. Now, because it's helmets and it's all bronze, it's just going to glance the helmet. But the idea of like, he goes for the head, he hits you in the head, he will constantly do headshots, is my assumption. Look what Arrow does while taking a glance at another. Oh my gosh. Odysseus, wife lover of Ithaca being Spartan based. Yes, that TTRPG is on my itch page. What if you had the same name as a bad person, stripped yourself of your name until you messed up the person with your name? That's what Bellerophontes did. Another on my list of pathetic heroes is Bellerophon. So Bellerophontes basically means like slayer of Bellerophon, because Bellerophontes accidentally killed a dude named Bellerophon. And he's a noble. He's like a hero. However, in ancient Greece, manslaughter is still slaughter. So he got banished, as you do. And as like penance, he had to change his name to Bellerophontes as Slayer of Bellerophon. Eventually, he ends up like getting a Pegasus. He ends up... I think Bellerophontes is the one that killed the Chimera. He is the one who, with Pegasus, took a chunk of like iron, stuck it on the end of a stick, and in approaching the Chimera, as it opened its mouth to do fire breath at him, he stuck a chunk of iron in its mouth. The fire superheated the metal and basically like slagged its throat shut. So that was pretty cool. But he also like then was like, oh, I killed the Chimera. I'm obviously, I'm of divine origin. Clearly, I belong in Olympus. So he tried to fly up to Mount Olympus. And literally, Zeus was like, oh, another hero with hubris. Let me send down a gadfly. And the gadfly bit Pegasus. And Bellerophon went flying off Pegasus and fell to his death. Which is pretty pathetic. So like, I'm not going to blame him for accidentally killing it. I think it was like he threw a discus and accidentally killed a dude. So like, he accidentally killed some dude named Bellerophon, had to take on that dude's name, which is kind of funny more than anything. He killed the Chimera, which is pretty pog with like Pegasus. But then the way he dies is he got cocky and died from a gadfly. So, boo. Where's Jason on my list? Jason is number 3. Jason is my number 3 pick. Yeah, everything up to the death wasn't that bad, which is why I think Bellerophon is pathetic, but he's not like top 3. Right? Like, the fly kind of kills the mood. Makes me think of that one Bloodborne clip of the guy in the bell helmet going down the ladder. Yeah. I always thought that was like Dark Souls 2. So Jason was my third. He heavily relied on... Was it Morgana? Because in Arthurian legend, it's Morrigan. Medea, thank you. I knew it was an M name. I'm like, I feel like I'm convincing this with Arthurian legend. Peak Souls 2 mentioned. What about the king with the invisibility ring? Gyges? I'm unfamiliar. Yeah, so he relied basically entirely on Medea. His whole thing is with the Argonauts, with the Argonautica, and he was successful. He had to wrangle a bunch of other heroes, which again, he kind of relied on them for most of the heavy lifting. Medea, he relied on her, and then he betrayed her, which was not very POG. And he like ran off with another woman. And I think even the other Argonauts advised against that. And in his quest, he like sailed through the crashing stones where like he sent a dove forward to like see if he could make it through. And he did. But only the very stern of the ship got damaged, just like the tailwind of the dove got damaged. But he got told to do that by Medea. Medea gave him magic to help him slay a dragon. I believe it was Jason who sewed the dragon's teeth to make them fight each other. And like threw a rock in them so they fought each other. So like Jason very much did a lot of interesting stuff, but fundamentally, Jason also was, he encountered Hera, and she was just like, let me be an old lady, and I will like need help crossing a river. So he was like, okay, I'll help you along. So like, he wasn't a bad guy in all aspects of his life. He helped Hera across. He lost a sandal that indicated that by a prophecy he was like to be put to death, so then he had to like kill a king, and then he had to go, or no, the reason he was sent to go get to slay the dragon and I think get the golden fleece is because he arrived without a sandal because he was helping Hera cross a river, and the king was like, oh no, I'm gonna lose my throne to like the man with one sandal. Go do this impossible task. However, at the end of his life, Jason, having betrayed Medea, ran off with a new woman. Eventually, like Medea, like brings hell to him, and he is alone with the rotting ship of the Argo. And while by himself, feeling sorry for himself, the mast, rotting and forgotten, collapses upon him and crushes him to death. So after all of this like heroics, after going on grand adventures with the rest of the Argonauts, of whom Heracles and Orpheus and I believe even Tiresias are all like members, frickin' Jason dies alone, crushed by the rotting ship of his past accomplishments. Boo. Third most pathetic. Persona 3 reference? Imagine being blessed by the the goddess of matrimony and cheating on your wife. Exactly. Cicero retells the story of Gyges and the Deophicius to illustrate his thesis that a wise or good individual bases his actions on a fear of moral degradation as opposed to punishment or negative consequences. Cicero follows with a discussion of the role of thought experiments in philosophy. The hypothetical situation in question is complete immunity from punishment of the kind afforded to Gyges by his ring. Yeah, the Argonaut crew was comprised, I think, barring Cadmus. Well, actually, no, and also Bellerophon. But the Argo crew was every famous hero pre-Troy. Like, the Trojan War was all of the most famous heroes of like the second generation. The generation before them was the generation of Orpheus and Heracles and Jason and Theseus and Bellerophon and Cadmus, all of these different heroes. And the Argo was basically a bunch of famous heroes and like local heroes who had hero cults all coming together to go help Jason do this big thing. Remember when I said before, I love how like the Shelleys are married and they each did their own thing independent of one another, but they also know Lord Byron. The timeline of Greek mythology and specifically Greek heroes is so interesting to me, which is why the fact that like Diomedes, who is a member of the Epigoni, i.e. like the children, the successors, was a member of Troy, and his father, Tydeus, was a member of the Seven Against Thebes who went to assault Thebes and had their own like story about that and failed. And then their children, the Epigoni, went to go take Thebes in their stead. And Athena wanted to bless Tydeus, but Tydeus, in a battle rage, ate the brains of one of his combatants. So she was disgusted by him and instead focused on his son Diomedes. Like, that's all super interesting to me. Yes, Theseus, that annoying guy from Hades. Yes. So I had someone ask who's first. What was the other thing someone asked? Gyges of Lydia was a historical king, the founder of the Myrmidad dynasty of Lydian kings. He was originally a subordinate of King Candales of Lydia, that he killed Candales and seized the throne, that he had either seduced Candale's wife before killing him, married her afterwards, or both. Morgan is a Celtic Gaelic deity. Morgana and Morgause and Morgana and Morgause and Morgantha are the Arthurian sisters or mother plus daughters. What was the question before? I had something that I had in my person. Oh, Epic. What are my thoughts on Epic the Musical? My thoughts on Epic the Musical were up until like all of Act 1. I liked it. I thought it, broadly speaking, got better as it went on. I think that the Troy saga, I'm not the hugest fan of. I don't dislike it, but like I think it has a lot of songs that I only appreciate the song because of its reference later, because it comes back later, because it is constantly reprised. Like Full Speed Ahead. I don't really care about Full Speed Ahead, but I like the fact it's appreciated later as a through line. Basically everything else I really like. I would say probably Cyclops, Ocean, and Underworld are some of my favorite sagas. Circe Saga, sleeper. Circe Saga goes so hard, and I never really think about it when I think about some of my favorite sagas, but like, wouldn't you like, honestly, it's just so good. Honestly, I'd love to sing some of the epic songs just for fun, just for like a karaoke at some point. Act 2 is where a lot of my praise turns into nebulous. I liked Thunder Saga. I did not like Wisdom Saga at all. It was my least favorite saga by far. I think Vengeance Saga was better, but it was still struggling. And I actually really liked the Ithaca Saga. I think this is all of them. So basically my thought process is Epic started out like down here, and then it kind of like went up and up and up. And then this is like the halfway point. And then I think it kind of had a minor dip with like Thunder Saga. Tanks with Wisdom. And then I think it's kind of like climbing back up with Vengeance, and then Ithaca is way back up here. That's my thought process, generally speaking. I think it started kind of weak. I think it hit its weakest point overall in the Wisdom Saga. And I think that outside of that, it was pretty solid. I definitely think that at the inflection point of Act 2, where I think because this is where it's, I don't know if it's the case, I think this is because it got stupid popular after Monster, after the Underworld Saga. That's when everyone started animating it. That's when everyone started doing covers. That's when it got more media attention. Like already it was super popular after like the Cyclops Saga, like the Troy Saga, the Cyclops Saga, Ocean Saga is when there was this big like issue with the publishing studio. So they had to re-record the initial sagas and then they got like millions of views. But I definitely feel like after Act 2, it went less from this is a concept album to this is like an online TikTok album, right? This is less of a concept musical. This is more of a actually let's just make the musical. Which is why in songs like God Games, there is a full-on like 30-second sequence of just instrumental at the climax where it is entirely told in storytelling visually, which did not happen up until that point. And in Vengeance Saga with a 500 Strike, there's a series of times where the story is more told visually than it is audibly, which, if that's what they started with, I think could have worked. But I think the fact that they swapped to that made it weaker. 600 Strike was a bit too anime for you. Personally, my least favorite song in the entire thing is God Games I didn't like the Wisdom Saga. I was very critical of it. I think I've softened on it a bit since because I know, yes, Diomedes nuts. Prue is back and gay as ever. Glad to know it. It was nice slinging mud at the pathetic little meow meows with you, but I gotta go study medicine. Enjoy your medicine studying. Exactly. Cersei is slept on. So 600 Strike being anime, I could handle 600 Strike being anime because orchestrally and musically it was good. And I think that the payoff thematically was really nice. Like I think that thematically it paid off well, even if I think it's dumb that Odysseus could beat Poseidon in a fight. Right? I think that was anime. I think it was cliche. I think it was campy. I think it was dumb. I still think it was musically sounded good. And I think it, from a narrative perspective, from a thematic perspective, it was really interesting because it was the conclusion of the arc of being ruthless. That solidified it for him. I don't think that would make sense. You did. That's the thing. I enjoyed the Scream of Poseidon as well. I enjoyed how melodic they were, how they're with the melody. My issue with God Games is that it is, hey, let's have like 5-10-second snippets of really good music that narratively makes zero sense. Why does Apollo care about the sirens? Like, he could have brought up the cows, for instance, instead of the sirens, of all things. I think that of God Games, really the only argument I liked was Ares / Aphrodite. Afro / Ares. And then also Hera. And the reason I like Hera is because assuming everything up until it had to be a back and forth like argument, Hera's being short, snappy, and funny was a good foil. But all of them were like that, except Aphrodite and Ares because they were lumped together. Ares and Aphrodite got a chance to breathe. Aphrodite was arguing with Athena's points and like bringing up the fact that like, yeah, that doesn't matter. Like what you're saying is nice and all, but like that doesn't change the core of what he did. Well, no. So hello, Cauldron, welcome back. I know those weren't his cows, but like the god of the sun and the sun god, Helios and Apollo, are related even if they are not the same entity. So So that would have been a stronger argument to bring up. And also, I'm just not going to lie. They got like 4 lines of dialogue and then we're like, oh yeah, I agree with you. Release him. Like, it felt like a non-issue for literally all of them except Aphrodite, because she argues with Athena and then Ares steps in before that she can just be solved. And then my biggest issue was Zeus, because Zeus was, I want Athena to have a final boss. I want him to be angry, aggressive, and booming. So therefore, I'm going to have him go beast mode and I'm going to have him fight Athena, which didn't make any sense. Yes, I've heard it put forward that it's like a pride thing. It was like, oh, no one can actually win against Zeus. But like, that's dumb. It came out of nowhere. He did not lead up to that whatsoever in any circumstance. And even knowing about the portrayals of Zeus and the oftentimes utilization as Zeus as a mouthpiece for criticisms of authority, given how he, as the king of the gods, was the ultimate authority. So if you are to criticize your king or your philosopher king or whoever's in charge, you're going to you might criticize Zeus as an allegory. Like, it didn't make sense for him to just come out there and like try to kill her. And also the musical trying to make it seem as though a goddess died was a bit silly. They do work together. Apollo upset that his work partner was upset, and that would have been a better argument. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Zeus is always an issue. You have not seen the musical. Zeus is always an issue. And that's my issue with that is I'd think it was just poor writing. I would think it was just like, oh, Erans didn't know how to write Zeus. But he writes him really well in Thunderbringer. Like, the opening lines to the opening verse to Thunderbringer is one of my favorite bits of lyricism in the entire musical, because the imagery he uses to reinforce not just that he's powerful, that he's misogynistic and a predator, but also he's a authority figure that is bringing down divine retribution, because he's talking about pride as a damsel in distress that he can manipulate, coerce, and force to do whatever he wants, because pride is the thing that he is retaliating against, is just amazing. Yeah, he's so well written literally every time outside of the end of God Games. Even in the start of God Games, I was down with it. I thought it was interesting to be like, hey, you want to free him? You want to free this mortal? You want to go against what the gods have said? All right, convince us. And then he just completely changes his tune just so that there can be a good 30-second animation where people who don't know about the Odyssey think Athena died. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. He does not announce his name in Thunderbringer because just thunder and lightning is enough to indicate who it is. He needs no introduction, despite the fact he would love an introduction, which is why, even in the live streams, in that opening like synth with the thunder playing on the beat, which fantastic design choice, there's a whole like just listing of epithets. If you watched the live stream where like Erans is like the official live stream where he's showing off the albums as they're coming out. Also, hey Rafik. The intro is just like master of the heaven, king of the gods, the one like the one true divine, the Thunderbringer. And then he introduces himself. Like, that's the sort of lead up that you have that demonstrates a level of gravitas and personality that it really got delivered on, except at the end of God Games. So that's my thoughts on Epic broadly. I really liked it. I thought that the Wisdom Saga, frankly, was the worst in the entire musical by far. And then the Vengeance Saga was, broadly speaking, a vast improvement, but because it was improving from so low, it suffered by trying to drag up what was before it. The Ithaca Saga went so hard. The Ithaca Saga was one of the best, I will say. So I'm very happy that it ended on a very high note. Yeah, so we were talking about the most pathetic Greek heroes. I've talked about this before. My pick for the number one is Theseus. I literally have too much to talk about to get into it in like 5 minutes right now. The long and short is he relied entirely on Ariadne to slay the Minotaur. He abandoned Ariadne because he didn't want to bring her with him. The one person that helped him. He returned to Athens without remembering to properly, what's it called? He returned to Athens without changing the flag mast color. So his father thought he was dead. So his father ended his own life. He returned to be king of Athens, which right there is a massive red flag. You never want someone who is a king of Athens. Yeah. So Cauldron, I don't know if you've seen this before. There's a chat redeem where you can ban other chatters for like 15 seconds. You probably got caught in the crossfire. Yeah, so I know Luke Holt was the voice of Zeus. Honestly, Neil Illustrator, I saw a bunch of other animatics before Neil Illustrator started illustrating them. Personally, I think Neil's illustrations are a bit too Disney. I'm just personally not a fan with the vibe of the songs most of the time. I think that they're very well done. I just personally have a different preference. Like Aniflama, I really like. Gigi, Wolfie are other names that are very common and popular in the community. But yeah, so Theseus, by and large, Athens is just enough to put him in the number one spot. But all the stuff with Ariadne as well. Does that make him pathetic? It makes him more of a butt. You're back. Are we still voyeuring chat? No, we're talking about how pathetic Greek heroes are. There's one version of the story where Dionysus picks her up after he abandons her. Yeah. Because, like, listen, Queen deserves the best. It's like, I also have a list of folks who aren't heroes, but I have a list of folks who aren't heroes, but they are still kind of pathetic. So, like, they don't count, but like Sisyphus, Tantalus, Minos, Oedipus, all of these individuals who have like tragedies about them, but aren't heroes, they're kind of pathetic. Midas. Greek hero negging? No, it's not negging if it's true. It's negging if I want them to like me. Like, I think you forget, with the way nutrition has changed over the years, I could take a Greek hero. In a fight. Probably not like Heracles or whoever. But like, I could take Theseus in a fight. And if I wouldn't win, I'd make sure he'd lose. You? Why didn't Midas turn his clothes into gold? He did. Where is Icarus? Icarus would definitely be in doesn't count, but still pathetic. Like, all of the figures who aren't heroes. Like Midas, Minos, Daedalus, Oedipus, Sisyphus, Tantalus. All of these figures aren't heroes. They are not meant to overcome their circumstances. They are not meant to be aspired to. They are meant to be tragic figures. They don't count. Like, they're still pathetic. They don't count. Icarus is inside a fish's belly. Arrow versus Kratos win. I specified it was in a fight. Calm down. Honestly, so I would lose against Kratos hard. However, I've never played a God of War game, so I don't know how that would go. Like, I don't know. If Kratos can tear my spine out from my throat, I feel like I don't really have a chance, and I don't remember most other heroes doing that. Is Kratos in the ranking of pathetic? No, Kratos is not a true Greek hero in the sense of related to classical mythology. Strictly speaking, Kratos is a hero that is Greek. Kratos is a hero that is Greek that a Greek hero does not make. In the sense of classical Greek heroes that are descended from divinity, that are greater than man, that have epics and or stories told about them, that they're meant to be like inspirational, aspirational, and oftentimes explanatory of history. For instance, oftentimes they incorporate into founding myths. Cadmus founded... Was it like... He didn't found Thebes, did he? I think it'd be cool to be a tragic story figure as a legacy. Arrow kissers are very jumpy about the possibility of arrow kissing. Yeah, I've noticed. Kratos is like a personification of strength for ancient Greeks. Is he? Kratos is an actual deity? Because as far as I'm aware, Kratos in the God of War series is a Spartan who basically like kills Ares and takes his place. Right? He is a mortal that is an original character that ascends. Is he based off of the actual like Greek deity of in a good way to get arrow kissers to chimp out? Oh yeah, so like there are tons of minor deities. I would not be surprised if Kratos was named after a minor deity, but was he like actually in the games? Oh wow. Interesting. Cadmus was the one with the teeth? Oh, you're so right. It wasn't Jason with the teeth, because there are multiple dragons. There are multiple dragons in Greek myth. Cadmus's dragon is different from Jason's dragon. Unless I'm mixing that up and Jason didn't have a dragon. Kratos becomes the god of war, but in real life, I think he's the god of justice, law. Fun fact, the Furies are representations of justice. The Furies were the idea of if you did something that was against society and the law, the Furies would chase you. So, Athena, in order to prevent everyone from just being chased by the Furies nonstop whenever they do something bad, started the legal system. And now the Furies will only chase you if you are convicted by a court of law. Isn't that the guy who becomes a dragon with his wife? Yes. Cadmus is the guy who returns to, like, monkey, or, like, returns to snake, becomes a dragon with his wife because his wife, who is, like, the minor deity of, like, bad fortune or something? He gets turned into a snake, and then she is like, oh no, I love him, let me go with him, and then they do it together. In Hellenism, he's known as the son of the nymph of the river Styx, and Pallas, who also fathered Nike, which, I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you have the deity of victory and the minor deity of, like, masculinity and strength, that kind of checks out that they'd be siblings. Pallas being a Titan son of Creus, the Titan, and Eurybia. Now, that's a bad choice of wife. So it was the sort of thing where he was offered marriage to her. And it was the sort of thing where, like, if he said yes, he would have bad fortune. If he said no, he would anger the gods and then get bad fortune. So he might as well get, like, just a really beautiful wife out of it that apparently he cared about enough to, like, be a snake with. So cute. We love that. But Cadmus, Bellerophon, and Heracles. Cadmus, Bellerophontes, and Heracles. Were considered the greatest of the Greek heroes pre-Troy. Like, these were like the old guard of heroes that then the new guard, like Achilles, Odysseus, Diomedes, Agamemnon, the Ajaxes, they all looked up to as historical figures. Creus is also the Titan of constellations. POG. Although it is interesting that there is a character who there is a hero who is it Chimus? I think it might be Chimus, who was a woman that was assaulted by Poseidon, and then basically in response to being assaulted by Poseidon gave her a male body and indestructibility. So it's often called that they are a transmasc icon. That's just a fun fact. There was a character who one of the gods did god things and assaulted, and then in exchange for being assaulted was given not just a male body, but also indestructibility to basically protect them from that ever happening again. Which, like, we love that for them. We don't love that happened, but we love the outcome. Sipping my water. A son of Poseidon was killed by Ares for assaulting a woman. I mean, assault was unfortunately extremely common, and still is, but it was viewed differently because women were viewed differently. Like, remember, this is back. This is a while ago. So there were, I mean, not just like different cultures in place, but like literally different laws impacted women differently from men. And like something I like to say is that like the ancient Greeks were so misogynistic that they came around to being gay. So the average male Greek in antiquity was expected to be bisexual because they would have a wife, they would have a family that they would like continue the family line with, but also male lovers were not just common, like exchanges of sexual favors were common business practices. And the main thing about like homosexuality was that it wasn't viewed as like a lifestyle, it was like action. It was homosexual action. You would not identify as gay or bisexual or a homosexual or anything. It would be you performed homosexual acts. And the main thing was the power dynamic. Specifically, like who was the top, who was the bottom. Because it was considered feminizing to be receiving. Which meant that even if it was totally fine for you to engage in those acts with other men, it was bad to be receptive. It was bad to be the bottom. It was a basically negative social impact on your credibility and reputation if it was found out that you bottomed. Not because it was gay, but because it was seen as subservient, submissive, weak. And fun fact, this continued into Roman times, broadly speaking. Not exactly, but like similar concepts. And it was common practice for, before going out into the Senate, senators would be humbled by a slave. A slave would whisper in their ear like secrets to basically like bring them down a peg, just kind of like ground them. And Julius Caesar, bringing this back to Caesar, was humbled by a slave, but you're like, hey, remember that closed door negotiation you were in? Everyone knows you bottomed in that one. So it's just like reminding him that everyone knows he's a bottom to humble him before going out and like giving like a military report on the campaign in like the Gaul or whatever. Yeah, everyone wants to be a pitcher. No one wants to be a catcher. Wife for kids, dudes for enjoyment. Exactly. And then also, obviously, there was the practice of like teaching young boys how to be men, so to speak, by engaging in activities with them that would now be considered very illegal, which was not good in any regard. But similarly, it was the idea of it was thought that you had to learn from a man how to engage in such activities. You made a stat block for a were amoeba? Is that just vor? Is that just vor? I believe one epithet of Ares was protector of women, which comes from the Amazonians. So I don't know about that, because my understanding of Ares, broadly speaking, is that Ares was quote unquote like bad war, whereas Athena was considered quote unquote like good war. And obviously that's a simplification. That's not all it was. Our conceptions of Greek deities is homogenized, despite the fact that there was massive variability between different city-states. For instance, Sparta had a interpretation of Aphrodite as basically like a warrior maiden, kind of like a shield maiden from like Viking, like Norse area. So despite being like a goddess of like love and fertility and like non-combat things, she was given a more combat-oriented role in a very militaristic society. Hey, Anova. You just realized you could have raided me, but you didn't know I was streaming. Well, I appreciate your company nonetheless. You can get vored when it's in amoeboid form, but it's the only way it can transfer the lycanthropy. I hate that. We all pray to Athena publicly, but in the thick of it, we praying to Ares in the trenches. Well, that's the thing, right? Ares is effectively the god of like killing. It's like slaying. If you want to just slay 10 people, you probably want to pray to Ares. But if you want to win a battle, if you want to be protected, Ares is very corn-coded most of the time. Ares does not care from whence the blood flows so long as the blood is flowing, right? So if you pray to him, it's like praying to be a barbarian. It is you're going to get stabbed, you're going to stab someone else, and you just better hope you stab them better than they stab you. Athena is more like praying to be a paladin or maybe a fighter, in that you want to have tactics. You want to flank the enemy. You want to have weaknesses in their armor that you can exploit by hitting weak points. You want to have your flank protect your rear so that you don't get hit by a cavalry charge, right? Lycanthropy transmission, a humanoid that dies while engulfed will raise as a were amoeba after 24 hours. Not to be confused with the Phenoi, the spirits of murder and slaughter. And that's the thing, is that like Ares, I believe they're his children. What is it like? Phobos and Thanos? Because like Thanatos is death, but like I think it's like Phobos is fear and Thanos is panic or something. Phobos and Deimos, that's what it is. Like Ares has other minor deities underneath him that are more specific, but broadly speaking, it's when you want to kill someone versus when you want to beat someone. So broadly speaking, Ares was looked on unfavorably even among like Sparta, because Sparta prided itself in its tactics, in its phalanx, in its Spartans that would be able to hold the line kind of deal. So no one really liked Ares as far as I was aware, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were specific city-states and specific cults and specific interpretations of Ares that was Ares protector of women. Ares, unseater of the unjust. Like, all of the things that come with violent action that are positive. Heard someone say something about werewolves. Fear and terror. Fear and hunger, more like. Heyo. Lycaon was worshipped as a god after feeding Zeus his own sons and turned into a wolf. Listen, there are stories of werewolves who claim to be blessed by, I don't know if it's like the Abrahamic God, like the Christian God, or if it's like gods, where there are historic claims of people who said, oh, I'm a werewolf sent on a divine mission to track down and slay demons that escaped from hell. Sure. Werewolf the Apocalypse, is that you? The Androctoisai are the spirits of battlefield slaughter. Yeah. Sparta, whom prided themselves on requiring women to pretend to be men to get their husbands to pay attention. Well, listen. I'm going to burst your bubble real quick. Sparta was all just propaganda. The reality of Spartan life was that they were incredibly focused on their military. They mostly just stuck to themselves and tried to resist having their slave population, which was like 3 times that of the free population, revolting, and just stayed in the... Is it the Attican Peninsula? I believe... Where was the Peloponnese? Yeah, Spartan food sucked. Their money was useless. They literally used like bars of metal for trading because they specifically they used bars. Spartans used bars of metal that they specifically melted down and made more impure to make them less valuable so that other people would not want them, because Sparta was very like, we're self-sufficient. Only we can promote a Spartan lifestyle. Attica was Athens. Yeah, so I think it was the Peloponnese then. Thank you. Yeah, Pelo. And like, it was all just propaganda. Their military wasn't even that good. The story of the 300 at Thermopylae was like vastly exaggerated, and it was not nearly as crazy as it's made out to be in like the movie 300. However, my counter to that, Athens is even more propaganda. Don't believe it when someone says Athens was the best of the city-states or the most like progressive or anything. Anything good you say about Athens is a lie. Theseus founded it. It's a red flag. Ian Nasir convinced them to take his copper. Okay, so you're thinking like probably like 1,000 years off? Athenian femboys. Okay, there was femboys everywhere, but that's also because like there was a certain caste of individual that was pushed into being a femboy. State mandated femboys. Was Athens the real ship of Theseus after all? Well, so like, you know the origin of the ship of Theseus. Like in Athens, my guess is it's in a museum. I think it's in a museum. Like in Athens, there is a real ship that is thought to be the real life ship of Theseus that for the past like 3,000 years has been just replaced over time as boards break and like rot and whatever. That's where the paradox comes from. It wasn't a hypothetical. It was literally like in the harbor the real life ship of Theseus was just docked there. And they would just repair it over time. Corinth isn't good either, considering the story of Laos and Oedipus. Oedipus was Thebes. Because Oedipus was Theban born, kicked out of Thebes and like left on a mountain, adopted, I believe, into Corinth, and then left. And I don't think Corinth was focused on with Oedipus. I know so little about Greece, I feel kind of dumb right now. See, I very much so, I don't know, like, I'm not special. I understand that. Most people who are gay and or neurodivergent very much so have weird fixations with ancient Greece and antiquity. I had that when I was younger. I've gotten that again since. The Corinthian border is where he killed his father last. I mean, for ancient Greece, that's not that bad. Can a city even be capable of good? Yes, in the same way that a nation can be capable of good or evil. That does not mean that the nation itself is inherently good or evil, but it can perpetrate good or evil. For instance, I redirect you to most of the 20th century. There's a lot of evil going on in the world. However, that does not mean that the nations that perform that are inherently evil. Similarly, any nation that does a good action repeatedly, or that treats its nation, like its citizens well, like Sweden is often pointed to as like a fantastic nation. They've done many good things, but the nation itself is kind of neutral. They just have a history of doing good or evil things. To be fair, I believe in these stories as faith, so what actually happens and what I believe are true to the faith is different. That's fair. Well, and also keep in mind that like modern Hellenism, which you have said that that is your faith, is not the same as the myths of antiquity. And that's not to say that one is appropriate than the other, that one's better than the other. It's literally just, it's not the same because we aren't living 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. So there's going to be variations. Not to mention, both of these are different from actual literal historical records. So it's the sort of deal where it's just like, no matter what you believe in, whether you're like, you practice modern Hellenism, or you're trying to parse through myths of antiquity, or you're trying to like just stick to the factual information that anthropologists and archaeologists have actually uncovered, not taking any like cultural aspects into account, even though that's a major part of archaeology, you're going to get a different answer from all three. And that's okay. That's how history works. You always wondered why the Oedipus complex meant what it meant. Oedipus did not want to do what he did. The complex means you wanted to. See, that's because Freud had his own fixations on the impact of family and specifically the parents on psychology. And this is just something where I think he was drawing on the fact that the most famous example of like that form of, I'll call it relationship, if you can call it that, is probably Oedipus. Outside of like European interrelated kings or like Chinese emperors or like the Pharaoh dynasty, like Oedipus stands as a sole example that you can just kind of point to and be like, that guy who did that thing. Even if he didn't want to, even if it wasn't intentional, that's more specific than calling it like, I mean, now we kind of call it like Habsburg, right? But I think it was just kind of pointing to a famous example that was related to it. Yeah, no, you could agree completely. You get mistaken for a historian rather than a person pursuing faith. Hellenism has gotten mixed with many myths due to the great... Yep. We hate Freud in this house, which I will reiterate, Freud was wrong about a bunch, and he was almost right about most other things, but not quite. But he did lay the groundwork of a lot of modern psychology. And basically, I'll say legitimized the field, because there were people who were practicing psychology before him. He just kind of brought it into what is now considered modern psychology. He was wrong about most things. However, he still had presence and pull and push that brought it into mainstream science with a lot of coke. No, literally. He has many followers, like Carl Jung, who even his followers who were closest to agreeing with him massively disagreed with him on major issues, and Jung came up with stuff like the collective unconscious, or the collective conscious, I believe, personas, Persona 4, and Freud basically had no direct legacy following his leaving the practice, because as far as I'm aware, most of his students went off in their own directions from where he was. Persona, social links. Freud was an interesting psychologist. Listen, he was someone that would sit you down and say, how do you feel about your mother? And you'd be like, I mean, I don't like her that much. She did something mean to me. And then he'd be like, ah, yes, you must take cocaine. And he'd be like, what? And you'd be like, what? And he'd be like, yes, I must hypnotize you while you are under the effects of a stimulant. Then you will get to the true feelings. Run to your psychiatrist. All right. Oh, gosh, I need to stretch. And that'll be $200, but this is $200 from like 1905. So you are going to be bankrupt. Question, do I keep yapping? Or do I like play Armored Core or something? Because I want to wrap up in like an hour. Arrow stretch. We're currently in an ad for like 10 more seconds. I mean, I probably can, Guile, which is why I'm thinking it. Like, I beat New Game Plus. Saturday, I started up New Game Plus Plus. Well, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we do love the ranting about the Hellenistic pantheon after ranting about Hellenistic mythology before ranting about the horrors of psychology. Did I poke you about the new flesh? You may have, but I'm not familiar. What do I think of the Raven fight? Oh, the Raven fight with King and Chartreuse. I was not expecting that. I forgot where we were, so I thought the King and Chartreuse fight. I thought the King and Chartreuse fight was a replacement for the HCLC fight. I forgot about the Raven fight. You also prefer yapping? You prefer yapping because you get to interact because you know everything about yapping and only that AC is mech. It's a short little thing I think you enjoy. Precisely. Lovely, Orleans. See, that's the thing. Like, I considered like, hey, should I do something special for my anniversary? Should I like try to play a game? Should I like play Subnautica that people have been asking about? I could play Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds. That really like popular famous game that like you can only play once. And then I was like, people just want me to yap, don't they? Hey, Ophi. Scarlet Nexus is a great game. I'm unfamiliar. But yeah, so I thought the King Chartreuse fight was a stand-in for the HCLC. So then when Raven comes in, I'm just like, it's the Raven fight. Oh, I accidentally started recording. Hello, future me. Sorry, I hit a keybind that accidentally started recording. So Scarlet Nexus is like Persona mixed with Devil May Cry. That actually sounds very interesting. Although isn't Persona mixed with Devil May Cry just Shin Megami Tensei. Oh, Raven was phenomenal, especially as a longtime player. Like, I struggled so much with that fight. But at the same time, I kind of loved it. How do I draw a heart? I always suck at hearts. Wanna know why? Because I don't make them wide enough. I just gotta... Because I always go up. I always do way too vertical. Me discovering what it's like to draw a heart live. Felt like fighting myself in my AC multiplayer prime. I'll have to figure that out, I guess. What do I try? Okay, I'll try thinking about a butt. Why does that look better? Like, why does thinking about a butt work? Like, I understand conceptually, it kind of looks like a butt, so think about a butt and you'll draw a good heart. These are notably better than when I just kind of like, oh my gosh. The answer is, is it because I love butts and I cannot lie? Do I love big butts and I cannot lie? I mean, I don't lie, so I suppose I'm there. So do I love big butts? Depends on the butt. Because love is that's a wild take. That's a very arrow take. But thank you, phone, for informing me of my YouTube post that I made 6 hours ago. It's not as if... See, it's so silly because when you're like on YouTube, you subscribe to yourself. So I get notifications for my own videos. And I feel pressured to watch them because otherwise YouTube will be like, oh, one of your subscribers didn't click on this video. They must hate it. You must suck. We're not going to recommend this to anyone. So I feel pressured to watch my own content, even though I'm like, I have other things to do with my life. Wait, Orleans, no, we're not Freuding this. Do I subscribe to these notions? No, I refuse. Also, I feel as though we are far past the point where y'all bought the outfit. So unless anyone has any more subs they want to gift or bits they want to contribute, I'm swapping off, I think. Do I get watch time for myself? I don't think I do. I assume I don't. Love is ass, but you never said ass isn't great. That's a... You know what? I can't argue. No idea anyone subbed to themselves on YouTube. I didn't. I think it's automatic. I think you automatically get recommended your own content. Okay, so let us... You have lost... You have officially lost hot tub privilege. You can no longer prune. You should save up to get a PC for content. I mean, yeah, like... Having a PC that can properly run stuff, edit stuff, is essential. What was that called? Starfish? Oh, right. I asked Rory about that after, and he explained, and I was like, oh, I've heard a different term for that. But I knew what it was, I just hadn't heard the term starfishing. You also lost the game? Shut up. Your soggy clam chowder sourdough bread bowl. Now I want a sourdough bread bowl. Starfishing in the bedroom? Yes. Okay, I'm going to step away for like a minute. My apologies. I would have done it during the ad, but most of you are subscribed anyway because of the big burst of gift subs, so my apologies.
Yummers.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Yummers.
Be gone, thoughts!
Yummers.
Be gone, thoughts! Objection! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Yummers.
What in the heck did I come back to? Were y'all shooting each other? That was the perfect opportunity, I will say. So I can't really blame you, but I will still judge you for it, and I will make fun of you. I'm glad you're not going to swear vengeance on their kin for 8 generations. However, my calves hurt. My calves are so sore. I'm not going to lie. Like, normally, I'm pretty good, but not complaining. But like, I just got up. I walked around for like a minute. I was waddling. I was at the point where like I stumbled because my calves were so tight. And that's what happens when you walk like 4 days worth of steps in a day and a half. I don't need potassium. I could use a calf massage. I don't like massages. Does anyone here like massages? Do any of you like massages? Because I have had small amounts of massages before. They make me uncomfortable. I don't like being touched, personally. And just someone like rubbing their hands all over me, particularly if they're like really working a muscle, feels more uncomfortable than anything. Arrow walks all of New York. Honestly, it was mostly Manhattan. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I wanted to go to like a Brooklyn club for Pride, but didn't work out. You hate being touched, but somehow professional massage just does wonders to you? See, that's the thing, is that like, I don't like being touched generally, and a massage is working sore muscles, which to me feels uncomfortable to have them messed with, but obviously afterwards it feels better. You're back from the muzzle? Wow. Okay, Rusty. Massage to me feels like someone's hitting a Street Fighter combo on my spine. I mean, what are you, a Squishmallow? It was painful at first, but dang, did it feel better afterwards. That's the thing. I have yet to have a massage from like a proper like masseuse. So I haven't had the opportunity to be in a spot where someone gives me a massage, I feel better afterwards. I mostly just kind of like have gotten a impromptu massage from like someone I know because I was complaining about like my back hurting. Well, that's my thing, is that I'm not violent to people, assuming you ignore the violence I inflict upon my Twitch chat. I'm only violent if you deserve it. And if you're in my Twitch chat, you deserve it. You got massages and they gave back? Nice. Like, I feel like hitting a combo on someone's spine can feel nice depending on what the combo is and like where the knots are, right? Because the whole thing with a massage is that they're trying to work out the knots in your body, or maybe like mess with like your lymph nodes or whatever. I don't know, I'm not a masseuse. But broadly speaking, they're gonna mess with parts of your body that are in a position that they shouldn't be in. Loosen you up. Shots? Back shots? Your neck, your back, your crippled, aging body. Yeah, arrow kissers aren't people. You're just little like balls of shadow that some of you apparently have spines. I didn't know that. I thought you were just little creatures of shadow with guns, but nope. Turns out you have spines and some of you get Street Fighter comboed on them. I need to sip some water. My throat is kind of hurting me, I'm not gonna lie. Because again, on Sunday, I'm going... Oh my gosh. On Sunday, I went out. It's Pride. I meet up with friends. But we're out. I have to constantly like catch my voice. I have to speak up to be heard. And then it's only been like a day and a half since. So my voice is kind of dead. I'm a little creature of darkness who has no organs and likes barking. You like barking? I didn't know you were a freak like that. Okay. I don't judge. Okay, that's a lie. I judge a little bit. But like, this is a safe space. This is a tolerable community. Oh, baking! Yeah. Yeah. I blame the fact that multiple other people in my community have barked at me before. The only common denominators we like shooting. We had a whole arrow kisser anatomy lesson. Exactly. Do I have food out? No, I don't have food. I'm gonna get food in like an hour when I raid out. Is Maddie's baking worth barking at? I'll bark if asked, but only if asked. I'm not gonna ask anyone to bark. I feel like that's inappropriate for me. Like, again, I have a position of authority over my chatters, even if all of you effectively are free agents that can leave at any time. There is a power dynamic here. And I feel as though too many people, if someone in a position of authority or in a stronger position in a power dynamic asks them to bark, that get real weird real quick. I started an hour early, I can leave an hour early. Well, yeah, but I plan on leaving in an hour because that would be 6 hours. My plan is I'm going to go like six-ish hours. Also, Leans, are you just consuming all of the baked goods without leaving any for anyone else? How dare you? Gosh, my throat. Strictly speaking, I don't know if I should be going 6 hours. However, I really want to go 6 hours because I'm so used to going like 8 hours that anything less than like 7 makes me feel like I'm having a short stream, even though I know functionally a 5 to 7 hour stream is still longer than most streams. I think the average stream is probably like in that 3 to 4 hour range. So like a 6 hour stream is not that bad. Tummy. I'm glad that you have like a storage pouch in your tummy. What is it? Are you like a cow where you have multiple stomachs? And it's the idea that like desserts are in one stomach, grass is in another because again, cow, and like baked goods are in a third. That's suspicious coming from someone who proclaims themselves the cat. That's what I was thinking. Okay, yes, I do have an exposed stomach in this model. And there's nothing weird about that. This is beachwear. Again, reminder. This is for the beach. Going to the beach. We have evil rhubarb with a goat tee. We have jangly keys, because one of the oldest jokes in recorded history was what hangs from a man's belt, what hangs from a man's waist and jangles? A key. Although it's got nothing on a dog walked into a bar and said, "I'll open one." Like, nothing beats ancient Sumerian humor. You almost sang that Nicki Minaj. Yeah, we're going to the beach. Sailing away. Jangly keys in the Bikini Bottom. This is Bikini Bottom. I will say, I mean, like, would it be funnier? Oh, I just had this thought. Wait, would it be funnier if I was like, just like way off in the distance? Like, I'm just off to the side, right? And then all of you are like, you're front and center. So it's your show. This isn't about me. This affiliate anniversary is about you. Wait, what do you mean arrow brownies? I love brownies. Can we have an onion in the hot tub? It's great. I only have evil rhubarb. You're a cat raised by dogs? Okay, that's adorable, I will say. Actually, oh, I know what to do. I can... All right, everyone, the window is shifting. Awesome. The window has been shifted to make it more lovely. To make it more aesthetically appreciable. Has chat been so bad? I'm not climbing the walls because you're down bad. I'm climbing the walls because I like climbing things. I love climbing things. Thank you, Cynic. Clearly need some protein. I wanted to try protein brownies. I feel like they're not going to be that good. Probably one of the best things I've had thus far is like a Cliff Bar, which was like a brownie Cliff Bar. But it wasn't like a brownie. It was like a Cliff Bar that had like chocolate, and it was only 10 grams. Mostly I've been looking at like the 20 grams plus, which I think is part of why it all tastes so bad. I don't know. You had a dog who would adopt and nurse our cats that she liked growing up, these being adult cats. It is not my birthday today. It is not my birthday today. I will have you know, I released content last year on my birthday, and no one wished me a happy birthday. I recorded and edited a video on my birthday last year, released it same day, and not a single person wished me a happy birthday. How dare you? Cliff Bars they are overpriced. That's the thing. That's why I didn't want to like go for them. Right now I've been trying Fairlife, which is like a protein shake that has like milk as a base to it. Honestly, they're pretty good. Like they're just like high protein chocolate milk. It's not my birthday. To be fair, I didn't know I didn't exist in this plane of existence a year ago. No, I'm not saying like a year ago. I'm saying within the past like 10 months. Within the past 12 months, so to speak. It has been my birthday. I'm back again, and why are we arrow sides? Because... Would you prefer I'm arrow upside down? Whoa, no, my head's getting dizzy from this. Wait, so what if I do this, right? Whoa. Wait. I'm a kaiju. I'm just massive in the distance. I am Attack on Titan. Hello, friend. Arrow diagonals is better? Normally, most people would be... Why would they pay extra to see me upside down? What? What? No, because that would make you arrow to... Why is my community weird? Attack on arrow. Da 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 da. They're big enough to eat it. Wait, what if I just like... Wait a second. Alright, I'm gonna take a bite. Better hope I don't get you. Oh, I got one of you. Was this you? Are you the one that got eaten? I hope not. No, we're not Aerovore. I'm not a were-amoeba. I'm not a were-amoeba. Don't call me voring a were-amoeba. Just lips arrow, but whisper? What? There's no vor. We are not a vor channel. No. I take it back. I take back everything I've ever done in life. I'm tiny. I am now smaller than you are. Hey.
Yummers.
Mind if I like hop in, like kind of crowding around the whole area? Like, do you really need rhubarb with a goat tea in there? Hello? Like, the water seems nice. You've been in there for a while. No, literally, Guile, like, I try my best to be like wholesome, and then everyone is evil. Hop in the... I don't know if I want to hop in. I feel like I would be in danger. I feel like unironically, like, this is not the play. The power of my voice is too powerful. What power of my voice? People are weird. I simply came here to rant about which Greek hero is the most pathetic, talk about how much I love Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and give my ideas for TTRPGs. With the words I used... Wait, what fetish words did I use? I know vor. I know vor's a word. That's why I'm not voring them. What fetish words did I use? Okay, Stunov, no, that's not what people are doing. No one is doing that in the hot tub.
Growing evil rhubarb was discovered by an Englishman from Yorkshire.
Why would I want rhubarb grown in such a way that it grows an inch a day and creaks and groans and cracks and snaps if it was presented by an Englishman from Yorkshire? I can deal with the strange noises. I can deal with the rhubarb. I can deal with the fact that it's called evil rhubarb, and probably by eating it, you are damning yourself to an eternity of a terrible existence. But from Yorkshire, of all places, it's not even one of the less bad areas of the UK. It's the Yorkshire area of UK. Yorkshire men are a bridge too far, exactly. Evil rhubarb is English. True. Why is forced rhubarb force sensitive? Is it like the dark side? Is that what this is? Oi, mate, Birmingham is a piece of shit. I can't really do accents, so to try and just like cold call do a British accent would be very silly of me. No, but I am concerned. What fetish words were I saying? Is Attack on Titan fetish? I'm scared. I try my best to just be silly, and then people are weird. Okay, let's get back to a proper size. Let us anoint ourselves in the proper POG. Now this is more like it, right? Right? Yeah, see, we have the sunset in the background, we have a window, you're in a hot tub, I'm off to the side still. It was the oomph part and talking about how it wasn't you. What? Oh? That's just an eating noise. That's just an eating noise. Well, no, so to be clear, there is nothing untoward going on here. I am simply concerned. Let the yap yap. I yap constantly. I yap too much, some would say. So much so that I'm tapping my chest for emphasis. Although, didn't talk about TTRPGs like at all today. So I have a question. Does anyone have any questions? Do we have anyone that has any questions, whether about D&D or Arcane or Lancer or Wild Sea or Vampire the Masquerade or about me or about anything really? Because I've just been kind of like raw dogging it this whole time. I've just been going from topic to topic in a flow state of what can only be described as the consistency of clam chowder, given by the fact that we had clam chowder in... Oh, you did ask the superhero question. I did answer that, yeah. We did talk about Vampire the Masquerade. Whoa. Do I voice train? It's so amazing. Thank you. I don't really voice train. I just kind of talk. Like, I don't specifically go out of my way to voice train. Like a year ago, I started doing voice training a little bit, where like I figured out what's resonance. I talked to some friends about like weight and size of your voice. And then my main thing since has just been, I talk all the time. I'm a yapper. I do content creation. I record. So what I do is I just try to keep it at a higher register than what my normal speaking voice is. And over time, that has raised my normal speaking voice slightly. It's not very high, but I do actively tighten my voice. I shrink my voice a bit when speaking, which is why my voice like kills me after like 5 hours, because it's basically clenching my esophagus while talking nonstop for like 5 hours. But I do try my best. Although that does mean I do have a bit of a range. So like my upper range is around here, at least at a talking level. Though if you want me to talk more, I can go down. Wait. Though I can talk in a bit of a vocal fry. Though if you want me to talk consistently down here, I don't know how long I can make. Yeah, my voice starts to kind of break apart if I go down too low and I try to force the vocal fry, though I can kind of maintain here consistently. This isn't really my normal speaking voice, and it never really was. This is me at a lower register, though my voice does kind of break at this point. It doesn't sound natural because it's not natural. I'm forcing this. I'm pushing for this. My normal voice is like, this is my speaking voice. This is how I talk. So, although I could do a bit of like distortion up here and just kind of have that little bit of like Teen Titans Raven grasp to it, which again isn't natural. It is inserting that explicitly for an intended effect, though it does allow me to do stuff like fry scream, where I can have a distortion scream. You think it's ethical to create genetically superior people to pilot giant mechs in space? I'm gonna pass on that one. Speaking voice does sound far more natural. You refuse to VTuber because I like being a weird deep-voiced woman the size of in the CRV. Listen, it's okay to be deep-voiced. I get people regularly on both sides. I get people regularly who say that like they love my voice and they think it's so cute or so hot or so sexy or whatever, that I sound so pretty. And then I have other people who say like, you sound like a man. Why aren't you using a male model? What are you doing? And it's really just like, personally, I don't care. I'm non-binary. I'm not trans femme. So I don't really have a horse in the race of like sounding super femme. I'm just kind of going for somewhere in the middle. So the fact that I get people on both sides reading me as masc, reading me as femme, pretty pog, not gonna lie. Thank you. Thank you, Wog. But yeah, I can go down to a lower voice, like here pretty normally. It's when I try to force the vocal. It's when I try to force the vocal fry that I start to actually try to force it. That sounds less natural because I was trying too heavily to rely further back in my vocal track. This is a lower voice with vocal fry, and this is more of a comfortable speaking voice even with the vocal fry. But down here is a little bit less comfortable. Not because I can't maintain it, but because it's like just hard to enunciate while also putting so much of my time and energy into focusing on lower register. Arrow beyond comprehension, exactly. I just full named the latter. See, that's the thing. No, Sunov. Thank you, Sunov. See, deep voiced women are lovely, lovely people. Deep voiced individuals in general, as well as high voiced individuals and androgynous individuals. Love them all. I don't full name the latter group. Always. Sometimes though, when someone is just like, piece of advice, use a femboy model at least, because at least then you would actually get views. And I'm just like, okay, cretin 224. Which, okay. I have to say this. You know it's bad. Aerodrogynous, yes, that is absolutely what I'm going for. I was playing Marvel Rivals last night. And someone was in the lobby. Their name was a Twitch username. And they were flaming out. And they didn't do well. They say they're like insulting the team or whatever. I think we even won. They just didn't do well. I look up their Twitch. I pride myself in not being mean. I promise in my personal life I'm very nice. I promise. I'm not violent in my personal life. I'm not. Okay, I'm silly in my personal life.
Would win in a fight, impeach Obama
I
2010
promise I'm less
or Clinton
chaotic. I'm kind of chaotic in my
224.
personal life. Definitely Cretin 224, because that is a creature of my creation. Impeach Obama ASAP 2010 is simply a basement dweller who has no concept of the passage of time, because the last time they actually needed time was when they stopped their job search a couple years ago. I'm sorry, that one was mean. But I was playing Marvel Rivals, and I look up this person's name, and I see that they don't have traction, is what I will say. To be kind. And I literally like messaged a friend, and I'm just like, this person's crashing out in Marvel Rivals, and I really have to resist the urge to just be like, silence sub 30 followers. Because like, if I actually said that, I would be a jerk. To make jokes about that, I think is funny. To tease people who are crashing out and just be like, you think yourself high on a pedestal at the peak of a mountain, and yet you are hardly at the summit of an anthill, thinking yourself tall. And just like these people who go on an absolute power trip, I'm just like, you're so silly. Why? But I resist. I resist the urge, because that would just be being toxic. And then my friend was like, why would you be nice? Why not just be toxic? And I'm like, you're so right. That would have been a perfect opportunity to like start my toxic arc. They don't got flow, no. If they had flow, they would get some amount of motion. But they're not, so they don't, so they never will. And instead of working on that, developing as a person, self-reflecting on the stagnant water within them so they can clear the blockage and get that flow, they decide, I'm going to crash out on Marvel Rivals and also advertise my incompetency. You pray for flow? I feel like most people pray for not flow, at least once a month. Joe just said it's only a game and watch them implode. Did I get my pizza? Who said pizza? I never said pizza. Oh, it was from like 2.5 hours ago. Yes, Apocalyptian got their pizza. Arrow, Toxic Yuri, Yaoi. I never said anything about Yuri or Yaoi. Or at least Toxic Yuri, Yaoi. As someone who has had a pregnancy scare, plenty of people pray for that month. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. I was assuming more of like how many people like just complain about their flow, because it is a real actual issue that many people face, and many people are debilitated by monthly. Oftentimes that means that you need to pursue medical action, but that is a real thing that many folks deal with. You pray for that kind of flow that lets me do what I'm passionate about, but you're also a trans woman, so you can't really flow in that regard. Listen, one of the potential side effects of HRT is monthly cramps. You get none of the flow and all of the pain. So, heads up. Maybe you'll get that. gonna be real. My outlook on games really is it's only a game. So I've unironically made people mad by actually just legitimately saying, why are you mad? It's only a game. Okay, so I am someone who I agree with that. I very much similarly treat games as games, but I have a differentiation in my brain between playing casually and competitively. I can't remember. This was probably quick play, which is casual, so I agree. In ranked, though, in competitive, where I recently hit diamond in Marvel Rivals, which like is above average, is like top 20% of players globally, but like isn't the highest ranking. It's just higher than I ever thought I'd be. I was shocked when I got gold last season. And then I got all the way to plat and I was like, oh my gosh, like that's crazy. And then now I got to diamond. I'm like, I'm shocked. In ranked, I understand getting frustrated when the team is not working with you. I understand getting frustrated when someone is obviously throwing and they're like, oh, it's only a game. That's annoying if you're playing like competitive. Quick play though is like, it's only a game. Like, I'm going to be annoyed if we have 1 healer and 5 DPS. Because that's just not sustainable. That just won't work. But I'm not going to like crash out. And I'm not going to act as if it's going to carry on past the game because it's quick play. If it's competitive and we only have 1 healer and 5 DPS, I'm going to start like throwing hands. Seriously, where is it and why do I want it? Turns out saying it's just a game really makes them mad and I didn't know. That's very funny. My friends who had flow would come to me and punch my shoulder to express their frustration. Congrats on a full year. Very pog. Thank you, Corey. I remember when one of the Gygax kids tried stealing the TSR name, so I used the TSR logo font to make a trans flag colored HRT logo. Pog. You do not play competitive shooters because you get too angry. That's the thing. I never played comp shooters either. That's why I was so non-confident in my abilities with Marvel Rivals, is because I played a little bit of Overwatch like 8 years ago, and then I kind of stopped. And I didn't pick up a competitive shooter since. I didn't grow up with Call of Duty. I didn't grow up with like Battlefield, Halo, any of like Gears of War, whatever. I never grew up with competitive shooters. So hopping into Marvel Rivals was wild to me. And I've since like developed, and I would say I've grown into a pretty good player because I'm very passionate about it. Not to the extent of like, I want to make it a career or like I stream it or whatever, but like it's what I do when I want to de-stress. I play a quick play match. Oh no, we're getting thrashed. Well, I did the best I could. We're getting thrashed and I did the best I could and my team was being dumb and toxic. That's one bad game. Next game will be better. I have run into the issue of I have attempted to play Marvel Rivals to de-stress and that just stressed me more. But that rarely happens. That happens quite infrequently. You don't play comp shooters because your Wi-Fi is too bad? My Wi-Fi was fine. And then like a month ago, it just started struggling. I don't know if it's my computer. I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi. I don't know what the deal is. But like my Wi-Fi continuously has been having issues. Like the past like month or so. Crazy. Yeah. So the Gygax kids, or one of the Gygax kids, is like anti-queer, anti-woke, all this nonsense, trying to take D&D and gatekeep it, which is dumb. I'm not gonna lie, it's very dumb. Stunov, if you're gonna leak classified military documents, don't do it on the server. Just don't. Please. That's a legitimate request. I don't want anyone leaking any classified documentation on my server. And you'd think that's a silly thing to say. Obviously, no. War Thunder players are built different. Listen, no. So D&D is not for the queers and the nerds. D&D is for anyone who wants to get into the hobby. However, it just so happens that the queers and the nerds are the two groups, not the only two groups, but two groups who feel marginalized by society and want to express themselves in a closed, inclusive environment. Whether that's because you can talk about Star Wars and Star Trek, or because you can talk about kissing boys. Like, whatever it ends up being. TTRPGs as a whole are radically inclusive. And anyone who tries to be like, oh, them queers are taking it over, clearly do not have an understanding of how TTRPGs work. They ruined leaking classified information. I know, it sucks. Do it on the forums, that's the place for it. No, they'll ban you. You will get banned on the War Thunder forums for leaking classified military documents because the War Thunder devs keep having to say, stop leaking classified documents. It's not funny. Like, the US military has us on a watch list because this keeps happening. Do I even ask if anyone here would want to kiss an arrow? Like, is that just something I should ask? Just get it on the table so that half the chat can like sheepishly raise their hand, and then Maddie and the other aces can be like, no, I'm good. Y'all are silly. I'm out here to talk TTRPGs. See, Maddie out here just being like, nah, I'm good. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, that's about like 3 individuals go and hear me out. Which I will remind you, I will remind everyone here, I did not choose the name Arrow Kissers. I was not the one who made the name Arrow Kissers. That was a community vote. The community decided that's what y'all wanted to be called because my name is Arrow Kiss Rights. My full name, Arrow Kiss Rights, often shortened to Arrow. Therefore, people say Arrow Kissers. I wouldn't want to kiss anyone who was aromantic, especially if they wouldn't enjoy it. No, because arrows are dangerous and you would cut your lips. Good. Full government name on the... Yeah. Me when the doxer says they know my full legal name and I say, yeah, so do I. I know your address. Yeah, so do I. Thank you. I guess, like, you were worried I forgot. Arrakis? No, this is not Arrakis. Also, what if I know why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Can we disclose that? No, that's classified. Why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the Krabby Patty secret formula, and military documents are the 3 things you cannot leak on the Discord server. Seriously. See, those are all base takes. Like, you would only kiss someone who's consenting. Exactly. And I, unfortunately, am not looking to kiss my viewers. Some streamers would be willing to, which is a little weird to me, but I am not a fan of that. I am anti smooching viewers. So if you stop watching... Wait, Stuna, what do you mean, dang? Don't you like constantly talk about like having a dommy mommy? I wouldn't call that based as much as I would call it the bare minimum. What do you mean if you stop watching? Like, I don't know what that... Oh, if you no longer are a viewer. Oh. That's what... If you ever wonder... If you ever wonder if I'm playing up my, like, complete obliviousness as a bit, I would say the odds are, like, 70-30. No to yes. I was like, why would you stop watching me? What did I say to upset you? And then I was like, oh. You wouldn't want to kiss Arrow the person? The models... That's very fair. That's very fair. My need for RPG talk outweighs the need for having my mouth in another person's mouth. See, that's my thought process. I have a psychological need to yap TTRPGs. It's in my bones. It's in my blood. It is... My factoids about TTRPGs shall burrow themselves into your skull, much like the lead fired from my handgun. That is to say, rapidly and overtly until you are dead, and then I will keep going. Just to make sure. Double tap. I am unwell. I am unwell. So in terms of yapping, you're the pitcher and we're the catcher. I suppose so. Aerokissers stand consent. You mean you're playing Oblivion? But would you be willing to shoot? Yeah, I'd shoot my viewers. Probably not like in front of a court of law or any witnesses, but like, yeah. I agree. I would rather keep the TTRPG yapper than French it out. Frenching is temporary, tempting but temporary. TTRPG is forever. See, that's the thing. The real goal. And I don't think I would partake in this. However, I do know a streamer who I think would. The goal is to just simply get a polycule that is also just a TTRPG group. Because then you can French them in and out of character. I feel like this is the ideal relationship. If you're interested, right? If you're interested in this sort of thing, is the ideal not to have just some sort of like big like 5-person relationship where everyone's dating everyone, but you also all play in the same TTRPG? How can I join this religion? TTRPG dating game polycule. And I can't make jokes about that because I feel bad given by the fact that I've not worked on that in months. The reason I haven't worked on it in months is because I don't feel like a lot of people want to watch it. And so I don't work on it on stream. But then I don't have the time to work on it off stream. Sadly. Listen, one of the first jokes on the channel, one of the first jokes in the stream was that chat is in one giant polycule that I am not a part of. Quite literally, what is happening right over there. It's this one big hot tub, all of like self-love, that I'm just kind of like, I'm just gonna yap off in the corner. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, we, as a joke, said, hey, it would be so funny if there was a dating sim where you are the GM for a TTRPG group. And then I was like, well, I know how to code. Let's just start it up. So I started programming it. We realized very quickly we don't want it to be a dating sim. We want it to be a friend sim. Because I have brought up multiple times how weird power dynamics can be. And particularly in something like a GM player relationship, that can be less fun than silly if taken seriously. So we made it a friend sim with the option of dating available. And I started programming and we set it up. So we set up a introductory session where it introduces all of the characters. And basically the way it works is that every week you run a session that all of the characters respond to positively or negatively based on how you run it and their likes and dislikes. And then after each session, you choose one player to stay after the session and help you clean up, where then you can talk about like private stuff, where like that's where you can like get to know them better. That's where like the quote unquote like I thought about a butt worked. That's where you can like have your dates with them, so to speak, but it's all platonic until the very end. And then the goal is after a month, so 4 sessions, there's a con that you're going to where that's like your monster prom. That's your dating sim fireworks festival. That is your big event that you're working towards that you want to go with someone. So the goal of the game is you want to get a con buddy who potentially you're romantically interested in. But obviously that's a side thing. That's not a main thing of the game. It would probably be like, we call it a dating sim because it's shorthand, but we wanted to avoid like weird power dynamics. So what we did, I in programming, I put together a little intro tutorial section. We wrote different characters. There's different branching paths with different mechanics. It's very straightforward, but it's mostly creative writing. It's mostly pathing. So I could do it off stream if I had time. I just don't have time, unfortunately. So Arrow uninterested. Arrow above it all. It's like that meme of minions kissing. You confuse the Yap and coding streams like Pyro Software. I mean, that's what I've done is when I streamed it, I would Yap as programming. But the issue is with the nature of the game, it's mostly just writing. And when I write, I prefer to get into a flow state where I don't have distractions. So my writing suffers the more I'm trying to be entertaining. And I think I can't be as entertaining as I can be while focused on writing. And I could just say, screw it, let's do it. But I don't think that's very entertaining. I don't think that's good stream content. So I try to avoid it. Is there a bad ending where you TPK your entire party? No, but that would be really funny. Chat, can we get to SawCon together? What's social? Yeah, I think social sim would be a good term for it. Because I mean, if you think about it, it's like Persona social links, right? It's a series of connected, like little conversations, dependent on how much they like you. And then for some of them, which in this case it would be all of them probably, there's the option for platonic or romance, right? The problem is that people would aim for that. No, that's the thing. Like, there's no problem with that. If folks aim for something because they think it's funny, they're having fun. And that's the purpose of a game. Games as art is separate as a goal than games as fun. But fundamentally, I think if I want to create a game, I want it to be fun. Even if it's also artistic, even if it's also philosophical, blah, blah, blah. Like, games as an interactive medium, I think should be fun. That's mostly because I think there should be a distinction between a game and interactive media. If I put forward a game, which is like a visual novel, diving deep into the psychology of Freud and his fight with Jung and how they divided over time and the differences, splitting in psychology. But the only choice in the game is how fast you want to progress dialogue. It's kinetic visual novel. I don't really consider that a game. Similarly, if it is a piece of educational media that you interact with to increase learning retention, again, that's not really a game. That's just kind of a video you can play multiple times, speed up, slow down as you wish. Maybe you have to put the beaker in the proper, like on the proper hot plate, right? That's not really a game. That's more interactive media. But we don't have a differentiation between this is a game intended to be fun. This is a piece of interactive media that is not intended to be fun. It's intended to do something else. Can we have a game where Freud and Jung kiss? Tell you what, if someone draws fan art of Freud and Jung kissing, and I get the time to work on the games more, because I want to work on it more, I'll probably write off stream. I'll probably work on it more off stream. Then I will include it in the game as a background piece of art. Platonic is a square because it's a platonic solid. Yeah, and that would be their purview. That's platonic relationships and romantic relationships. What about Socratic relationships? Listen, we already talked about Plato's cave. That's all we need. Socrates, old news. Plato, his republic, that's where it's at. I refuse to let Freud on my drawing tablet. Then what you can do is you can have it be like one of those, like, it's two people kissing. How do I draw people kissing? Like two people kissing, right? However, one of them is like their eyes are scratched out and like it's torn in half to indicate that like you don't like this person anymore. So you only depict Jung and like the mouth and mustache of Freud. Like, imagine the drama. Imagine the drama you could depict with just background elements of Freud and Jung's passionate smooching session. It really is quite something else.
Mm-hmm. I think we're in an ad right now. Not really sure. Freud and Jung just had a bad breakup. Environmental storytelling. Let's talk about all the different forms of love besides eros. Sure. I have to look those up though. I know broadly speaking that there is eros, which is like bow chicka wow wow love. There is platonic love. There is familial love. There's like love of your fellow man and like of other humans. So there's also romantic, because romantic and sexual are not the same. And I'm coming from the like classical Greek interpretation of it. I'm not just like making these up or saying like the modern interpretation, like from the perspective of the Greeks with different gods representing different emotions and views. There was sexual love, romantic love, platonic love, like friendship, familial love, which was also platonic, love of like the earth and your fellow human. So like kind of not just like kumbaya, but like the basic human decency all humans are afforded, basically. I think that there was more, but those are the main 5 I remember. Which these are all distinct from different forms of attraction. What about when you love a person because they're like super awesome and you want the best for them? That's called aspiration. That is when you look up to someone and you appreciate who they are and the impact they have had either on you in your life or maybe on other people's lives, or just you're impressed with what they've gotten up to. That's not romantic. That's not sexual. That's not platonic even. That is purely you are inspired by them in some capacity. And the best thing you can do to pay that back is to live your best life, is to emulate the best qualities of them while mitigating the worst qualities of them and basically continue on their legacy. And if you're so inclined, you can like be proud about the fact that you are a follower of them, that you are someone like, hey, I really admire this celebrity, so I'm going to like continue in my pursuits, but I'm going to say like, oh, I'm a student of this person. Not a literal student, but like you are a follower of their school of thought, so to speak. Make my whole personality a copy of this person. So let's not do that, Maddie. I've done that before. It's not great. Particularly when the person you choose is not aspirational because they're a good person, but they're aspirational because you think that they're like cool. That's not the best decision. What about my love for copious amounts of Borgor? No, don't say that. I'm hungry. Now I want copious amounts of Borgor. Agape, absolute love, self-love, ludus, which is playful love. Honestly, I experience a lot of playful love. I experience a lot of, I'm just here to have fun. I experience a ton of just like, I'm doing it for the bit. I'm doing it to be silly. I'm doing it because it's a good time. It's great for your mental health to do that. Trust me, not really. Maddie, are you really a bastion of mental health that the community should be listening to? Am I really a bastion of mental health the community should be listening to? I don't think so. I think we need a community psychiatrist. I think we need someone in this community who is a therapist, who is licensed, practices, and who can just be like, yeah, all of this is healthy. Don't worry about it. Sometimes all you need is to be simply silly. Okay, I need to check something real quick. I am so sad. Wait. Wait. There's no more goose. However, in the pools, hot tubs, and beaches section, there is a raccoon eating a watermelon on the pool, but they've been streaming for 43 hours. So I think this is just B-roll footage. That is so disappointing to me. So sometimes all you need is a head pat and $1 billion. Listen, $1 billion happiness might make. Anything wrong with that? Me, after taking off the bodysuit to reveal I am an entirely different person after 30 years of wonderful marriage. Listen, sometimes all you do is that over time, you just develop differently. You change, you alter. I do not need head pats. I have never once requested head pats. In fact, I have actively denied head pats on multiple occasions. I mean, I'm studying to be a social worker, which includes mental health therapy, so get back to me in a few years. Listen, if you're still a part of the community in a few years, and I'm still actively producing content in a few years, that'd be so funny. Storage is dependence and or familial love? Oh, mania is obsessive. Ugh. Don't love that. For all of the love, don't love that. What I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do is, it's been a minute since I raided into... You didn't say headpads from us. Well, yeah, I just don't need headpads. How dare you? I like how I mentioned the raccoon eating a watermelon, but not an orangutan. Listen. I saw the orangutan. I was more focused on the raccoon. Hey, redheaded. How dare I ease... Okay, that's fair. You like this new outfit? Thank you. It is a beachwear outfit, which, strictly speaking, we're kind of at the beach. Not really. Don't worry about it. There's a hot tub that chats in. Feel free to hop in. Water's fine from what I've heard, though it has been going for like 6 hours, so I don't know if it's that temperature. You need nose pet? Nose pet. Genuine question. Is that a furry thing? Because that strikes me as a furry thing. I've written fanfic that I fear to read. You're full of hubris. I'm not afraid to read it. I'm just not going to read it on stream. Are you considering saving the hairstyle for other outfits? It would fit the tank top outfit. I have considered it. I do like my hair down, but... Well, like... When I run... I sometimes tie my hair up. I sometimes don't. So it might fit the athletic outfit better. Is the water supposed to be boiling? It's a bit scalding. Don't worry. That is just the evil rhubarb that is boiling everything around it. As soon as we put the goat tea on it, it just became evil and started cracking and creaking and boiling the water as if it was some sort of hellspawn that brought forth a little slice of the infernal with it. So, bonking? I see, exactly. You had no idea, you just chose a random appendage. Why are you wanting strokes? Pets? Ah, that's weird.
Yummers.
Alright, I think, unless anyone has any specific questions, I might wind down soon. Because I do love me some yapping. I do love me some chatting. However, I do need to eat. It's been like 6 hours. This definitely isn't a soup pot that I have you in. Exactly. And if occasionally I say, oh, let me get out a ladle and stir it, don't worry. Just, it's fine. It's a... What's for dinner? I don't know. I was initially going to have leftovers from yesterday, and then we didn't have leftovers from yesterday because there wasn't enough. So we're just gonna raw dog it. We're just gonna figure it out. We are going to say, screw it, we ball, and just kind of make something random. You re-solidify? I'm glad. I'm glad that when you become soup by entering the hot tub, that you properly became soup and not the pathetic nature of the others who refuse to soup themselves. Okay, there are no chopping carrots. There is only evil rhubarb. I could only afford evil rhubarb, and then when I went to the store to go get a goat PNG for the goat tea joke, I did not pick up
Yummers.
any more carrots or celery or anything, and you're gonna have to live with that. If you really are so inclined, I can get you something else, but it's not gonna be carrots. Like what do you want? I can get you cheese, a peach, eggplant. I don't like eggplant. I've tried eggplant multiple times. I just can never vibe with it. Onion and rhubarb just don't go together. Anything for DeBoss? Thank you, Menace. Arrow lies. I had carrots and just ate them all. I'm not actually super big on... And then poutine. Happy Canada Day. True. Like, I'm not super big on carrots. I used to like them less. I've since grown to like them more. I think because I've started having less sugar. So now they taste sweeter to me and I like them more. But like, I don't really just sit down and eat carrots, right? Garlic cheese soup. Goodness gracious. What if I just add in like... I could add in like the windmill Gundam. I could add in Gundam horse. I could add in Hatsune Miku. I think I don't add in anything. Add the windmill Gundam. I'm not adding the windmill Gundam. Can we get morally good rhubarb? Hello, Drake. Hatsune Miku has leaks in it. Oh, you're so true. But it's only because you're dipping tomato sandwiches in it. No, don't soup Miku. You feel cheated by the carrots, actually. They're supposed to improve eyesight. Okay. Who here didn't know that, unironically, the idea that carrots improve your eyesight is just actual, literal. I am not making this up. It's propaganda. It was designed by the English in World War II to hide the fact from the Germans that they had developed radar technology. So it was just put out there that carrots would make your eyesight better, and the UK started buying a bunch of carrots to like sell the illusion. So the Germans started getting shot out of the sky, and they're like, how are the UK doing this? And then they heard the rumor that the UK like was buying a bunch of carrots, and the carrots improve your eyesight. So the Germans were like, we got to buy a bunch of carrots. So they started eating a bunch of carrots, and it was actually just radar. It was just radar, like actual literal propaganda. That's why British pilots were so overwhelmingly orange. Yeah, and the Germans were red, the Red Baron. I cannot add Hatsune Thiku. I don't have a Hatsune Thiku image, and I don't plan to commit such violence upon her. I learned it was propaganda relatively late in life. So eating radar improves your eyesight? Exactly, Dreek, you get it. Hey, Flip. You're dropping by real quick during D&D break? You love the blood? No. Thank you. This is a new outfit. This is strictly speaking beachwear. It's a swimsuit. It's all of that nonsense. It's as much of a myth about... What? Huh? You'll never forgive the British? Well, I didn't forgive the British for Yorkshire, did I? Why do you think I was so upset earlier? No, so... Menace, eating eyesight does not improve your radar. That's stupid. Go in the corner. Soup yourself now. Menace, soup yourself. Arrow's going to get a bunch of different outfits, but they're all going to have the jacket. Well, I have... Strictly speaking, I have 4 outfits, right? I have this outfit, which is my swimwear. I have my athletic outfit that I've been wearing a lot of recently because it's hot out. I have my normal default outfit, which just has the jacket and a tank top. And then I have my vampire costume. That's 4 outfits, of which I only have a 50% jacket success rate. You only get 1 a day? No. You've been grossly misinformed. It's also made hair growth on your hand. Well, yeah. So there's a bunch of myths about, I will call it self-love of the mask variety generally. That was meant to dissuade this, because for the longest time in history, this was the main issue. Self-love of the feminine variety wasn't really considered. And when it was because it was thought that doctors could use it to treat hysteria. So that is actually how the modern vibrator was invented, was doctors who would stimulate women in order to effectively induce a medical orgasm to, quote unquote, cure their hysteria, because it was thought that they were being histrionic because their hormones and like their emotions were out of whack, and that inducing that would actually help them. So then doctors were spending so much time like pleasuring women with their fingers medically, it wasn't like sexy or anything, that their hands were cramping. So they had to invent the vibrator so that they could do it more efficiently. Kellogg's cornflakes, yep. Kellogg's cornflakes were meant to be so bland, so boring that they would dissuade self-love. A lot of the myths were made up by one of the founders, yeah, because he was like a celibacy advocate, anti self-love, like super big on like abstinence and like Christian values. I've received an appropriate sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me look at this. I'm glad that we are past the point of British. Although I'm not gonna lie, I have not had cornflakes in years. Even when I like go to like hotels that have like little breakfast bars, I generally don't have the little cornflakes I have. Now I want cornflakes. That's how you know I'm hungry. You know I'm hungry when I want cornflakes, because we're talking about cornflakes. Sometimes history is like a D&D campaign. I don't know how to feel about it. So the thing about history is that truth is stranger than fiction, because fiction has to be believable. He gets so tired of everyone calling it his... That's wild. OMG, I'm injuring myself from pleasuring women all day. I need to invent a machine to solve it. No, literally, Cynic. Like, that was an actual, like, not serious, but like a regular issue multiple doctors were facing, is that they spent so much time pleasuring women with their fingers medically, like getting them off for the sake of like curing their hysteria, that their hands were cramping and it was taking too long. So they needed to invent a way to help stimulate a woman that they could, quote unquote, cure their hysteria without being stuck with it. Arrow's inner American is waking up and demanding corn. Cornflakes weren't specifically made for that. They were made to be bland, easy to digest food. It was just pure coincidence. Ah. I have cornflakes. I just don't eat breakfast because breakfast was made up by Big Milk to sell more milk. Fellow milk hater. Now, graham crackers. Okay, graham crackers are good though. Like, especially like the ones with a bit of cinnamon. Or like, is it cinnamon? I think so. Like cinnamon sugar. But will you share your oats with chat? No. Brother, you may not have oats. The fact that Chinese dynasty fell because a cop lost a bandit and recaptured him, so he decided that overthrowing the government was easier than facing a responsibility, which was death. That's wild. Huh. Wait, Maddie, that's not literally what happened. Breakfast was not invented by milk companies to sell more milk. Hello, Waffle. No, you love milk, you just hate breakfast, milk. Hating milk would upset Markiplier. Markiplier does not know who I am. He will probably never know who I am. So, I don't mind. Good thing graham crackers don't actually suppress it then. Because honey graham and cinnamon. Yeah, so when I think graham crackers, plain ones suck. Honey graham crackers are like, all right. Cinnamon graham crackers are fantastic. I want some. I really am hungry. I keep... I have goldfish. I was at the store with my roommate and we picked up Old Bay seasoned goldfish. I've never seen these before, but we saw them and we're like, we gotta try them. We gotta see what the deal is. It was invented by cereal companies to sell more cereal. You gotta get nutrients and have a long chat with your local carrot dealer. Have a good night's stream if you don't see me later. Well, I'm gonna hop off soon enough, so enjoy, Menace. I need to have emergency snacks. Is I have goldfish the new I have rice? No. I also can make rice really easy. I can make rice. I can make rice. Yay. Sorry, got excited. Bro, I love rice. It's so good. Is this how, like, some people feel about romance? Because, like, I just fully, like, swooned for a second. I was like, ah, rice. You're making a cheesecake for your birthday this week and you're making a graham cracker. Okay, first off, that sounds so good. Second off, best of luck. Third off, you better let the community know because you've been a hardworking mod. And thank you very much for all of your stuff. We have Uno? Huh? I usually don't think it's my place to intervene when streamer says that this or that, but I am getting concerned. Are you planning on getting flavor blasted tonight? What do you mean flavor blasted? Rice fun? Leans, is that the rice fund? Don't forget your protein. I had a protein shake earlier because the protein shakes I've been drinking are actually pretty good now. I started trying some and they were fine. Most of them really bad. These Fairlife ones I'm actually enjoying. I only have a couple because I don't want to buy too many and then realize I hate them. But I am trying them and I'm like, these are actually pretty good. They're expensive though. They're more expensive than I would like is my issue. Friday's your birthday? Fantastic. Like how much immense pleasure owning a rice cooker. So that's the thing. I don't even own a rice cooker. I bought it for my roommate for their birthday. And then I got more use out of it than they did. Because they, before living with me, get you a partner who talks wistfully about you like everyone talks about rice. Because before we lived together, when my roommate lived with other roommates, they, like their other roommate had a rice cooker. And they talked about how convenient it was and how useful it was. And then when we lived together, we made a bunch of rice. So I was just like, I've put 2 and 2 together. Doctors should have just given women rice cookers. Yeah. It's so good. Oh, it's so convenient. I just like put rice in. I spend like 5 minutes washing it and then I put it in for half an hour. And then all the rest of the day, I can just grab rice. And then I like make some katsu sauce in 5 minutes. I put an egg in it. And then I have a really good breakfast. Or I mix it with like edamame and like furikake. And then I have like a dinner. Rice is so good. You've got the D like a chump? Well, Orleans. I can help you with that. Thank you, Carbon. I was told you can slam a can of tuna into rice, add some soy sauce, and top it off with a runny egg. Wait, so rice, tuna, soy sauce, and runny egg. This sounds bad. But I want to try it. At least buy a goal some curry first. All right, time and place, Orleans. Whenever I hear that word, I just want to separate it. Do I save some for fried rice the next day? So not always, but we have, like my roommate and I, we'll be like, we want to make fried rice Wednesday, we'll make rice Tuesday. And then we just don't eat all of it. And then we make it because like we make big batches of fried rice. We make like 6 servings of fried rice because then that's leftovers. Runny egg is dippy egg. Soy and rice is a no-brainer. Oh yeah, soy and rice is good, but like the tuna, which like a can of tuna, I associate more with like a tuna sandwich, which is like with relish. And when I was younger, my parents would make it with mayo. I don't like mayo, so I just make it with relish. Now I want tuna. This is how you know I'm hungry. Anytime you say something that I'm familiar with, I'm like, I want that. I was told you can jump in front of a moving train and it'll knock your socks off, among other things. True. You also won't be depressed anymore. I would tofu instead. Yeah, I think tofu instead of tuna, probably. Like a silken tofu. So if you take like rice, silken tofu, soy sauce, maybe with like, I would probably make it more of like a sweet sauce. Like dark soy, maybe some brown sugar, a little bit of mirin. Okay, like then it's very sweet. Topped with a runny egg. It sounds like none of those things would go together. That's pretty standard aside from the tuna. Past 6 hours, called it. Also, you need to put some Earl Grey in the bathtub. I need caffeine. That's how you do it. Yeah, that is how you do fried rice. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course I went past 6 hours. I was considering wrapping up at 6 hours, and I was like, well, what if I keep yapping? What is a soup pot? I mean, hot tub. Just don't be afraid to say hi if you're near San Fran. Well, I will hit you up then whenever I'm in the area. Happy anniversary, Arrow. It's past 1 a.m., so good night. Thank you, Dino. Oh, bye, Royston. It was far too funny. Yeah. Keep yapping? Listen, my chat keeps telling me to yap. My chat keeps encouraging me to just continue yapping. And I don't know if this is like the truth or if it's a vocal minority that just does not know how to have me shut up. 12-hour tuna arrow stream. You're on a merry-go-round, you're riding on an animal or other fixture. What am I riding on? I mean, classic merry-go-round is like horse, unicorn, like boring stuff. So probably something boring. Like, no, I can't kill Roastin. Sad. Yap as much or little as you want. Roastin. What on earth is a 12-hour tuna? It's a tuna that lasts 12 hours. Do you need more explanation? You should really understand. Can't believe half of next stream is going to be hot soup. Listen, all I'm saying, I made a whole nother scene for this beach scenario. So I can come back here at any time. We have evil rhubarb in the soup. It has goat tea, so it's evil. We have a blushing arrow kisser. We have proper coverage on our chat, despite the fact that they do have a bit of a jangle on the waist. That's longer than arrow? What does that mean? You want to explain that? Hot soup Miku. It's a bluefin tuna. Oh, now I want like sashimi or nigiri. Anytime you say, stop talking about food, I've expressed that I'm hungry. Oh, sweet. Arrow made horrors beyond my comprehension. Are you saying you're familiar with how long Arrow lasts? Rory probably would claim that, despite the fact that demonstrably that is untrue. Hello, AE. Thank you. Also, congratulations to AE on his video release. Finally managed to make the trans video he's been talking about for about a year. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it because I had to hop on stream, though I have to ask, is it the horse girl video? Because I know it's a video about, as a trans man or as a non-binary mask-presenting individual, who grew up AFAB, not regretting your girlhood, but not letting that define how you present your gender in the future. And not letting that tie you down to a specific means of societal expectation. Is it the horse girl video? It's not the horse girl video, but it's a very important video. Yeah, so it touches on similar themes, I imagine, but I'm very excited to watch it because I love it when my friends release videos. Horse girls in permanent limbo. ASMR for 1,000 followers win. Yeah. Listen, hey, if you need help with the 1K ASMR video, which I remember you talking about when I first met you, hit me up. We can set something up. You're a follower, 867. I remember. See, who was it? I know it was Celerity. I know it was Celerity Dust. I followed them pre 1K. And then once they hit 1K, I unfollowed so that they were no longer at 1K. So I could become their new 1,000th follower. And like, I was like one of like 3 people to do that. Yeah, I hit 500 followers like 2 days before my 1-year anniversary, which is pretty POG. Yeah, Rory doesn't even listen to me. He doesn't even pay attention. He doesn't even look at my statistics like he did before. Man, things have changed between us. That is a lot of arrows to kiss. The coveted 1K spot. See, that's the thing. Like, I asked my chat earlier, like, hey, is it a meme when people say they want to like be a real life arrow kisser? And then I got a lot of AOs. I got a lot of folks who were being silly. You wanted to make the horse video before this one, but this video is actually kind of like, you need to make it ASAP for personal reasons. And you did. And that's what matters. And I'm very proud of that. You did a great job. You're doing wonderful. You hope I've been well. See, AE barks. Just because Maddie meant to say baking instead of barking. Wait, Maddie did say baking. I was thinking of AE when I read baking. Well, no one bit me, but there's a lot of barking earlier. No. Wait, you don't understand. AE continuously and...
Are we cooking this rice or what?
No, we're not cooking rice right now. Arrow praise? Okay, I will say, like, I don't make GFE content. I don't make, like, NSFW content. If people want arrow praise, I will give you arrow praise. You just have to ask. Like, no one has asked for that, so I haven't thought to make it. Can we cook Can we cook the arrow kisser? They don't need their legs. Oh, speaking of legs, Rory, people were saying that I have just about as much legs as you do. They're saying I'm 2/3 leg. I say I'm 1/2 leg. I think I am not as much leg proportionately as you are. I think I'm like 50-50 leg, torso, head. Or 50-50 leg versus torso and head. Whereas you are like 2/3 leg. But people were commenting on that, so I figured you of all people would need to know. You are much more leg. Exactly. I won't go into detail, but I'm currently being invaded by ants. Okay. Best of luck, Dreek. You get the arrow thighs back. Yes, you get the arrow thighs back. The arrow thighs never left. Pogging up your gourd, as the arrows would say. An arrow tummy. That is true. However, there's still a secret to my model that no one has commented on. I've had it since my athletic wear, and just no one's commented on it. And I've been curious if I should make a comment about it or if I should just let people figure it out. I think, at least at present, you physically can't see it right now. And it's kind of hard to notice, which was intentional, but I don't know. The hair today's really nice. Thank you. I do put my hair into a ponytail quite regularly. However, I don't always. Like when I run, sometimes I just let my hair be like flowing backwards behind me, draping in the breeze like a cape. Is it that arrow has hands on display instead of gloves? Oh no, so with this outfit... Oh, that's clipping. How dare it. I have my hands exposed. Normally, I have had my hands covered in literally every other outfit. Unfortunately, I do have normal hands. Secret arrow clipping. Exactly. Unfortunately, you just got home and gotta do things. I know how it is. Thank you, AE. You're doing amazing as well. You're 8 heads tall. Your upper torso is 2 heads. Your legs, hips are 5 heads. No arrow yaoi hands? Move my hands? No. I refuse. So it's confirmed that Arrow does not have tentacles for fingers? No, I don't. Or maybe I do, and this outfit is a lie. What if I'm wearing a skin suit, much like the Zelocary from Wild Sea? Have you ever considered that perhaps I was just lying? Although I might unironically keep this hairstyle. Rory, I have yaoi hands. Arrow obviously not a Slanesh follower, so no tentacles. That hairstyle is good. It is pretty good, I will say. It really hits on what I want. It demonstrates the longness of my hair, and it gives me a hair swoop in my front. Not the Yuri hands. We were going into a history lesson about yaoi and Yuri earlier. We were talking about yaoi and Yuri earlier, about their cultural context, about how they grew and how they changed over time, and the different followers of each and what they appreciate. Got the strands poking out its peak. My hair is messy. I'm sorry. I don't know how to keep it contained because I don't use hair products. I just condition it daily and I shampoo it every couple days. You know what happens when a yaoi and a Yuri when a yaoi and a Yuri love each other very much, it's no longer yaoi and Yuri. Oh, I saw a meme actually it was a meme from the Discord where it was Link and Zelda, and it was a picture of them together and it said cis couple or cishet couples, yaoi couples, Yuri couples, love is love. And it was just all of them was just Link and Zelda, because Link and Zelda are absolutely cishet Yuri and yaoi. Arrows, I'm not peak, thank you. Messy hair's peak. Well, my hair is constantly messy. Have I considered that I'm actually a horror beyond your comprehension? I mean, I do kind of give off horror beyond your comprehension vibes, mostly in the fact that I have a follower of just fanatical zealots who shoot one another. So I think I'm already like 2 steps ahead there. Yeah, and then in the straight couple, Zelda was the man and Link was a woman. And like, that's valid. We love it. Listen, just because I'm beyond your level, and just because I'm a league beyond you, does not mean I'm necessarily beyond your comprehension. However, my ability to just yap ceaselessly does confound some, and I would not say that being unable to keep up with just the sheer nonsense spewing out like a fire hose from my mouth at all times would not be the same as being beyond comprehension. It's simply a matter of having no standards of quality. When I have a thought, it is already out my mouth. I do not have an internal monologue. I have a Fantasia. Those are 2 separate things, but I have both. There's nothing going on behind my eyes. Therefore, it goes from neuron activation to tongue movement and vocalization instantly, with no in between. I am surprised I have not been canceled. You won't even comprehend the Arrow Marvel Rivals mindset. No, Rory, I told them about that. How someone in my Marvel Rivals lobby was being toxic. So their name was a Twitch channel. So I looked it up, and I was filled with like a burning desire to just say like silence 35 followers. Because wanna know what they would do? They would like get all high and may and they'd be like, how many do you have? 0? And then I'd be like, I mean, look up Arrow Writes Twitch. And then they would see that I had like 10 times as many. I know you would have, because you're a jerk. You're mean. That's why I associate with you, Rory. I saw you on Rivals on Steam and I thought, oh, Arrow's in beast mode right now. No, the term is not heel. The term is pissant, cretin, or troglodyte. Some would say tatterdemalion, though I think that you're well dressed enough to avoid those accusations. Listen, you can only be trogging out your mind. Listen, me at the club trogging all night, that's really what my response is. Adding trogging out my gourd. Listen, we have pogging out my gourd. We have trogging out my gourd. We have to like... Wait, I put words in your mouth? I don't put words in your mouth. How dare you? Tatterdemalion mode is just shirtless Rory. straight trogging it. Remember, you're not allowed to gay trog it because it is no longer June. We are out of Pride and or Wrath Month, depending on who you ask. I'm the only one that called it Wrath Month. However, troglodylian. What is the adjective form of troglodyte? You are a troglodyte. The word troglodylian just came to my brain. And I immediately thought of like the Lizard League from Invincible. And I don't know why. I feel like in Invincible, there would be a monster that was like a sub sector of the Lizard League that was called like a troglodylian. Wrap it up, folks. I have to date women again. Someone shoot him. I don't want to hear about his failed conquests. It's a curmudgeon. Or is it a ragamuffin? Ooh, ragamuffin's good. I do love calling people ragamuffin. When you can't even say my name. Nah, let him grieve. Nah, he doesn't deserve it. Conquest, stand ready for my arrival. Okay, I have yet to watch Invincible Season 3, which is so silly because my best friend, his favorite comic is Invincible. So he got super excited when the show first started, and he was like, you gotta watch it with me. So I did. And then we just haven't seen Season 3 together. I think he has watched Season 3, but I haven't. He wanted to show it to me. Wrap it up, Skittle Squad. That's wild. Okay. Wumpus. My chat is sillier than I thought. Okay. It's been a while. I want to keep yapping, but I do need to go eat, like unironically. Yeah? You gonna do that all of our collab upcoming? Yes, female arena fighters were called gladiatrix because the suffix atrix was a feminine suffix. You've been on the internet since I was 8. That was 13 years ago. That's crazy. Actually, Civ is the best time for you to do it. Yeah, I know how you get. I appreciate how in being an absolute degenerate min-max creature, you're describing as having to mask in front of your other friends who you don't want to upset. But for me, it's fine. For me, you're all right with upsetting me. Okay, so the teeth of Cadmus originate from the Age of Myth when the hero Cadmus sowed dragon's teeth into the battlefield and breathed warriors instead of crops. The Spartoid, sown men, rise to Ghostly's purpose, fighting those who dare to command them, but beware, too many sown will go into chaos. We upset and disappoint each other daily. It's my comfort upset. We don't do it daily, though. Like, you're not in my brain enough to upset me daily. And we don't talk daily. We drop the mask around. See, that's the thing. I am someone who I try to keep it real. So if you're going to be silly around me. If you're going to be serious around me. If you're going to be a simp and absolute down bad, sure, do it around me. Just be real with me, you know? That's my one request. Because then if you're like, what was it? Like the username was like, I'm 13. And your first thought was to come into chat and say, how old are you? Where do you live? I'm just going to ban you because I don't want your real self here. Yeah, someone whose name was like, I'm 13 lol or something was just like, how old are you? Where do you live? This was like 6 hours ago. Yeah, put the stat box in D&D. You want to go back to talking daily? I mean, we could. Taps fingers together, unless arrow cues it. Okay, I'm not a hag. And no, before you say 25 is not a hag, 30 is not a hag, 35 is not a hag, A hag is like 60 plus, right? Worst, I have been called a MILF before. I'm not a mother. Although some would call me mommy, so you win some, you lose some. Wouldn't that require me to be dating women in my 30s? No, hag maxing is when you are the hag. I'm a mystical fae. So am I a fae? Am I a lich? Am I a devil? What am I? I've been accused of so many different things. I didn't even start a mafia. I just started shooting people and then people rallied around me. A hag is a fae creature that bakes children into pies. I don't bake children into pies. Maddie, what was it that you said that you were baking for your birthday? Was it children? Ooh, I thought hag maxing was when guys actively embrace dating hags. No, I would say that's like hag chasing. Hag maxing is being a hag to the full extent of it. Children cheesecake? Exactly. Listen, we have the bathtub cheese. We have the bathtub cheese children. I clarified that you're an awesome bagel on the first stream I showed up. Come on, get with the program. Nah. You're once... Salador. Children named Cheese. I got dollies for my dollies. Cute. Alright, I think what I do... y'all are so silly. Y'all are so silly. I'm gonna read out. And it's been a minute. Oh, that's not the proper username. I misspelled his name. Despite the fact I have known him for a year. I misspelled the word Neko Boy Blue. So, my current plan is I hope to get a video out later today because I tried to get it out for today, but obviously with the my roommate losing their phone, my schedule was thrown off, so I was running around all of yesterday. Go on Patreon. On Patreon, if you want to vote on which Lancer video we will be doing tomorrow, click here. It's free. You can just join for free, or you could choose to pay if you want. That's chill as well. Also, videos. Just be on the lookout for them. I'm mostly on YouTube, if you don't know. Mostly TTRPG content. I've been making a lot of Lancer content. I've been making some Kane content recently. I want to make a long-form Kane video. So, just keep that on my brain in the Discord. Keep it there, and I will try to get it done. I hope it's fun. Yes, thank you for the anniversary, and I suppose I should probably say, like, before I rate out, like, thank you, everyone, so much. I consider myself more of a video content creator than a Twitch creator. I consider myself more of a YouTuber than a Twitch streamer. But I honestly did not think I would make any success. Like, literally at all. I know that some people struggle to hit affiliate. I know that some people struggle to hit double digits. I know some people struggle to hit partner. I don't know where I will end up a year from now. I don't know where I will go from here. But I do know that my success is only at the goodwill and attention and active participation of you. It is not anything I did special. It is not anything I did unique. It is not anything I did that sets me apart from you. It is that you are kind enough to give me your time and attention every week, or sometimes not every week, sometimes every couple weeks. But whether you are a lurker, or a active chatter, or a regular, or you only came by because you wanted a hot tub stream, thank you very much. I appreciate you all for the many different things you have done for me, whether financial or otherwise. And I hope to do this. I hope to do this for a lot more and to pay you back for this and more.